Hello, and welcome to the first day of the Virtual Expo Experience.
Hola y bienvenidos al primer día de la experiencia y expo virtual.
你好，欢迎来到实体线上展览会的第一天。
Hallo und herzlich willkommen zum ersten Tag der digitalen Messe.
Bonjour et bienvenue au premier jour de l'expérience virtuelle
At SPI,
ESI
in North America.
The Smart Energy Week.
We are so excited to welcome you to the SPI, ESI, and North America Smart Energy Week virtual trade show. With nearly 200 participating exhibitors from across the renewable energy industry and 100 live education sessions, we are proud to bring you a robust, energy-filled 2 days of opportunity and access to the best of the industry. Take time and visit with all of our exhibitors who are available to live chat with you over the next 2 days. And make sure that you've created your My Show Planner account so that you can interact with all of our exhibitors. Every day, there will be a dedicated live chat time block from 2 to 5 p.m. Eastern so that you can chat with the exhibitors. And all of this is brought to you by EDF Renewables. Let's give them a virtual big round of applause for their support.
now we would like to recognize each of our sponsors for their support not only for SPI, ESI, and North America Smart Energy Week, but also their support to the industry. They truly contribute to the quality and success of this event. With that, our one and only highest sponsor at the megawatt level, SolarEdge. Also, be sure to check out and explore SolarEdge's interactive 360 virtual booth experience. You can easily access it from their virtual trade show booth, as well as here on the homepage of the virtual trade show. We'd also like to recognize our kilowatt level sponsors, Doosan GridTech, LG, EDF Renewables, Black & Veatch, and Jinko Solar. And for our watt sponsors, Baysfield, Eaton, Block Energy. Our premier sponsors, Enerbank USA, Nearmap, and Veritone. And for our supporting level sponsor, Solar Ranch Development Company.
We are lucky to have some of the best-in-class industry partners any organization could ask for. We'd like to give special recognition to the California Fuel Cell Partnership, the eMERGE Alliance, Forth, and Solar Energy International, whose continued partnership has ensured we provide industry-leading content across the entire renewable energy landscape. Our industry partners play a key role in the success of SPI, ESI, and North America Smart Energy Week, and support our efforts to bring renewable energy industry professionals together to open the conversation about what is impacting the industry, best practices, and more. Now, stay tuned and watch this short instructional video that will walk you through how to create your My Show Planner and successfully navigate our virtual trade show so that you can see exhibitor demonstrations, access collateral, and even live chat through the virtual business cards that have been added by each exhibitor.
Welcome to the virtual event My Planner. This tool has everything you'll need to make the most of your time searching and networking online. While exploring the online directory, you can save exhibitors, products, documents, contacts, webinars, and more. With a My Planner account, you can access exclusive content only available to My Planner users to make the most of your event experience. Creating an account is easy. Simply click the Create Your My Planner option and complete the registration form. Select Yes under the Connect with Exhibitors section to share your name and email with exhibitors you add to your planner. Select Create Your Free Account and you'll be all set to start exploring and saving resources. The online directory includes everything you'll need to explore the event. This intuitive layout allows you to access the search bar, quick links, and a couple of different ways to view your search results. The quick links allow you to quickly access important areas including new products, featured companies, webinars, and special offers. Click into the search box to see all available search options, including a broad keyword search, allowing you to explore a variety of content simultaneously. For example, when searching audio, you will see search results pulled from various content areas, such as exhibitors, product categories, show features, brands, and more. You can also toggle over to the Education menu option at the top of the page to use event-specific search criteria. Choose from two different options when viewing your search results. Option 1 is the grid view, which will present your results as tiles with additional information previewing the details page. The second option is the list view, which will display the same information but within a listed format. Click into the search results on either view to see additional details and options for adding this information to your My Planner. As you start to explore the directory, you'll notice a new notification in the top right corner of your screen. By clicking here, you will be taken into the MYS recommendation engine that will make recommendations based on event-specific activity. This tool uses AI technology to reveal what like-minded attendees are searching for to help you explore every avenue while attending the event. By clicking on the bell icon, you will see your own personal recommended results for exhibitors and education events based on your directory activity. You can click on these results to learn more, add to your My Planner, or dismiss them to make room for additional recommendations. The recommendation engine allows you to see your own personal list of can't-miss companies to start networking with. As you explore the directory, don't forget to save exhibitors, products, and other resources by clicking the plus sign icon. You can then access your saved items in the corresponding sections of your My Planner. Click the My Planner option in the navigation menu to go to your planner homepage. The homepage includes an easy-to-navigate layout. Simply scroll down or navigate to a specific area using the menu options at the top of the page. You can save scheduled events such as networking sessions, training, guest speakers, and more to your My Events calendar to keep track of your schedule. Within the Exhibitors section, you can see your saved exhibitors, mark who you have spoken with, and take notes all in one place. If you are interested in learning more about a new product featured on an exhibitor's listing, you can add them to your My Planner and they will be saved in your product section. Save press releases, white papers, brochures, case studies, links, and other items uploaded by exhibitors in your collateral section. Documents can also be downloaded and saved to your own personal device. Explore show specials to save special offers such as discounts and giveaways that have been posted by exhibitors. View virtual business cards and save them to your contacts section. You can also reach out to these contacts via email through your My Planner account. Your recommendations section will list your own personal recommended results based on your directory activity. It's that easy. My Planner has everything you need to maximize your virtual event and networking experience. The MYS chat is a way for attendees to connect with exhibitors in real time. My Show Planner users can easily engage with exhibitor contacts through the one-to-one chat function available through an exhibitor listing or through the new chat interface within the Planner dashboard. This feature is available to all MyShow Planner users with just a few easy steps. Both attendees and exhibitors must first create a planner account, verify their email, and enable the chat feature in their profile settings to send and receive messages. Using this tool is easy. Simply log into the planner and click the My Chat button. Here, attendees can view their saved contacts along with a full list of all contacts. Any exhibitor who has the green tag labeled Available is currently available for a live chat. To start a chat, attendees can simply click the chat button to the right of the contact's name. They can also start a conversation by clicking the chat button next to the online contact information on the exhibitor's details page. If a contact is not available for a live chat, attendees have the option to reach out by email directly. The contacts listed on the exhibitor details page are based on the information entered in the online contacts section of the exhibitor dashboard. Exhibitor contacts will see any messages they have received when they select the My Chat button. They can network with attendees and see their chat history indefinitely to revisit information when they follow up with leads. If attendees or exhibitors navigate to another part of the online directory, they will receive an alert at the top of the page when they have an unread message. They can click the banner to navigate back to the chat area or close to view unread messages at a later time.
Hello everyone from all of us at SolarEdge and welcome to SPI. We're proud to sponsor this year's event and are very grateful for the opportunity to be together. It's been a year since our industry got together last, and it has been no ordinary year. The events of this year have proven, not only for SolarEdge, but for us all, that this industry is mature and can service the market even in extremely challenging times. Smart energy, and solar in particular, have proven to be an excellent investment for home and business owners. And I believe that the demand for solar in a climate and world where backup and grid independence is growing in importance will continue to accelerate. We jointly have a lot to be proud of and a lot to look forward to. In fact, I believe, as early signs in Europe indicate, that investments in solar PV, including storage, all around the world will be one of the key drivers for economic recovery in 2021 and beyond. I'm speaking to you here from Sela 1, our brand new automated manufacturing facility in the northern part of Israel on the outskirts of Nazareth. Here, we are producing inverters and power optimizers with cutting-edge automated production lines, enabling us to ensure high-quality new products will be delivered to you faster and tariff-free. Sela 1 is an example of our commitment to driving adoption of renewable energy globally. This year at SPI, we invite you to explore our new products designed to grow your business, including our smart residential backup and storage solutions. Please join us in about an hour for a conversation on smart energy in the home, where we will make a couple of exciting announcements. Also, please visit our SolarEdge virtual booth, where you can see our latest residential and commercial solutions. History has taught us that in challenging times, resilience can come from optimism and a sense of community. We try to practice this wisdom in our company these days, and I hope we can do this as an industry as well. Thank you and enjoy the show.
Hi, I'm Senator Jackie Rosen, and I'm proud to represent our great state of Nevada in the United States Senate. In our state, we have so many leaders who are at the forefront of providing clean alternatives to fossil fuels, including solar, wind, and geothermal energy. There's no question that Nevada has overwhelmingly benefited in the last decade from the rise of clean energy technology. Clean energy success in our state has led to cheaper power bills and the growth of new industry that is diversifying our state's economy. I believe that clean energy can be an area of growth and strength in our state, even during these tough times. In Nevada, clean energy can be a leader in creating jobs and helping us lead the way towards a greener future. We must continue to make strong investments in renewables, and I'm committed to make energy alternatives more affordable in Nevada and across the country. Know that you have an ally in Congress, someone who supports clean energy policies that will help Nevada speed up our clean energy economy. That's why I helped introduce the Renewable Energy Extension Act to provide a 5-year extension of renewable energy tax credits. I also helped introduce the Electric Cars Act, legislation that would fully extend the electric vehicle tax credit for 10 years and help develop alternative fuel infrastructure. Together, we can make energy alternatives more accessible and affordable for Nevadans and for Nevada's clean energy future. We cannot give up because our energy, our jobs, and the future of our planet, well, they're counting on us. So let's get to work.
Welcome to this virtual opening session for Solar Power International and Energy Storage International, part of North America Smart Energy Week 2020. For those of you I haven't met yet, my name is Abby Hopper, and I'm the president and CEO of SEIA, the Solar Energy Industries Association. Oh my gosh, I so wish we could be with all of you in person to kick off what is always one of the most exciting and impactful events of the year. But even in this virtual world, I hope you've had a chance to take advantage of all of the top-notch education and insights that SPI and ESI have to offer.
Abby, I couldn't agree more, wishing we could all be together. But I'm Julia Ham, President and CEO of SEPA, the Smart Electric Power Alliance. And yes, even though this event is virtual, the recommendations, insights, and learning are as valuable as always. And we're looking forward to as much of the engaging conversation that we can get in the sessions and discussions packed in the agenda throughout this week.
And despite the headwinds and the challenges of this year, our industry continues to rise to the occasion. Our session today will dive into the intersecting crises our nation is facing and the important role that clean energy can play in forging a better future.
Although it has had its challenges, 2020 has still been a standout year for new utility commitments to carbon reduction and a carbon-free energy system. In fact, 57 US utilities now have stated carbon or emission reduction goals, which cover more than 68% of US customers. 32% of these goals are for carbon-free or net zero emissions by 2050, or in many cases sooner. These results represent the collective efforts of organizations such as SEPA, SEIA, innovative utilities, solution providers, and the so many industry professionals watching us today. Congratulations to everyone on this progress.
And utilities aren't the only ones making major strides on clean energy investment. Just a few weeks ago, we released our latest Solar Means Business Report, cataloging the major growth we're seeing in corporate clean energy procurement, from big Fortune 500 brands to small businesses nationwide. It's just further proof that this decade holds tremendous promise for clean energy growth and all of the jobs and economic opportunity that come with it. This industry has always risen to the challenges before us, and we expect to do the same now. However, climate change and the urgent need to evolve our energy systems are not the only or even the biggest challenges that we face. The importance of social equity, combating racism, and addressing the current healthcare crisis present opportunities for all of us to collaborate and make progress. We've assembled a couple of incredible leaders today to discuss how we can do this.
We are honored to be joined today by Senator Catherine Cortez Masto from the great state of Nevada, and Rose McKinney James, board chair of the Energy Foundation and managing principal of McKinney James and Associates and Energy Works LLC. Rose and Senator, thank you so much for being with us today. Today's session will focus on several critical questions that we must seek to address. And so with that, I'd like to turn it over to the Senator for remarks.
Thank you. It is wonderful to be with all of you virtually. Our economy is devastated by this pandemic, and the energy industry is not immune. I know you all know this. In May, research showed that almost 600,000 clean energy workers had lost their jobs. That's greater than a 70% drop in employment. And this is affecting every part of the clean energy industry, from solar, wind, manufacturing, and installation. And we need these jobs back. They're good paying jobs that can help the economy in Nevada and the whole country recover. And they're good for the planet. We need to secure projects in the pipeline and grow the clean energy sector. It's really the future, and failing to invest in its promise would be incredibly short-sighted. We all know this, and we've seen this in Nevada, that clean energy diversifies our economy. It creates jobs, reduces our reliance on resources that emit greenhouse gases, and it decreases air pollution that harms our communities and our kids. I've written to congressional leadership to make the same point to them. As we're rebuilding our economy in the wake of this pandemic, we need to make sure that we include federal funding for robust investments in clean energy infrastructure and projects. And as we invest in these important jobs and we work to rebuild the economy, we have to be sure that these jobs benefit the people who perform them by providing family-sustaining wages and adhering to fair labor standards. That's why it's been so important for me to partner with many of the organizations here today, including the Solar Energy Industries Association, in pushing for policies that will support solar, geothermal, wind, and other clean technologies. You all know this. We have been working hard in the Senate to get a 5-year extension of the investment tax credit for solar, fuel cells, geothermal, heat pumps, small wind projects, and more. The Solar and Geothermal Tax Credit Expansion Act, which I introduced with Senator Rosen of Nevada, would also put geothermal on the same par as solar, allowing geothermal projects to receive the same 30% rate that solar does. And as part of my Innovation State initiative to ensure that Nevada stays on the cutting edge of 21st century technology, I've introduced an array of legislation that will support clean technology infrastructure and make everything from schools to national parks to airports cleaner and greener. In particular, my Renew America Schools Act would provide funds for schools in Nevada and across the country that need to make critical infrastructure upgrades to ensure that classrooms have more efficient heating and cooling systems, as well as on-site renewable energy generation, all increasingly important as our climate changes and school districts' budgets are under pressure. The bill would also create a grant program through the Department of Energy so that schools could apply to make their facilities more energy efficient, install renewable technology, and purchase electric vehicles. Now, that vehicles piece is important because with the cleaner electric grid that your organizations are building, we get huge benefits from the use of electric vehicles. And as part of my Innovation State initiative, I've introduced a whole suite of bills to promote cleaner transportation throughout the United States and develop a national EV strategy. The bills would incentivize clean vehicle infrastructure on public lands. It would extend tax credits for charging stations around the country and provide financial incentives for other major infrastructure projects like airports, affordable housing, and green buildings. And of course, I want to continue to hear your best ideas for strengthening the clean energy sector and innovating in ways that will get our economy moving, clean our air, and address the climate crisis. I know many of you already see clearly how to produce a resilient, efficient, clean energy grid that powers cutting-edge technologies from appliances to buses to HVAC systems. You're working on that clean, bright, and efficient future every day, and I am glad to work hand in hand with you. Thank you for everything you are doing, and I so appreciate the opportunity to talk with you today.
Senator, thank you so much for being here with us. It's such an honor to have such an advocate in you, and we really appreciate your partnership. I want to start this questions with asking about the topic of climate change and the role of the federal government. As we all know, 2020 has brought a long series of catastrophic weather and climate events, making it clear that the U.S. must urgently take action to address climate change and expand investments in a clean energy economy. Despite growing public support for action, no significant federal public policy exists to combat climate change or dramatically increase clean energy deployment. With a critical election literally around the corner, what does 2021 hold for federal energy and climate policy? Do you think we'll see continued support for clean energy through the tax code? Or do you think there's another mechanism for growing markets and increasing demand?
I think absolutely you're going to see a combination of areas where we are actually focusing on the climate crisis. There are so many of us that recognize, like all of you, the science, the data, the opportunity for our future around clean energy and the innovation of the technology that makes it our air cleaner to breathe, right? The water cleaner and safe to drink. I will tell you, I have been on a special committee on climate crisis. The Senate Democrats created it. We actually invited our colleagues, all of them, to join us. Unfortunately, we can only get the Senate Democrats, and we have been meeting the last year and a half to really put in place really innovative ways on how we can look to our future to reduce our carbon footprint, take advantage of the new technology and innovation for clean energy. And so we just put out a report. Please take a look at it. That really is the focus of the Senate Democrats and where we think we can go for our future to address the climate crisis and embrace the new technology that's going to bring us down to this clean, green energy.
Senator, what do you think the biggest challenge is that Congress must overcome in the next, let's say, 5 years to ensure we achieve a carbon-free energy system?
Yeah, I think our first challenge is we got to play catch up. The last, as I've watched the last 3-4 years, we have let, unfortunately, the climate crisis and reducing our carbon footprint and embracing all this new technology, it really has taken a back seat, unfortunately, to what I have seen as I sit on energy and natural resources to oil and gas. And so we've got to play catch up. That's one. We have to work in a bipartisan way to recognize that our future is an innovation economy. And that includes this clean, green technology that is coming in and that I have talked about from just the energy portfolio and how diverse it can be with this clean energy, along with our opportunity to invest in infrastructure. So we need to continue down that path. That's going to be our biggest challenge. The other challenge that I've seen is we want to make it accessible and affordable for everyone. Nobody should be left behind. Everybody should have the opportunity to participate in this future of a clean, green energy and this energy sector and the innovation. And then finally, as I've watched, we need a resilient grid, right? We need a modern, resilient grid where we can make sure that our renewable energy sector has the opportunity to integrate as well. And I think that's really, for me, as I sit on energy and natural resources, that's something that I'm looking at addressing as well.
So, Senator, thank you for that response. And I have another question for you. How should those of us who are working in this industry really engage in the work to advance the clean energy agenda? I'd love your advice on what partners we should be collaborating with to really help present a comprehensive vision so that policymakers like you can help make that happen.
Well, first of all, let me just say thank you to all of you, because your advocacy and talking not just with me in my office, but all of us, has made the difference so far. And I think that's as important, that continued engagement and advocacy, not only with those on Capitol Hill, but those that are out there as well that have similar interests that we should be engaging. The goal here is to make sure that people understand that clean energy and that green energy, that future, it's good for the economy. It creates jobs, along with reducing that carbon footprint for the future, right? And protecting us against the climate crisis. So there's so many benefits. And I think there are ways that we can talk about it on both sides of the aisle that benefit all of our states. And so that engagement and bringing us together and making sure that, particularly in Congress, we're all talking about it. We should be. And you guys have done that. So continue that advocacy. It is so important.
Rose, I want to pose a similar question to you about your expectations for the future. What do you view as the biggest challenges and opportunities over the coming 5 years for helping us make progress towards a carbon-free energy system?
You know, Julia, I think the reality for us is that we need to do more of the same. This industry has done so much over the last decade or so to overcome significant barriers. We've done the work that was necessary to address the economic challenges, to address the technology challenges. We've done what needed to be done by working with the states, and then having the ability to work and collaborate with those who are in leadership positions at the federal level, like Senator Cortez Masto. We've needed to have champions in that regard. It will continue to be a challenge because we are fighting against, to some degree, what I'll call the status quo in the energy industry. I think we need to address areas around reform. We need to strengthen the grid. We're fighting an uphill battle because we make improvements and then we find that we're dealing with the ravages of climate already, with wildfires and other significant weather issues. What we have in front of us, though, I think is an increasing opportunity to look at the economic development that is embedded in what this industry represents. So job creation, innovation, technological advancement. And we are, I think, connecting more than ever with our customers, with communities. And I believe there is a linkage there that, in my view, is extremely opportunistic as we think about the role of clean energy in our ongoing economic future. So I'm actually pretty optimistic. The challenges exist, but I believe that through our collaboration with the industry and decision makers and looking at a suite of policies that support this effort, we have much to look forward to.
Senator, as you know, our nation is also grappling with profound issues around racial justice and equity. And I'm curious, what role do you think clean energy can play in ensuring a just transition and a prosperous future for all Americans? I'd love to hear your thinking about how Congress is contemplating the intersection of these issues.
Well, thank you. And it's a great question. And I think Rose touched on a little bit of that, was this idea that we want to make sure that all workers, everybody gets an opportunity to be engaged and have those jobs, clean energy jobs. I have had so many hearings around this space, whether it's on energy and natural resources or the banking committee. And the innovation economy, that is our future, and the technology is taking us there. And these jobs are going to be available in new and different types of jobs. We need to make sure that everybody gets the opportunity to engage. And that's why it has been important for me to work in this space on the Workers Act and make sure that not only we're educating folks, but we're transitioning them. And those that already have the skills, we're transitioning them to these jobs. So that's key. And then the other piece of this is, we all know, as I work in this space, that at the end of the day, there are some, unfortunately, in our communities, in our poorer communities, that do not have clean water or clean air to breathe. And so as we look to go towards this clean energy and this green energy, we are also looking to improve that environment for so many families that are struggling right now. And it addresses a healthcare piece. It addresses what you're just talking about, the inequities that we see in our communities of color. So we really have to focus on, when we're talking about this clean energy, really the positive impacts it has, not just on what we have been talking about, but the healthcare piece of it is key for so many of our communities of color as well.
Rose, institutions like the Energy Foundation also have a critical role to play in the work that lies ahead. How should the solar and the clean energy industry as a whole respond to this moment in time? How do we ensure that a more equitable, carbon-free, and resilient energy economy develops as we lead our nation's economic recovery to really make sure that truly no one is left behind?
Now, that is a challenge. However, I'm very proud of the work that the Energy Foundation has undertaken by using philanthropy as a means of advancing the underlying work related to connecting to communities and being actively engaged in facilitating policy work that supports our clean energy future. I have, throughout my career, seemed to be navigating spaces were not necessarily created for me, even as an advocate for clean energy in the early years. So I am familiar with the role of being the ultimate outsider. And so what I see is the need to put equity in the forefront of our conversations. If we want to make this transition to clean energy, it really needs to be what everybody now refers to as a just transition. And that means being absolutely inclusive, and maybe to use an overused word, to be very intentional in how we approach it. So when I say intentional, I mean strategic and thoughtful and inclusive. And I think that the work that we've done as a foundation, through our staff work, through our grantee network, by collaborating with industry, SEIA has been an absolutely fantastic partner because we need to learn. I think there's a mutual benefit that we can take advantage of if we think about the future that we want to see for everyone. The senators mentioned some of the significant disparities that we see reflected in certain communities. These are communities that have not always had a seat at the table. In many instances, we develop policies that are intended to benefit a community, but we've not taken advantage of the opportunity to have them at the table so they can tell us quite directly what their needs are. So I think our collective success will depend on and require a suite of policies, this collaboration that I've referenced, a real focus on economic empowerment. Going back to what the senator said around job creation, I think the solar industry has done a phenomenal job here. But do I think they can do more? I absolutely do. And I challenge them to be more engaged, to be more focused on an outcome that will be beneficial to all the communities that are now being ravaged by climate. I really think there's a fantastic opportunity right there for us to consider.
Well, thank you so much for joining us, Senator and Rose. Really useful insights. Thank you so much for your time and for sharing those with us today. And thank you to all of those of you watching for participating in this session today, alongside the incredible content we've seen over the last few weeks for our virtual SPI and ESI.
After watching this session, I hope you're as excited and energized as I am about the future of our industry. Stay safe out there, and I hope we have the chance to meet in person in 2021 to continue these important conversations.
The $16 billion solar industry has created hundreds of thousands of jobs, but things are just getting started. To support a new generation of American solar innovators and entrepreneurs, the Department of Energy created a $3 million prize competition. The American-made Solar Prize is helping transform great ideas into technology solutions that are ready for market.
The Solar Prize is wide open as far as opportunity to propose your best and brightest idea.
It's ideal for an innovator who wants to have the runway, the financial runway to develop the technology and actually get over that valley of death, actually having a producible product.
Through a series of contests, competitors win progressively larger and larger cash prizes to advance their ideas.
One of the really fantastic parts about the Solar Prize competition is it's a prize, and the ability to get the money without all the complicated overhead and administration means that we were able to put it to use immediately.
Each step of the way, competitors will also receive expertise, technical support, and guidance from national laboratories, energy incubators, and industry partners.
The network is there to help teams fill in gaps. So if a team doesn't necessarily have access to a prototyping facility, we are there for them. And if they don't have access to maybe find the right connections that they need for testing or business plan development, we have people that will help them with that as well.
The partnerships we've developed as a result of the American-made
Solar Challenge have been tremendous. They have helped us write and rewrite our business plan, our patents filings, our CAD specifications. The partnership in this community has really been tremendous, and our partners have dramatically accelerated and de-risked our business plan.
By supporting these entrepreneurs, the American-made Solar Prize advances solar innovation and empowers the leaders shaping our energy future.
Yeah, we're all trying to work for the same future, right?
We are, and it's inspiring to be around like a lot of different, completely different areas with all the unifying aspect of clean energy, renewable energy, but completely different approaches at different aspects of the problem, and that gives us energy.
Visit AmericanMadeChallenges.org to learn more.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Solar Power International panel on the future of smart energy. My name is Daniel Oberhaus, and I cover energy for Wired Magazine. We're well on the path to electrification of everything, and a key driver of this transition are the networked energy technologies and the data they produce, which allows customers and service providers to make more informed choices about energy consumption and production. We've got an amazing panel of speakers today who are going to share their views on how we can make solar power more intelligent at home, in our businesses, and around the world. Joining me are Dimitrios Papadogonas, Vice President of Marketing at SolarEdge, Magnus Osbo, Senior Director of Product at SolarEdge, Michael Grosso, Executive Vice President and Chief Marketing Officer at Sunnova, Mikey Hines, the CEO of Bright Planet Solar, and Barry Cinnamon, CEO of Cinnamon Energy Systems. Thank you all for joining us.
It's a pleasure.
So today I would like to start with getting a quick summation of where we're actually at in the solar industry today. What do you all see as the big changes in the market today versus yesterday? I would love to start with you, Dimitrios.
Sure. Thanks very much, Daniel. It's a pleasure to be here, and good morning to my fellow panelists. I take a holistic view of the market. I think that there are two things that have really happened in the solar industry now that are of great importance. I think the first trend is that solar now, while it's still not adopted by a majority of people, it's entering this early mass adoption phase where solar is now a viable energy solution to millions of people. Not too long ago, that wasn't the case, but financing of solar has, I think, largely been worked out, and now it's accessible to millions and millions of people. So that's first. I think that's a really important thing. It is now a product that's ready for the mass market. Because of that, it means that the solar industry has sort of migrated, I think needs to encompass more than just its sort of original value proposition, which was cheap electrons. While that is still important, and lower energy costs, a lower electricity bill is still, of course, a very significant reason for going solar. To be adopted by the millions of people that it's now accessible to, it needs to become more than that. It needs to be a solution, an industry now that is very much value add, giving consumers all kinds of things that we might typically see from consumer electronics, rather than something that solar may be thought of before, which was sort of this industrial appliance. So I see that as the big change now, is that the industry is going to be a much more value-added industry going forward in order to drive adoptions with the millions of people that it's now accessible to.
How about you, Magnus? What are your thoughts on the contemporary solar landscape?
Yeah, I mean, one thing that we're really seeing is, just as Demetrius was saying, is that we're seeing a shift from solar sitting by itself and far more to more energy interactivity. We are definitely moving into a world where solar is kind of, in many ways, central to smart energy. I mean, up until now, we've had the ability to control things in a smart home, like lights, and being able to watch whatever movie we want anytime we want, and our homes are smarter. But you actually need the processing horsepower, communications, and control that comes with inverters that are used in solar in order to make a real dent in smart energy. So, for instance, the ability to store your energy for later, or to say, hey, this is not economically the best time to be running your pool pump. That ability for there to be interactivity with between the energy that you're producing and the energy that you're consuming in a way that's seamless for the homeowner is becoming much more to the fore, and we're starting to talk to end customers about this much more. Probably the poster child for this right now is the move to energy storage, and the interaction between energy storage and utility rates that have been coming up and are really creating a very positive business case for homeowners to invest in smart energy and batteries in addition to just doing PV.
And Barry, is that something that you have seen at Cinnamon Energy Systems?
Yeah, I've definitely seen that, if you in like a quick 45-second overview, I can discuss how we've seen that trend move from central generation and utility power to distributed. I mean, just kind of looking back over history, in 1921, Einstein got the Nobel Prize for discovering the photovoltaic effect. In 1954, Bell Labs demonstrated the first practical solar cell. Same year, the Atomic Energy Commission said that nuclear power would be too cheap to meter the electricity for it. And then things changed. 1983, Minnesota passed the first net metering law, and utilities hated it. In 2001, there was an energy crisis that spurred high electric rates and big incentives, and that's when the solar industry started taking off. Also the same year that the biggest utility in the US, PG&E, went bankrupt. In 2006, there was a tax credit for solar that made it affordable, and utilities hated that tax credit for customers. And by 2019, last year, high temperatures, floods, and fires made climate change obvious to almost everyone. And then PG&E, the biggest utility, went bankrupt again. Now, 2020, solar is the fastest growing source of energy. but unreliable and expensive electricity forces customers to buy batteries. Ironically, utilities hate it when they buy batteries, but they're the biggest customers for solar and batteries. But the key thing to remember, and where we are right now, the industry is not just solar, it's solar and storage, and that's in the biggest states, and that's going to continue. And that trend is inexorable. I'm very, very happy to be here.
And Michael, how have you seen the industry evolving at Sunnova?
I'm going to agree with Barry on the comment that it is about solar and storage. You know, when we talk to consumers and when we sell our services, what we're seeing is that it is a very strong convergence between the solar and the storage system, because consumers are looking for more than just savings on their power. They're now looking for resiliency, and we've seen that effect broadcast across all the coast around the country and in Puerto Rico, whether it's the power safety shutoffs that we're seeing in the West Coast caused by wildfires and other weather effects, or it's the East Coast with the heavier storm exposure and across the Gulf of Mexico and in Puerto Rico. This has been the strongest storm season we've seen on record in a long time, and it's pushing consumers to really respect the power flows that are coming from their solar system and the storage that goes with it to make sure that it can function regardless of what's happening in the weather and what's happening with the grid. And I think it's that combined also with the role that the distributed resources are playing with the grid itself, and how solar and storage are also such a great asset to the traditional grid, and more utilities and ISOs are recognizing the benefits that we can bring to the stability of their solution by also participating and providing energy when it's most needed, to helping to shave peaks, to meet underperforming distribution systems, to provide other features and services that create value for the ratepayer, help the utility be more stable, and also let the consumer participate in the benefits that participation overall brings to them.
And Mikey, what does the evolution of the industry look like at Bright Solar?
Yeah, I mean, I echo what everyone else has shared, and just add to it a little bit more that the industry itself is kind of different by state and location. So there's different needs and different kind of market segments that are kind of now adopting more solar. So I agree with Barry and Michael on the storage side. That's really applicable and really adding a lot more value in California, Puerto Rico, and some of the places where we're seeing, really grid intermittency and adding more resilience to it. And then in other areas where solar is just kind of becoming more of an option. It's a lot newer, but we're seeing a lot of, again, kind of more of that resiliency is more of the demand now, and the control and the kind of the control your future and own your own power type mentality is becoming more and more than just the that was said before, that was just savings on a utility bill. It's now we're seeing more of the facets that we all agree on, and solar is starting to play themselves out in the marketplace.
And Barry, you had mentioned the role of credits within this, or the role of subsidy in driving the solar industry. And so, with the ITC stepping down, have you seen the demand from customers change?
It's an interesting coincidence that happened with the ITC, that as it steps down every year, there's a little bit of a cliff and an incentive for people to buy. So it means that our third and fourth quarters always go crazy, but especially this year and then going into next year, it's going to be a tremendous demand environment for solar and storage, because storage is also a part of the ITC. But that tax credit is going to go next year, 2021, from 22% to 0. So there's going to be tremendous demand for the services that our industry provides.
And is that your experience at Sunnova as well, Michael?
We definitely see a strong demand on the loan side of the portfolio, but as a company, we're somewhat agnostic to whether consumers are interested in loans or through a lease or a PPA structure. We offer our customers all three of them. And so what we've seen is just consistent, steady growth in the overall demand for the service. I think that we're seeing that growth come across all markets and all products. And though consumers are definitely, I think, aware of the ITC when they're in the market shopping for a loan, they know that they have alternatives with the lease and the PPA products that we also provide to them, so that they don't have to be obligated to managing that tax credit themselves, which keeps growth strong and keeps sales coming in kind of consistently throughout the year.
So we read all the time about smart homes, and the term covers just a wide gamut of different definitions. It could mean anything from solar to Alexa. And so, Demetrius, I was hoping you could tell me a little bit about how can consumers with smart energy think about smart energy in a way that makes sense, and what are we actually talking about when it means to be like we're a smart energy company?
Yeah, I think that's a really good question. I think the term smart energy, smart home, these are what Marvin Minsky, who founded the AI lab at MIT, would call suitcase words, right? You can pack so much meaning into a word like that. I can tell you how we think about SolarEdge. How we think about smart energy. At SolarEdge, we are the leading provider of smart energy solutions. We are a purpose-driven company, and we're trying to change the way people consume and produce energy. For us, smart energy really is three things sort of converging and coming together. I think if you go all the way upstream at the beginning, it starts with generation. You have to have power generation, energy generation that is clean, responsible, less costly, more efficient, all of that stuff. All of us on the panel are primarily focused on that part of smart energy. In the middle, there are these products, all the products that you use that help you consume that energy and use that energy that you're so efficiently producing. Batteries, EV chargers, on and on and on and on. Providing those products for more convenient consumption of the energy is a critical component to smart energy. And then lastly, software and analytics. This is the ability to conveniently manage all of those products that you're using that consume, that are coming from the energy that you efficiently, cleanly produce. When you bring all of that together, the generation, the ability to use it with products that help you more conveniently consume it, and you've got all the software to help you manage what you pay for what you're consuming that you so cleanly generated. Bring it all together, that's smart energy. I think for the homeowner, or an easy way to understand it is there's one side of the equation where smart is all about convenience, right? And that's the stuff we all know because it's in our living rooms. The Alexas, the Google, your Philips Hue lighting, all of that stuff. The primary value proposition for the homeowner is convenience. And then all of us on the panel are coming at smart energy from the other side, on the generation side. Somewhere these are all, they're going to converge eventually. The generation is going to merge with the convenience, and who can ever provide that in the easiest, cleanest, simplest way, that's going to be a company that's going to lead the way in real smart energy in the future. And that's where we're headed. And that's how SolarEdge looks at it and what we're marching toward.
Magnus, what do you feel that homeowners are looking for in solar today? Is it still all about cheap electrons, or are there other things that customers are coming to you looking for in their smart energy?
Yeah, so certainly the cost is a factor. The good news, however, is that the industry itself has managed to drive the cost of solar down so substantially that it is not a it's the decision whether or not somebody has solar is not nearly as much the raw cost of the equipment. So the things that they are looking for, however, are now is resiliency, right? So here in California, where, as we mentioned, we have all these PSPS events, the ability, the knowledge that your solar will continue supporting your lifestyle even when the utility fails to meet their obligations is what people are really looking for. And there was a long time actually when people were purchasing solar and they didn't understand that when the grid went away that the solar would stop working. But that misunderstanding, I think, in the public perception is gone now, and they are now asking for increasingly for ways to make sure that their power is going to be resilient. Coming along with that, people are getting a stronger notion of how their generation interacts with their utility bills. So here in California, again, and other places, we have time of use fees. So that means that
you're getting much more expensive energy at night than you are during the day when the sun is out. And people are now beginning to understand, aha, if I'm going to really take advantage of this investment that I'm making, I need to find a way to either consume more energy when the sun is out, or take that sunshine and use it at night. And that's what battery storage and smart energy is all about.
And Mikey, do you feel that there are any pernicious myths that surround smart energy that maybe customers aren't aware of, like the real truth behind it?
Yeah, I actually agree with Demetrius that it is really a big term that a lot of people throw out there. And for me, the smart energy, the way that I've always kind of conceptualized it is it's like similar to kind of what we all know on the reduce, reuse, and recycle. It's what we need to do on the energy side. It's like there's just the recycling. Like a lot of people adopt recycling and they justify that they're doing good, but they're now consuming more, but justifying it to recycling. And that's what we need to do. That's what the opposite, what's happening somewhat in energy is, okay, we're all worried about generation, make sure we have the energy, but really the focus needs to be on energy efficiency and make sure we're using energy smartly and driving down all the energy we actually need, and then find a cleaner, renewable way to produce it, and then how to store it to make it fully sustainable and recycle and reusable. So for me, that's whenever I think of smart energy, I think of kind of that reduce, reuse, and recycle as it applies to energy.
Barry, it looks like you wanted to jump in there.
Yeah, this is something that became really apparent to me about a dozen years ago. The biggest myth in smart energy, this is the myth, is the best thing you should do for smart energy is insulate your house and install more efficient appliances. Wrong, wrong, wrong. That by the numbers, by far and away, the best thing to do is generate your own inexpensive electricity with solar and storage. Paybacks for insulating your house, putting in the windows, buying brand new employees before they break, those paybacks are 10 to 20 years. If you put in solar or storage, you're looking at paybacks of 5 to 10 years. So it's very counterintuitive. It's against the message that we've always heard, which is insulate and conserve. But now generating is cheaper than conserving. Sounds crazy, but those are the numbers.
And Michael, I was curious to know how Sunnova, we discussed what smart energy means, but how does Sunnova actually deliver smart to their customers?
We view all of our offerings as services to our consumers, and I think with some of the scenarios that Magnus painted, it's important for us all to realize that the consumer doesn't want to have to be in the middle of that. We want to take the effort out of the customer's hands and not have them have to worry about what they're doing during the course of the day, whether they're connected to the grid or not, whether there's a time of use rate plan that's in effect. The system needs to be intelligent enough that it automatically manages the consumer's needs. It supplies the energy from the right source, regardless of what is happening in the background. And I think that's what we're really focused on as a company, is providing to these consumers that are trusting us with their energy decision for multiple decades, making sure that they have the power that they need, that that power is always available to them, that that power is priced effectively, and that we're doing the heavy lifting behind the scenes to contemplate all of the different factors that are coming into that availability and pricing decision, and making it just seamless for them. Because when they work with a utility today, they typically don't think about whether or not I should turn on the lights or not. And we want to make sure that they have that same seamless experience when they move to solar, regardless of the market construct that they're in or other challenges that might be facing them from that grid supply. So,
and Magnus, what does that look like at SolarEdge?
In terms of the seamlessness, there's another element to this that we should talk about, which is actually the utility interactivity. So let's talk about the kind of the final facet of smart energy, which is what happens when the utilities discover that they have all these generation assets. So, for instance, out on the East Coast, National Grid has a very nice program where they will compensate homeowners for the ability to access the batteries when they find that they are that they have a short period of time that they need additional energy. So, the trick there is you want to have that access provided without actually having to bother the homeowner. And I think this is key, is that the way that a technology is really taken off is when it becomes invisible. And this is what kind of needs to happen next, is when we're able to make use of this kind of interconnected generation network without having the homeowner even know that it's happening. But it's sitting there quietly in the background, providing energy at the right time, selling energy to the utility at the right time, and making it possible for those consumption devices to be turned on when the right moment comes. So it's that interconnectedness that I think really will be the hallmark of the next stage of of smart energy, but it's going to be really based on the equipment that is being installed today, and it's really just a matter of taking the next step and making things more interconnected on a community level.
Barry, earlier you had spoken about generation as the kind of the key to efficiency, but of course, there's the resiliency aspect that we've spoken about as well. And so, given the wildfires that we've seen on the West Coast, what changes to demand have you seen, and have you been able to meet that?
Well, our best marketing department is PG&E. There's nothing like a rolling blackout, the power going out, or the smell of smoke in the air from the state burning to spur people into putting in a system that's going to be resilient. So it has really substantially increased demand. Same thing happened last fall, and I don't really see any end in sight as far as those circumstances changing. So people really are prioritizing having power, especially in this COVID world where they're working at home and their electric bills going through the roof, and when the power goes out, they can't even work. So huge demand being spurred by those the climate change and the utilities not being able to cope with it.
And of course, we don't want disasters to be the main or the sole driver of solar adoption. And so, outside of I guess Cataclysm, Mikey, what do you see as the major driver for smart technologies, particularly in the solar space?
I think it's just the same. I think there's a lot of drivers aside from that we've always had, which is, we've talked about the potential, the cost coming down, so the savings to the customer. It's a cost per electron is now really competitive in every market for solar, and then also I think the drivers are climate change. Everyone, aside from the catastrophes, they're just seeing all the other impacts of climate change and wanting to do something and feeling like this is something they can do to help make a difference. And then just overall, it is, I think everyone understands our dependency on fossil fuels, and even outside of climate change, wherever beliefs are there on everyone, just by definition we have to get away from fossil fuels because they're not renewable, and we have to figure out some renewable energy source. So I think those are fueling most adoption. I would say number one is the cost coming down and making it more financially possible for many more people to do. So that'd be the biggest driver, and it still continues to be as far as I see it.
And how about yourself, Michael? What case do you make to your customers or potential customers about the benefits of microgrids or smart energy technologies?
Yeah, I think Mikey nailed a couple of the great points. I'd probably just add to that predictability with your own energy source on your home, producing electrons close to where you're consuming them, closest of any energy source to where you're consuming them. You have a little bit more confidence in the energy flow, but also the predictability of what the power is going to be over time and what you're going to pay for that power over time. I think that the services that are in the market today, whether you're purchasing or getting from a third party, they allow you to understand exactly how much you're going to pay and when you're going to pay that, and how much of your energy need that energy source is going to supply. I think that as we continue to bring out additional capabilities that allow consumers to do good while saving money and having that resiliency, they're going to further be in control of how and when they use energy. And that's just complementary to where we need to take all of the energy supply as a country and as a planet to better perform in the world, and to reduce the overall effect that some of these bad fuel sources are having on our overall climate and on our population and planet overall.
So moving from where we're at today and looking to the future, I think we'd all agree here that solar has a major role to play in energy generation going forward. But of course, there's still challenges and just a ton of opportunities to look at here. And so, Demetrius, I wanted to ask you about, I guess, another suitcase word. This is artificial intelligence. What role does this have to play in the future of generation and smart homes?
It already is playing a role, and it's going to continue to play a larger and larger role. And yeah, another suitcase word for sure. Let's just say the artificial intelligence we're talking about right now is in the narrow sense. Artificial general intelligence and super intelligence, for those of you reading on the subject, are maybe a little bit out of scope. Skynet is not going to take over. But in a narrow sense, artificial intelligence is a big part of the solar industry. That simply means that with the same data, now the software can make the same decision a human would make. That's what we're talking about when we say artificial intelligence in this narrow sense. And it's playing a very, very large and critical role. For you, the homeowner, imagine if your inverter and your battery system, which you can do with SolarEdge and our SolarEdge battery that's coming. Imagine if you can set your system so that it diverts energy to your battery during the day, so you can use the energy from your battery at night. But based on utility rates or based on weather, a storm is coming, it will automatically hold the energy in your battery and not use it at night, because it knows a storm's coming and there may be an interruption to power. So now your system will automatically make a decision to say, we're not going to power the home tonight. We're going to keep all the energy in the battery because we're going to need it tomorrow in case the power goes out. That's an example of smart energy that can immediately benefit a homeowner. Our inverters are going to be able to connect to more and more products in your home that consume energy, and that same type of intelligence can be replicated. I think everyone, Barry, Mikey, Mike, all talked about the grid. That is really, really important. The ability now for smart energy solutions to come in to help stabilize the grid, to mitigate price surges, demand charges, to help stabilize the grid. Having too much power or not enough time to fire up a coal-fired power plant or whatever it is these are all not good things. So helping keep the grid stable and manage those wholesale prices is something that grid services solutions can do. That, again, is all artificial intelligence coming into play. So it's playing a critical role, and it's going to play a much larger role going forward.
Barry, I'd love to get your input on this.
It sounds like a great goal, but if anybody's ever tried to get their car to talk to their car charger, to get an app to talk to their thermostat and control their lights with Siri, it could be a nightmare. It's almost like a comedy show sometimes if it weren't so frustrating. So one of the things that I really like about the Energy Hub is it's designed to integrate that. And the hardest critical piece of data that we need in order to make that work effectively is utility data. Both what your house is consuming momentarily and what the value of that energy is. So the Energy Hub gives us an architecture so that we can actually put artificial intelligence to work with hardware that knows how to do that and access the knowledge, the information, the utility in your home to actually make this all work instead of be a nightmare comedy show.
And Michael, at Sunnova, is this something that is already being explored? Is AI already playing a role in your services? It's something that you'd like to address in the future, or where do you see AI fitting in the company's goals?
Sure. So working with suppliers like SolarEdge and our other partners in the ecosystem, we're looking for those solutions and looking for the way that they integrate into the intelligence stack that we've got inside the business. I think where the AI piece really plays in also is just understanding how that consumer and that consumer's home is using energy at any given point in time. Demetrius talked about the battery and whether or not there's intelligence enough to tell the battery what's happening around it, what's happening with the weather, what's expected, what's forecasted. When we think about these batteries that we're installing in people's homes, oftentimes they're unused. And so a smart, intelligent platform that is understanding the presence of the grid and the home and the consumer's needs and what the weather effects are and other challenges they might face, allows that battery to have a more active role and be utilized at a higher level. These batteries are being built to be cycled effectively every day. And in most cases, they're not. So having more intelligence to be able to control the energy flows, to help predict what energy is going to be needed and when, to early charge and early dispatch that battery and then recharge and redispatch later in the day based on the consumption curve and the solar generation curve. Those are all ways to make this more intelligent. And the ecosystem in the home, so when there's a grid outage, and assuming the whole home is backed up, we need those other devices in that home to be intelligent enough to turn off loads that are not critical. That can be done at a load controller, but that also could be done at the device level. So, creating a language and a set of intelligence where all these devices speak to each other and operate holistically in the home is really where this needs to evolve to. And I think AI plays a significant part of that.
And so zooming out a little bit, Magnus, I was hoping you could tell me a little bit about where you see the industry moving in the next 5 years. What are kind of the big picture items here?
Yeah, so certainly we're expecting and already are seeing a broad movement towards a combination of PV plus storage, and that's predicted by most of the big research companies, and we're seeing it now. So whereas when we started selling storage plus PV, it was a very small part of what we're doing. It is now a very large part of what people are doing, and we expect to see that growth. What is interesting to us is that the size of the storage systems are getting bigger. So people are demanding more storage than they had before because they're finding that they can take advantage of it in ways that they hadn't before. The other thing that we are seeing, as I said, is the interconnectedness. And right now, this is a very much a kind of a corner case for most consumers of the utility actually interacting with their energy. But we do expect to see that growing substantially over the next couple of years. So the ability to provide frequency stabilization, to be able to provide energy when the marginal costs to the utility are high, and be able to signal that and provide positive business cases for homeowners. We're expecting that to grow, and it's by working with our installer community that we can educate homeowners about those positive business cases and help get them set up. So, because again, although these the intelligence behind this, the interconnectedness is complex, the experience that the homeowner needs to be very, very simple. I had this installed, and all of a sudden, the utility is sending me checks for using my system. I'm supportive of what's going on. I don't have to worry about power outages. All of those things are coming into play. So we do expect to see the inverter even more so, both a communications hub for all of these smart energy capabilities, connecting back to the utility, as well as controlling multiple devices within the home in order to manage that energy. We're at the first steps of that. We've had a lot of success in rolling out these first products, but the pace is beginning to increase, and I think that we're going to see the proverbial bend in the hockey stick on smart energy and interactivity coming within the next couple of years.
Yeah. And Mikey, in terms of what the next 5 years looks like for smart energy in your crystal ball, what are you seeing?
Yeah, I actually echo. I think everyone said it really well. The key is to build a kind of a really simple, cohesive ecosystem. The customer doesn't have to manage and try to figure out how to integrate all this stuff. It has to work together. That's like SolarEdge's Energy Hub, seeing that kind of the ability to know what your consumption is, ability to know what you're producing, ability to know, but not even having to look at it. It just happens automatically. And like Michael said, then letting the thermostat know that there's an issue. So turn down the thermostat because we don't want to conserve power and rest. And I think it's kind of like, as I look at it, there's all these moving pieces that are moving in the right direction. The hope is, and I see it happening more, and people on this and in the industry are pulling it together now. And, it also includes utility. I think we're going to see a more, solar is often kind of pitted against utility, but we are partners with the utility, right? We're both producing energy. We have to work together to some sort of, there's going to be a grid. It's not every house is eventually going to have solar. So you have to really build this ecosystem that is easy, that is actually seamless, that people don't have to have 5 different apps to manage or don't manage it all. If we don't have to change that much behavior or behavior at all, that's where we get the mass adoption level and really hit a mature market and make the change we all know and want.
And Mikey, you had mentioned the Energy Hub, and Demetrius, I was hoping you could just briefly, for people who might not be familiar with it, tell me a bit about the Energy Hub, what it is, kind of how it's changed the game when it comes to battery and home backup.
Yeah, it's a fantastic product, and at SolarEdge, we're thinking very holistically about smart energy, and as I said, it starts with the generation side of it. So Energy Hub is our new next generation inverter platform. And what's great about Energy Hub is that it's simply the most advanced, most efficient inverter platform we've ever made. It's also the most versatile. Every single inverter we've ever made is literally all rolled into an Energy Hub. It connects with a battery, of course. It connects with an EV charger. In fact, we make an EV charger, so now you can drive on sunshine. It has built-in consumption metering, so now you have the ability to monitor your energy consumption. We talked a little bit earlier about I think it was Mikey who mentioned that people, when they go solar, their consumption tends to spike up. It's very, very important that people are able to monitor their consumption to keep their energy bills down, so it's a real benefit. Going forward, we're going to have all the products we develop in the future, whatever they may be, are all going to be integrated with the Energy Hub. The value proposition for the consumer is absolutely fantastic. For the first time ever, a homeowner looking to go solar now has an offering that is decision-proof and future-proof. You don't have to decide between all of the features anymore. Should I get this inverter or that inverter? This inverter has it all. It's future-proof. Whatever we're going to do in the future, however you grow in the future, it's much easier to add on, whether it's an EV charger, a battery, what have you. That's what Energy Hub does, and it's designed, of course, to work with, I think, the most pressing need in the marketplace right now, which everyone has talked about, is storage. SolarEdge we're developing our own battery that will be coming out next year, and Energy Hub with our new SolarEdge battery is actually going to be for all of our customers sitting here on this panel. It's going to be a fantastic product for them because it's going to reduce the time it takes to install a battery. It's going to reduce the number of parts they need, meaning the cost. So they'll be able to do more battery installs faster, and it's going to drive the revenue per installation for our customers. So it's a really exciting, innovative, next-generation platform for us, and we're excited about it. And if I can just maybe make one announcement about Energy Hub, we are going to have 2 new sizes of Energy Hub available in Q1. So the larger sizes are the 10 and the 11.4 for Energy Hub will be are coming, and we'll begin shipping those in Q1. So I think that's going to be welcome news to our installer partners.
This is really exciting stuff. And speaking of exciting stuff, I guess depending on your viewpoint, I would think it's something that's on a lot of people's mind in the next few weeks is the election. This is something that I think is going to have big repercussions for the energy industry, regardless of who wins. So Barry, I was just hoping to start with you. If I could get your outlook on, what this election means for the solar industry going forward.
Well, it's just interesting kind of going back through history again. But bizarrely, we've had the best historically success with Republican administrations when it came to solar. But that's not the case now. I mean, it's just this administration's very unfriendly towards solar. They're even continuing to increase tariffs. So when we have politicians who are in power who are favorable to solar storage, consumers, and not really beholden to the fossil fuel industry, things will go crazy. The good news is that that the superior economics of solar and storage make it preferred for customers. So it's very hard for unfriendly politicians who are unfriendly to solar and storage to really push for those fossil fuel technologies. So, I obviously have my fingers crossed. I'm a recovering Republican, now a Democrat, but I'm hoping that we're going to have an administration that's really going to push for good incentives for solar and storage and also do the right thing for climate change.
And Michael, how do you see this election shaking out for the solar industry?
I think Barry said it really well. The benefits of solar are bipartisan. Consumers like the products. They want the features and the capabilities and the value that solar brings to them. I think that we hit bumps in the road every now and then, but I think we're optimistic that we're going to continue to see good support, pretty much regardless of the election outcome. But there's probably a little bit more favorability on one of the outcomes, and I think consumers are going to continue to demand that they have access to these great renewable resources.
And so just this week, the national researcher with the National Bureau of Economic Research had put out a study showing that during the pandemic, residential electricity use has spiked. There was a significant increase in residential use. They correlated this with a lot of people working from home. And so, Mikey, I was curious to get your thoughts on, if the grid is prepared to handle this surge, and if not, what are things that can be done to improve our ability to deal with this increase in demand?
Yeah, yes. We definitely see it. So we get customer usage whenever we do a quote for a proposal or for a customer, and you always see this big spike the last few months, and it's consistent almost across the board in every market. From my perspective and kind of how I've seen it, the grid isn't as impacted because it correlates pretty well to, an office is now not as, there's not like, it's not this new use on top of old use. It's now they're not in the office, they're at home. So the grids, from what I'm seeing or kind of how I'm interpreting it, the grid's not being as impacted, but it's now down to the homeowner level. So now that conscientiousness of how much you're paying, that change in behavior, you ask a customer what they pay on average per month, they usually just ballpark it or talk about their most painful month and use that as what they paid for utility or for electricity. And now that's really changing. So the grid, I wouldn't say that's driving much or any concerns with the grid, except, in areas where there are blackouts or brownouts, and in California, where it continues to happen both with this, but more so the wildfires. But it's a consumer behavior. There's way more conscious. It happened when everyone uses more, turns on the air conditioner in the middle of summer, they're home more lights on. So now they're just being really, especially in markets where you have tier rate structures, where the more they use, the more expensive it becomes. That's where the biggest impact's becoming. And it's driving demand through just savings really at that point.
Magnus, what are your thoughts on this? Do you see the smart home as kind of being critical to the grid's ability to handle increased load?
Yeah, absolutely, and that is the conversation that we've been having. I mean, all of us are very familiar with the duck curve, and we're seeing in many ways kind of a march backward of that, and as much as we are actually home in the afternoon and using energy, but that doesn't take away from the need to take that energy and balance it so that it's being provided at the right time, and that really does go back to talking to grid interactivity, the ability of the PV system to provide energy at the right time, and even provide additional features like frequency stabilization in order to make it easier for the utility. Certainly, one of the things that we've talked about many times has been the ability to defer infrastructure improvements based on this ability to produce. So, if, for instance, you're at the end of a long feeder, and the utility is scratching their head and trying to decide whether it's time to improve that feeder or not, the fact that somebody that is on that feeder who's now providing energy there is a boon to the utility. They just need to figure out how to make use of it.
Yeah, that's important.
And in terms of things that are driving increased demand, California Governor Newsom, recently announced the plan to ban gasoline fueled cars by 2035. And I was curious to get your perspective on this, Barry. Do you see this as an issue for solar? Do you see this as an opportunity, or is it even realistic?
It's realistic, assuming what based on what happens nationally with politics. I think it's going to be a little bit of a stretch, but it's a terrific goal, and the impact that it'll have on solar and storage is significant. The challenge, really, and this is a little bit bizarre, but you have to figure out how those cars are going to get their electricity, and if they charge up at night when people go home, that's not really going to be that big a help. If people are all working at home and they've got their cars charged in and they've got solar, that works out great. But what we need to change within the state are the commercial electric rates, so that companies can afford to put in charging stations for their employees. Right now, there's demand charges that make that effectively non-economic. So I think the California government, Governor Newsom, will put the policies in place that'll streamline getting to all electric vehicles by 2035. I don't know if we're going to easily make that.
And Michael, I was curious to get your thoughts on this as well. I mean, is this something that you see as being an issue going forward, or like how can smart homes drive, I guess, the ability to have mass EV adoption?
Sure. So EVs are going to put a tremendous pressure on the grid, especially in a residential setting. You know, most of the feeder groups that are built into the communities can't support a whole lot of EVs turning on at once and trying to charge. So the relationship that the EV is going to have with the rest of the supply that comes from the home or comes from the grid is going to be extremely important. And I think it's a good focal point for how a lot of the conversation we've been having comes together. It's really about load balancing in the home and load balancing with the grid. The EV is also is going to be, and is already today, a huge storage opportunity. And I know there's a lot of debate about EV to home or EV to grid, but it does seem like those are shaking loose. And I think that there's a lot of value in not looking at the EV as a source to drain the battery to supply the home, but in some situations, it makes sense to be able to tap into that larger supply and to be able to balance your needs. If our home is now our office and our classroom, and it's the place that we go to get away from it all, and that location no longer has access to power because the power has been shut off. Sure, I want my EV fully charged if I need to get out, but I don't mind taking a little bit of power off the top to make sure that my home has enough power to be able to meet the needs of the home and the office and the classroom that are so critical to our survival today.
And so, because we're nearing the end of our session, there was one topic that I wanted to touch on and have all of you respond to ideally is, the solar is not solely, it is based on your home, but this is something that impacts governments from the very local level to the federal level. And Demetrius, I was hoping to start with you. What can policymakers do to encourage smart energy, smart homes, and just solar in general in a residential context?
Yeah, I think that's a really important question. Three things immediately come to mind for me. I think number one, there's an education component. I think a lot of people out there think that smart grids and more adoption might be bad for the grid and destabilize the grid. I think people need to understand that it's not. If these are done intelligently and done in a smart way where they're connected to the grid and they, as I said, help stabilize, help mitigate price surges and things like that, it's a tremendous benefit. State and local governments, they've got to change the regulations and kind of lean into this and incentivize this kind of adoption. Some utilities are slow to adopt this because in some ways they see that it's not to their benefit. There's a recent order from the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission that I think is, kind of giving at the board level to ISOs, CAISOs some latitude to implement changes. I think this is a good thing. So I think we're on our way, but we need the nudge from regulators. We need public education. Technology is definitely not the problem. The technology is ahead and waiting for just for the regulators to catch up. But I think that's what needs to happen, and it is happening.
And Mikey, what are your thoughts on this?
I agree with what Dimitri said, but what I think local governments, their policy needs to do is simplify the process. Like, our biggest issues now are, revolving around the soft costs of permitting, all these inspections, all these, different code interpretations. Like, you'll have in like one county, like 3 different ways they interpret the code. And so you have to design all your systems slightly different, install them different because they need a disconnect here or here. And so that's honestly probably the biggest thing that a local level can do but you need to to do that, they can't figure out at the local level. You need like state and federal guidance on here's standards, here's national standards on how to actually, what is it how do we interpret the code as it pertains to solar? Is it a branch circuit or is it, kind of a feeder? Like, how do you actually interpret solar from the code and then kind of enforcement of that interpretation? That's probably the biggest thing I see right now. I'm an installer, so that's kind of my world, but that's the biggest thing we could improve in hopefully in the near future.
Magnus, it looked like you had something to add there. Is there a way that policymakers can facilitate the transition to smart energy?
Yeah, absolutely. And I wanted to point out that one of the biggest impacts that we've seen recently has been the adoption of requirements for solar as part of Title 24. So for all new homes in California, the builders have to put in a certain amount of solar. There is also requirements for smart homes going in, so people want that. This creates a perfect opportunity for putting smart energy into all new homes, and that's what we're seeing. And I think that this is an opportune time for me to mention that we are going to be having a partnership with Schneider Square D. So for the new home market, there's going to be a combined product that integrates the inverter and storage into consumption monitoring that will be built straight into the Square D electrical panel. So this is the kind of integration that we've all been looking for, and to a great extent, it is being spurred by the requirements of the California legislator to put into Title 24 that this needs to happen. So we're looking forward to it. I should mention, what we're finding is that new home buyers want to stay in control of their energy. Builders want to go to the go-to experts in buildings and smart homes. Electrical contractors want to have it be straightforward and be able to do quality work for the customers. So being able to do these kinds of partnerships is critical, and we're proud to be working with Square D on this. And as I said, it's very much driven by a policy decision that California took.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's ways to make policy work for everyone here. And Barry, we can end with you. We're just about out of time here, but if you have any thoughts on how policymakers can facilitate this.
Well, I think I'm just going to hammer on what Mikey said. He's absolutely right. We've got to make sure that the paperwork, the permitting, and the interconnection is streamlined. But we also have to make sure that there are solar-friendly rates and storage-friendly rates. As electric rates change, that's the way where we can provide the biggest incentives to customers to do the right thing. So there's an ongoing battle, but that's what we have to focus on. The industry has to wake up to that. I think they are. And they also have to make sure that we've got good standards for battery storage. So coming down the pike, there are policies that are not really supportive of putting batteries everywhere. And we have to make sure that we head those problems off the pass.
Well, I mean, I think, we've covered so much today. There's a ton of challenges here, but even more opportunities. I think, the future of solar looking brighter than ever and increasingly smart. So, gentlemen, thank you so much for taking the time today to talk with me about how you're working on that.
Yeah, our pleasure.
Thanks, Daniel.
Thank you. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thanks all.
Good afternoon and welcome to the North America Smart Energy Week. The session this afternoon is on leveraging simulation best practices to support a resilient distributed energy resource grid. And as many of you guys know, as we transition from a network that we have today to one that is more carbon free, we need to make investments in the grid. To date, we've had 57 utilities, which covers 68% of connected customers here in the US, and 32 of those utilities who have publicly announced carbon free by 2050. So this topic is especially important, and I'm so delighted and excited to have joining me today Dr. Robert Broadwater, who's the Chief Technology Officer of EDD. Me and Robert are going to talk about a 3-year project that is funded by the Department of Energy. And we wouldn't be able to do this project without the support of the Department of Energy and the investments that we need today to be able to make the grid ready and resilient for the new types of resources we see coming on. So I'm very excited to jump in. So let's just begin. And I'm going to start off with Dr. Broadwater. Why is this project important? And what is unique about it? And why should people care about it?
Well, thank you, Sharon. Good morning. Our project is focused on a model-based operational analysis and control that will help make high PV penetration work. As renewable generation grows, the operation of the electric power system is going to become much more complex than anything we've experienced in the past. It's like the complexity of the universe is always increasing, and our complexity is increasing at a much faster rate than the universe. Our best approach to managing complexity has always been models. I mean, the Greeks started this, over 2,000 years ago. In this project, we're working with a type of model that may never have been used in real-time operations before. We refer to it as a integrated system model. And I'm going to use the acronym ISM for integrated system model.
So for our audience, Robert, can you kind of tell us a little bit about what an ISM is before you go on talking more about it? Just explain what ISM is.
Sure. ISMs are models that model three-phase transmission, not the balanced positive sequence model, but the three-phase transmission. They model the imbalances in the transmission system. They can be used to take smart wires and use the controls in the smart wires to balance flows in the transmission system. But they not only include the transmission system, they go all the way through secondary distribution down to each customer's meter in one model. So ISMs get fairly large. The Pepco ISM is in the neighborhood of 6 million nodes.
Wow, that is large. But what happens if you don't balance? So why is it important to balance the network?
Well, there's lots of reasons for balancing at the distribution level and as well as at the transmission level. Everybody always makes the assumption that transmission systems operate balanced, but they don't. A lot of our transmission systems have been built without doing transposition because it's a lot cheaper to build it that way. We pay for losses for a long period of time, but one of the things that happens is if your transmission system is not balanced and then you try to do conservation voltage reduction at the distribution level and your transmission system voltages are, say, unbalanced by as much as 8,000 volts, it really affects your ability to do the conservation voltage reduction at the distribution level. And I've seen that before.
And how does higher penetrations of solar exasperate that situation?
Well, we got to be
correct.
careful. We got to be careful. Solar is just like our loads, and we're adding. We're working with one company that has 90,000 PVs in operation on the distribution system, 90,000 PVs, and so you need to kind of start thinking about balancing out all of that generation, just like you balance out loads. So that's very important.
So it sounds like a big change is in the past where we did a lot of the balancing at the transmission level. As we start to have more PVs on the distribution, there can be, let's say, up channel or up wire impacts. So now you're looking at balancing the whole system from transmission to distribution. Is that accurate?
That's very accurate. We've got one model that's a fairly it's about 100,000 nodes. I mean, it's not a huge model, but it's got 98% of the generation at the distribution level. It's called we call it system of the future. And you can look at some of the distribution systems are feeding energy back into the transmission system. Some of them are taking energy out of the transmission system, and there's some significant imbalance in the transmission system due to that.
So if you're trying to balance these two different systems, this is really important to us because we really believe the penetration of these different, whether it's intermittent, whether it's, solar on the distribution side or transmission, or when EVs are going to charge. This sounds pretty important. So how do you coordinate all of that?
Well, like I said, the best way to do it is to have a model that includes all the details, the transmission system imbalance, models every PV generation, the control being used for the generation, models the time-varying load, models the time-varying PV generation, so that you can think through the complexities, models the time-varying operation of the batteries, the time patterns of the electric vehicles, and you've got to have an analysis approach that will allow you to just take into account all of this complexity and model down to the real detail. But you're going to put a lot of effort into your modeling, and what you want to do is be able to reuse that model across all of your functions. So you want this reusable model that you can use across all of your functions, and have it set up so that the functions or the applications can play together as a team, work together as a team to solve the bigger problems. And that's what an integrated system model is all about. It's about the model itself manages topology, which is a different approach than the traditional approach. So the model manages the topology. It offers the topology to the applications. All the applications share the same model. An application doesn't get its own measurements. All of the applications share the same measurements. The measurements get attached to the model. And so the model manages the topology, and with the integrated system model, the topology management is constant time, meaning that it does, as your size of your model grows, from 100 nodes to 10 million nodes, and a switch operation occurs or a line fails, it doesn't take any more time to manage that in the 10 million node model than it does in the 100 node model. So
well, that sounds like a breakthrough, because I know in the past people would always talk about the bigger the model is, the slower the software runs. So,
and that's not the case here, because we're based on a matrix-free technology. It's referred to as graph trace analysis. So the algorithms themselves, the PowerFlow algorithm doesn't build matrices to solve the problem. It dynamically implements Kirchhoff voltage law and Kirchhoff current laws as traces are performed through the system.
So the net result of that is you can run very large models very fast. And as we start to embark upon this transition in utilities with more distributed resources as well as intermittent resources, this model works in conjunction with the existing software tools that a utility has, or how do current software vendors leverage the learnings from this project?
Well, I'm going to answer that with an example. The integrated system model is designed for applications to work together, and you can have 10 applications, power flow, fault analysis, reliability analysis running on it, and you can think of a new application. Oh, I need to do this, and so you write your application for distributed series reactor placement, whatever you're doing. When you write that new application, it can actually work with all the existing applications. It can invoke the power flow, it can invoke the fault analysis, it can invoke the reliability analysis. So it can build on everything that already exists there. And the model could have been created before you write that application for placing the distributed series reactors. And all the other applications can exist. But the Orange and Rockland utilities have one of the best integrated system models. They maintain it on a daily basis. And New York State asked all of the utilities to implement a hosting capacity analysis using the EPRI draft tool. Everybody's going to use the same analysis approach. Orange and Rockland, in a few weeks of work, actually a little bit less than a month, had the EPRI draft tool running on their integrated system model. The tool was written by EPRI. They had the EPRI draft tool in a few weeks worth of work running on the integrated system model. And they didn't have to run it manually. They can run it automatic. They can automate it. And they can run it every day if they want to. And other utilities were struggling to get the analysis done in 1 year. And it kind of goes back to an old adage: if you have a model to solve the problem with, like if you know E equals MC squared, you can figure out some things. But if you don't have a model, you're kind of guessing. And sometimes, quite often, we're not that good of guessers. So.
Well, I know one very interesting thing that is also part of this project is, since there is a model and you are using in harmony, the goal is eventually to get into the field. This is year one of a 3-year project. Utilizing conjunction the operational data plus this modeling data. And once you have a lot of connected points, there's always fears of how do you mitigate risk for external threat factors that either come in and intentionally try and do bad things to our grid or try and change settings in inverters or so. As part of this project, a threat simulator is being built. What exactly will that threat simulator do?
Yes, we're working on the threat simulator with our partners, University of Delaware and Florida State University. And as far as we know, the threat simulator is pretty unique. And what it allows the students and faculty at Florida State University to do is to intercept measurements going from the emulator to the control system and other systems to the operator, so it can intercept measurements. They can delay those measurements, block those measurements, change those measurements. And as a matter of fact, we don't know when they're going to do it, what they're going to do. And also they can intercept the control signals coming back from the control system. Again, they can change them, block them. They can drive LTCs to their limit. They can make the smart inverters run at extreme power factors. They can trip all of these smart inverters. There's all types of nefarious things they can do to the system. We don't know what they're going to do. But what we do have is we have a module called a abnormality detector. And it's basically looking at, this is what's going on in the system. This is what we expect to happen. And it's running faster than real time. And it's got a huge amount of statistics on every measurement in the system. And there's a lot of measurements. It's got a huge amount of statistics on what, how accurate should our, calculations be relative to this measurement. Do we normally, are we normally within 3% of the measurement, plus or minus 2%, or, what are the statistics on this? And the concept for this actually grew out of work in New York State with Orange and Rockland Utilities and Central Hudson, where both of them, when they started implementing their integrated system model, found bad SCADA measurements. And the bad SCADA measurements were found due to correlations. Integrated system model, you attach all your measurements to it. There's a lot of measurements for attaching to the model in this project. And so in the integrated system model, we've got both the customer load measurements, all the customer load measurements, even we got AMI data, and in the DOE project with Pepco, we're going to have all of the AMI data loaded onto the model and organized as a function of weather conditions. And we'll kind of have an idea of what's going to be happening at every customer load in the system. And but all of that load data gets correlated with all of the SCADA measurements that you've got. And when you see big differences all of a sudden happen, you got to question what's going on. So based upon the work at Orange and Rockland and Central Hudson, as a matter of fact, one of the engineers at Orange and Rockland said that a real-time integrated system model simulation could be the first line of defense in detecting cybersecurity breaches. And so the concept for what we're doing at Pepco really arose out of our work in New York State.
So it sounds like the threat simulator is a way to test that the abnormality detection algorithms are there and robust, and the threat simulator will try and inject different threats to make sure they are detected through this model and simulation. Is that
yes? It's
a simplified version of what you said?
Yeah, it's definitely the game. The Florida State people, the University of Delaware people, they're wearing the black hats. They're the bad guys, and we're the good guys. We've got the abnormality detector, and we need to detect their nefarious activities and try to put a stop to it and mitigate it.
Yeah. So for our audience, these types of investments in systems and models and simulation are really going to be key for us, especially as we have more and more DERs and more smart inverters that come on the system, so that there can be visibility for those at the utility who have to keep the grid reliable within a certain range of voltage and frequency. Because going back to your original start, if the system becomes unbalanced, what happens is generation starts tripping offline and we have blackouts. So what my takeaway from listening to you is, you're saying this model and the simulation coordinated and working in conjunction with operational data will help us to better detect abnormalities and deal with it before things become out of control or out of limits on any particular feeder. Did I?
That's what we hope. Yes, we are pulling in some transmission measurements, and we're modeling the transmission system too. It's an integrated system model, and we'll be looking for voltage instabilities. As a matter of fact, we're going to have one or two special simulations that demonstrates voltage instability due to loss of large amounts of PV generation. That's one of the concerns at PEPCO and the ISO is what happens if the 1 gigawatt of generation that PEPCO has now at its distribution system, what happens if there's a huge voltage excursion, a 50,000 volt excursion on the transmission system, and I've seen that before in some transmission systems, and I've seen they last for maybe 30 minutes, and I've even seen it where the transmission system operators were scratching their head. We're not sure what caused that, but so what happens if a big voltage excursion on the transmission system causes all of that generation at the distribution level to think something really bad has happened, and it all trips off, which just makes the problem on the transmission system that much worse. And so our approach is looking to try to detect those situations and be able to say, if we do lose all of this generation below this bus in the transmission system, we've got a problem. So we've got to be very careful, see what we need to do to mitigate it.
So as part of this project, there's a lot that has to be coordinated. So it's not just the new innovative models and simulation. There's a lot of integration to other systems that exist within the utility. Is that correct?
Oh yes. Yeah, we're integrating to the AMS system. We've already got all of the load data out of it, but we'll be getting the voltage measurements. We're going to have and those measurements are rather slow frequency. We're looking at 5 to 15 minutes on voltage measurements. At select locations, we are going to be putting some 1 second measurements, probably on the secondary sides of some of the distribution transformers. So we'll be getting bundles of 1 second voltage measurements, power flow measurements, and so forth at key points in the system. So we'll be interfacing to that. We're interfacing, of course, to the SCADA system, and we're interfacing to 2 types of forecasts from Clean Power Research. We're getting a 24-hour generation forecast for every PV in the system, but we're also getting a 30-minute forecast for every PV in the system at 1-minute step sizes, and that 30-minute forecast is going to carry with it a PV variability index. And from some of the analysis at PEPCO, it's less than 1% of the time during the year you have to be worried about the voltage excursions due to the PV generation variations as clouds come over. So it's relatively very small percent of the time that you have to say, smart inverters, please help me with the voltage control. Most of the time you can run those smart inverters for maximum PV power production and maximum hosting capacity, and you wouldn't have to rely upon them to help with the voltage control. But in our project, we're going to be using this PV variability index to decide how we're going to control the PV inverters over the next 30 minutes. And there's other things that we're interfacing to. There's a couple of others. They flipped my mind. We're interfacing to the outage management system. We'll be getting the real-time switching operations. So the model will be kept in sync with what's going on in the field. And the model at PEPCO is going to go all the way down. We're modeling the secondary systems for each one of the customers. So we're modeling down to the premise for each customer. If that customer has a PV, it'll be modeled. The load data at that customer will be modeled with its AMI 8760 load data. It's going to be a stochastic weather-dependent load model for each customer, each load in the system.
Well, thank you. For those in the audience, you can tell we have some pretty smart people working on this project, and under the leadership of Dr. Broadwater, we are we need these type of projects, and we are just so thankful that this partnership between the utility, EDD, the universities, the Department of Energy, Clean Power Research, DVI, a number of partners that are participating in this project, because it takes all of us together in this ecosystem if we're going to truly be able to reach our goals of decarbonization and net zero by 2050. There's upgrades that have to happen, as you've heard about today, in our system ability to see issues and our ability to coordinate control both upstream and downstream all the way to the premise. So I'm very excited about this project, really looking forward to the things that come out of it over the next 2 years. And I'd really like to thank you, Dr. Broadwater, for participating today. And I hope our viewers and listeners have walked away with some takeaways that may be able to assist them in what they're doing in their current processes. So thank you very much.
Well, thank you, Sharon. I've enjoyed the fireside chat.
Thank you.
Aloha and welcome to the Solar Coaster Live Show. I'm here with my co-host Jason Bearcart.
Good morning.
And Mr. Dan Conant from Solar Holler in West Virginia. Welcome to the show, Dan.
Howdy. Thanks for having me.
So Dan, we met you at the SPI 2019 Mosaic Party. That was a pretty good party. You remember that?
I do. It's been about a year, but it was a fun time.
So why don't you tell us a little bit about yourself and just give a aloha out to the SPI education attendees.
Yeah, Solar Holler is in West Virginia. We've been going for 7 years, and when I started up the company back in 2013, really our goal was to bring solar within reach of all those folks who've always been left out across Appalachia. So we started out with churches and homeless shelters and libraries and other amazing community organizations in West Virginia that always get left out. Designing innovative financing programs that work even in a state where PPAs are illegal. And then from there, we went on and started up the first training program in Appalachia with a focus on kids of coal miners, so we can make sure that we're giving a hand up into the industry for folks and a part of the region of the country that has powered the rest of America for generations. Our mission is to make sure that we can keep doing that for the next century, just this time with sunshine instead of our coal. And so we've continued going from there. And at this point, we're rocking and rolling, building solar all across West Virginia, Kentucky, and Southern Ohio.
What a story. It is something really special to be doing what you're doing in the location you're doing it. And I know everyone's going to want to take a look at some of the activity, get some of the visuals. So let's cut over to this great montage. All right, that was pretty amazing to check out what's going on over at Solar Holler. What's the website, Dan?
Solar Holler, that's HOLLER.com. And for those of you who don't know, holler is Appalachian slang for a little mountain valley. So I grew up in my own little personal holler.
You mentioned that you had some pretty big news regarding your workforce. So let's dig into that. What's going on?
Yeah, so across West Virginia, we're an ancestral union state. We actually had mine wars between the unions and the coal bosses back in the 20s. And we felt that it was only right that as we make this transition to clean energy, that we do it with a unionized workforce. So earlier this year, actually back in March, just before COVID hit, we unionized our entire installation and electrical workforce, bring them in with the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, and giving folks access to the IBEW's pension plans, to their 100% healthcare for the whole family. You know, if as we're making this switch over to clean energy, we need to make sure we're doing it right, that we're taking care of folks, and I think ultimately giving folks the representation that really built this country's middle class.
100%. And Jay, I want you to jump in here, but as a solar installer myself, spent 10 years in the installation game in Maui, Hawaii. It's quite a thing to build a business in Maui, but to imagine that that's possible. These are great jobs. These are great jobs that people can feel like they're doing valuable work, know that they're creating value for people's families, right? In residential solar, for example, and then to be able to add that element to it and create that job security. That's, just frankly, from my perspective as an installer, amazing. I'm super excited to know that you're doing that.
We're trying to do this in a way that I would want if I were the employee. That's really what's in the back of my head through all this.
Good afternoon. I'm Becca Jones-Albertus, Director of the Solar Energy Technologies Office at the U.S. Department of Energy. My office supports innovation in photovoltaic, concentrating solar thermal, and grid integration technologies to enable solar energy to be affordable for all Americans, to support the reliability and the resilience of the energy sector, and to increase its domestic benefits such as job creation. We have an annual budget this year of $280 million, and we're supporting nearly 400 different projects across the country. Today, we're here in this session to discuss how innovation in renewable energy technologies can reduce the emissions of the energy sector. We're focusing on the electricity sector, which last year in the US generated 31% of all the carbon dioxide emissions of the energy sector as a whole. As most of us know well, renewable and other clean energy technologies offer the opportunity to produce electricity without carbon dioxide emissions. But today, renewables compose only 19% of our electricity supply. To accelerate renewable deployment, we need to focus on technologies that are affordable, reliable, and support the diverse and evolving needs of the electricity sector. Today, we're going to hear from innovators working in two of the most rapidly growing renewable segments, solar energy and energy storage. The amount of solar energy that hits the Earth each day is large enough to power the world many times over. Over the last decade, technology innovation, scale, and deployment incentives have all driven the cost of electricity from solar to fall by more than a factor of 4. But to truly unlock solar deployment, which in the US is only composing 3% of today's electricity, costs need to continue to fall to make solar affordable without incentives in all locations, and to facilitate the integration of solar with energy storage and other technologies that can help better match the supply and demand for electricity, as well as enable solar to be used for other energy sector needs like fuel and heat production. At high penetrations of renewables on the grid, we need both short-term energy storage, minutes and hours of energy storage, as well as longer duration energy storage options. While battery costs are coming down rapidly and they offer a promising option for reliably meeting short-term storage needs, we need innovation to provide new solutions for low-cost, longer duration energy storage. We're going to hear about 2 exciting options for these technologies today. On this panel, I'm very pleased to be joined by 3 very innovative minds who are going to discuss their drive to develop innovative renewable technologies. We have Joe Zhu, Frank von Mierlo, and Ramya Swaminathan, who we'll all hear from today. I'm very pleased first to introduce Joe Zhu, CEO of QuidNet Energy, who is developing geomechanical pump storage for long-duration energy storage. Joe?
Becca, thanks so much for the introduction. Hi, everyone. My name is Joe Zhu, CEO of QuidNet Energy. A bit about myself, I came up in the oil and gas industry, spent some time in the battery sector with an energy storage developer out of California. The company was eventually acquired by Engie in 2016. And at the time of the acquisition, it became obvious to me, and certainly not just myself, that longer duration storage will be required to see through the extent of the transition we're all looking for. And for the cost to be anywhere near economically reasonable, we cannot be in the hundreds of dollars a kilowatt hour for the incremental battery tray, but rather closer to $5 or $10 for an incremental hour of storage. I didn't personally see the cost trajectory for batteries getting there. I spent a year looking for other technologies that better fit the mold, and that's when I came across QuidNet. QuidNet's approach to energy storage is essentially taking one of the largest and most established forms of storage, which is pumped hydro, and adapting it for subsurface applications instead. Instead of pumping water up a well or up a mountain to store the energy, we're pumping water down a well into rocks that are very low permeability and storing that water under pressure for long duration storage instead. When you deploy the energy storage system this way, you get a very modular type of deployment. So not hundreds of megawatts to gigawatts at a time, but closer to 1 megawatt to 10 megawatts a well. Very similar to the architecture of utility scale wind. Our initial product just going to be in the 10-hour duration range with an efficiency range between 65 to 75%. From a cost perspective, we, by pursuing storage in this method, we can provide a cost position that's significantly lower than what's available to the market today, and the geologies that are available for this type of storage exist broadly across the U.S. And as you can see and can imagine, that the deployment supply chain for these assets are primarily drilling and hydropower, which are very well established across the world. At a conceptual level, or at a simplified level, how the facility works is when you're charging, you take water from the surface pond and you pump that down the well into this high pressure storage lens to store the energy. When you want the energy back onto the grid, you open the well and let that water come up and drive a turbine to regenerate the electricity back onto the grid. We are currently working at 2 specific regions in the U.S. Supported by the Department of Energy as well as NYSERDA. The first region we're working in is Texas, where we think that there is, at least in the initial geology type, there's 5 terawatt hours of this resource available to serve a 75 gigawatt peak system load. Our initial focus is in the mid-Texas basins near Fort Worth and also South Texas in nearby San Antonio. And we're working right now to validate and demonstrate the operations and the geologies there. At the same time, we began work in New York State on a project where we have mapped 6 terawatt hours of this resource as well to serve a 30 gigawatt peak load system. Primarily, we're focused on rural upstate New York deployment, where we think there will be a tremendous amount of intermittent renewables being deployed as New York moves to its clean energy standard. Both on the left, on the right, are sites that we're actively working on today where we are in either an existing well that we've taken over, that's an old oil and gas well, or in a new well that we've drilled to essentially validate the resource, validate the storage capabilities, and scale up that initial deployment in a given basin. A quick note on, we are speaking with quite a few different solar developers. We actually have a project in Alberta with a solar developer. And we've already started to think a little bit about the value proposition as well as integration considerations with solar development for our types of assets. Primarily, we think we provide a much longer, low-cost storage solution to help developers further oversize and maximize monetization of existing POIs, especially for those sites that are POI constrained. We certainly, with the longer duration, can better optimize the energy value of the generation shape, and more importantly, increase the capacity carrying value for these assets, especially as capacity duration requirements increase over time. As we deploy this asset with solar in a co-located fashion, what we really like is the ability to stack these storage lenses beneath the panel footprint and leverage the existing mineral waivers that are already there on those sites. We currently are looking at primarily AC coupled integration and separate charging and discharging rates so that we can optimize design on specific sites. The QuidNet up to now has primarily been supported by energy venture capital firms as well as various government entities. Our Series A was led by Breakthrough Energy Ventures and Evoke Innovations. Recently, we were joined by Trafigura as well, which is a major power trader in the space. And also some of our projects that we're working on today are partnered with Department of Energy as well as NYSERDA. So with that, I'd like to thank you guys for your time and look forward to fielding the questions that come up throughout this presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Joe, for that exciting introduction to your technology. Next, we're going to hear from Frank von Mierlo, CEO of 1366 Technologies, who are manufacturing silicon wafers, which are the building blocks of solar cells. Frank?
Thank you. Thank you for that introduction, and thank you for the plug for silicon wafers. And you're right, of course. They are the building block of at least 90% of all the panels that are being produced today. I'm a product of MIT, and 1366 is the second company that I'm spinning out of MIT. We started a little over a decade ago, and I'm looking forward to sharing with you what the sort of things we're working on. We are making silicon wafers, and you see some of our wafers right here. This is out of the pilot plant that we built in Malaysia, where we tested our technology at scale. And next for us will be to deploy that in gigawatt size factories. To date, there's about $200 million that was invested in the technology, and we are backed by some of the finest VCs in the country, both East and West Coast, and of course, most recent investment was from Breakthrough Energy. To make a long story short, what you have on the screen in front of you there is the standard way of making a solar panel. And what we do is we eliminate that ingot step. Our machine goes straight from silicon to a final wafer, and it eliminates all of the waste that's associated with the sawing that is so inherent in the legacy process. This is particularly important if we ever get around to doing something about climate change. I mean, one of the things we should not kid ourselves about is that, today we're not doing anything about climate change. In fact, our emissions, which should go back to zero if we want to solve this problem, our emissions are actually increasing. And so in order to change that, we have to place a price on carbon. If we ever place a price on carbon, then technologies like the direct wafer technology that we developed will become incredibly valuable, because most of the energy is in the silicon, and we get 3 times more wafers per pound of silicon than the legacy process. And then I want to just say a few words about the direction of the industry. At the moment, what you see that there is a big shift from multi, that used to be the dominant market share, to mono. And that's driven primarily by a slightly higher efficiency of the mono and a much lower cost of modules, and therefore, the importance of things like the installation cost. And so that 1.5% difference in efficiency is driving a complete shift from multi, that used to have 80% market share, to mono, that is forecast to take over 100% of the market. Next, we believe, will be curveless because of 2 important dynamics. One, I do believe that at some point we are going to solve the climate problem, and we will place a cost on carbon, and then it will become unacceptable to waste vast amounts of energy by throwing away all of that refined silicon that is a product of that sawing process. And secondly, and is the top part of this slide, secondly, I believe that the future will be tandem. And the reason I believe that is because the same sort of dynamic that is pushing the market towards mono today, that's being driven by slightly higher efficiency. Well, it turns out that tandem gives you a much higher efficiency delta. The efficiency delta for tandem is 4 times the difference between multi and mono. And so the acceleration towards tandem is likely to go 4 times as fast. This is a better technology because it captures a larger part of the spectrum. At the moment, of course, with a single junction, we're optimized for just 1 wavelength. With a tandem module, we would be optimized for the high energy photons at the top and then the infrared at the bottom, and thus reaching a much higher yield of energy per acre. And that's pretty important, right? If you think about solar, it really is a form of energy farming, and so your yield per acre is crucial. And just like the green revolution was something that completely changed agriculture because it increased the yield per acre, Tandem is going to completely change solar because it's going to dramatically increase the energy harvest per acre. This picture sort of shows you why, right? I mean, the top is going to capture the high energy photons. The bottom then captures the infrared, and you go to your maximum efficiency will go up to around 30. The maximum for a single junction today is around 24. The best-in-class panels are less than that. Typical really high-end mono heterojunction panel will be around 21, 22%. But it is possible to get to 24 with a single junction. The theoretical maximum for a single junction, of course, is a little bit higher, but it's theoretical and not real. The theoretical maximum for Tandem is 45%, but the reality is, because you always have some losses, you will get to 30%. That's still a dramatic increase in efficiency, of course, and something that will really change the industry as we know it. And then this wraps up my talk, and I believe I have stayed under the allocated time. We have developed a process that creates the lowest carbon footprint wafer, something that's really important if we care about global warming, which we don't, but we will. And then I believe the next future is Tandem. I think that's going to come much faster than people realize, and it will transition the way the industry is working. It will also make direct wafer even more important as a solution because we are the optimum solution for the infrared part of the spectrum, and that will really make solar even more economical. And so it is becoming a reality already with 100 gigawatts, but we need to get to much more deployment of solar. We need to get to about 500 gigawatts a year. And I think with Tandem, we should be able to get to a cost of about 2 cents per kilowatt hour. And that's going to open up all sorts of possibilities. It's going to make things like the energy storage that Joe so eloquently talked about before me possible. It's going to make, for long-term storage, it's going to make things like green hydrogen possible. By the way, that picture is me standing at a pump station in California, and was completely serendipity. I pulled into that gas station with my rental car, wanting to, I'm ashamed to admit, I wanted to fill up with fossil fuel. And here I was, I couldn't, because the only thing that particular pump was selling was hydrogen. Hydrogen, of course, is really the thing that's going to make it all possible. So if you have ultra clean, cheap solar, you then store your energy with hydrogen, and then you really have a solution that can solve this very daunting challenge that we're up against.
Frank, introducing us to 1366, talking about the potential of tandems and much more. We're now going to hear from the third speaker on our panel, Ramya Swaminathan. She's the CEO of Malta Incorporated, and they're developing an electrothermal long-duration energy storage system. So I'll turn it over to you, Ramya.
Thank you, Becca, and thank you to my distinguished co-panelists for being here today. So I'm Ramya Swaminathan, I'm the CEO of Malta, as Becca said, and I want to talk a little bit about the opportunities and the challenges of changing global energy infrastructure. So if we think about some of the most positive news we're hearing today, and that is that renewable energy, especially solar, is among the cheapest form of generation globally, we're looking forward to a world in which there's increased renewables penetration. Let's take a look at what happens when in the context of that increased penetration. And what we'll see is that there are definitely significant challenges that need to be solved for smooth operation of electricity grids. So if you take a look at a traditional grid functioning, this is a very stylized study. This is a net load curve. It's an electricity demand. And when we layer in a predictable renewable resource like hydro, what we see is it has a nice smooth pattern at the bottom of the page. And solar actually is also a very predictable form of renewable penetration. And so the sun rises every day, it sets every day. And what you see is a gap, of course, in the middle. Wind, however, introduces a good deal of uncertainty into that stack of generation. And in this context, what you have are periods of time in which there's simply too much generation and the generation exceeds the demand. That's wasted energy. It's often called curtailment. And what you also see are gaps where there is not enough generation to serve the load. And those gaps today are filled with fossil fuels. Malta's mission really is to make increased penetration possible and to use long duration energy storage in order to make 24/7 renewables where every electron produced is a green electron possible. When we look at the sustainable development scenario posted by the IEA, what we find is that solar is well on its way to making its targets by 2030. However, we have a gap when it comes to storage, and storage is missing its sustainability targets. In order to meet and serve the intermittency required by the sustainable scenario, what we see is that storage has to return to double-digit growth figures. And in the context of increased solar penetration, increased renewables penetration in general, on the left-hand side of this page, what you see is today's duck curve. And as it is depicted in heavy black line across the top, that is the net load curve. And solar is depicted in yellow towards the bottom. And as it is, ramps are difficult to serve. As solar increases its penetration, what you will see is the pattern on the right-hand side of this page, which is that the net load curve and the peaks and the valleys are deeper, more intense, and those ramps become more difficult to serve. And the duration for which storage is needed in order to firm that renewable power, actually the duration increases as well. And so that's really where Malta comes in. Malta's mission from its original incubation at X, Malta, with Google's Moonshot Factory, is really to enable low-cost, long-duration, grid-scale energy storage. We spun out as an independent company in 2018 and have been deeply involved in trying to actualize that mission since. The original insight that made Malta's technology possible was this, that you could take a heat pump on the charge side, a heat engine on the generation side, put thermal energy storage in the middle in the form of molten salt on the hot side, and a commodity antifreeze fluid on the cold side. And if you integrated that system, what would result would be exactly that: low cost, long duration, grid scale energy storage. And it would serve to take energy, electricity in from any source, store it, sit in a state of charge until the marginal value of that electricity back on the grid is much higher, and then at the signal received, discharge that back to the grid. In a little bit more detail, the charge cycle, exactly as I mentioned, worked just like a heat pump, where electricity comes in from any source, it goes through a compressor, becomes very hot, the air in the air loop becomes very hot, that heat is transferred into the molten salt stores, and then the air continues on through a turbine expander. The cold then is transferred to the cold store, and the hot and the cold stores sit in a state of charge, and the discharge cycle works exactly in reverse, with much of the equipment being shared between the charge and the discharge cycle, but having a different powertrain that then reconverts that thermal energy into electric energy going back out to the grid. So Malta essentially enables 24/7 renewables in which every electron can be a green electron, and it enables solar to be on demand and provide grid reliability. The next stop for Malta plus PV is really about being competitive with natural gas. When you look at what's depicted on this page, on the bottom x-axis is charge electricity. And as the price of PV, as the price of the electricity output by PV farms decreases, and you'll see it's a reverse scale. So actually starting at the right-hand side, as it increases towards $10 and $20, what you see is in the band between $10 and $20, that a Malta plus PV storage system is really competitive with natural gas. And that enables the radical transformation of electricity infrastructure globally. Thank you very much for being here at this very important session, and we look forward to your questions. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Brian Patterson, Chairman and co-founder of the eMERGE Alliance. My presentation this afternoon is about mesh network microgrids. Due to the virtual format of my talk, no refreshments will be served. although I will endeavor to satisfy your thirst for knowledge and information. So let's get going. Now, we've been blessed with the largest machine man has ever made, the electric grid, which has, for the most part, met customers' demands in real time, every second of every day for the better part of a century. But that's just it. Customer demands, which hadn't changed much in 100 years, are rapidly changing now. Much of that change is resulting from two major contributing factors: the way we are choosing to generate electricity and the way we use it. So keeping that big old machine going for another 100 years is going to take a little more than a fresh can of oil and a few spare parts. And yes, we can't do without it. Simply put, electricity underwrites the economy of the 21st century. Without a stable electricity supply, health and welfare are threatened, and the U.S. economy cannot function. But when a power system fails to deliver, clean energy or not, the consequences can be catastrophic. This is truer today than ever before, given our increasing dependence for almost all that we do on the supply of energy, and particularly in its most useful form, electricity. So today's subject is not worth talking about until we understand the problem we are trying to solve with mesh network microgrids. The increasing vulnerability of our electric power system, with its disabling faults and interruptions in service, are just not acceptable anymore. Summarizing what's described in detail in the Smart Electric Power Alliance's microgrid playbook would simply be to say, things aren't getting any easier or smoother on the road to safe, clean, high quality, uninterrupted, and abundant electricity. You may even be able to add a few of your own events to this growing list. Some of them short duration, like downed utility lines from a traffic accident or the failure of a piece of equipment in the transmission or distribution infrastructure. All of these can cause local blackouts that can be disruptive and very costly. So let's face the reality. Electricity is critical to the sustainability of our civilization in its current form. Suffice it to say, a few days without electricity can be very disconcerting and even threatening. But a week, a month, or a year without electricity, I think we all shudder to think. But let's take a broader view and explore some of the more positive and obvious inevitabilities in our situation here. Both the building and power industries are kind of long overdue for some changes. We are starting to see our buildings becoming electroactive and becoming more and more a part of the solution and not the problem. Our built environments are getting more resourceful and efficient with electricity. Our information and energy systems are going from being someone else's problem to being an integrated part of our life, leaning in the direction of personal energy independence. And we're starting to make better use of fuel supplies by moving our transportation propulsion means to electric, even though that will mean we need to produce as much as 30 or 40% more electricity to replace our use of gasoline and diesel fuel in those same vehicles. But while we may be just in the middle of the information age, we're surely at the beginning of a new energy age, maybe even what we might call a new electricity age, based on the electrification of just about everything. And while good information is always a guide, without energy, it's nearly worthless. It's electricity that gives us the ability to do work, or to act, or to create new value. Given all this, what should our goal set look like when it comes to resiliency? Reduce vulnerability, maintain service to critical infrastructure, prepare for large-scale disruptive events, and share the responsibility for resiliency. It's a tough and demanding list. When I think about tough problem solving, I first like to see if the problem has been addressed or solved in a similar but different situation. In thinking about system resiliency, there are lots of success stories and some failures. But in the case of the power system, the nearest candidate is something most of us know a fair amount about: the internet. This is despite the fact that, ironically, one of its biggest vulnerabilities is the potential loss of power to it. The evolution of distributed information systems has greatly outpaced the evolution of distributed electric power systems. On the left, we've gone from the invention of the transistor to the wide use of personal information devices in about 30 years. Yet, even though the invention of the solar cell lagged the transistor by less than 10 years, a similar and even strikingly similar evolution in distributed power has taken over 70 years. Well, if nothing else, we can learn from this history and project it forward. As we've seen distributed information devices evolve to a global network, creating enormous new value in society, so too can we comfortably predict an almost identical future for distributed electricity systems, with a commensurate enormous increase in new value creation potential. When it came to the transformation of the information industry, the tremendous convergence of influencing technologies provided the catalyst for faster adoption, especially when multiplied by the network effect. Look at the list of technologies that are all converging now in the power industry. And why shouldn't we be considering networking to accelerate their progression, lower the cost of systems, and multiply their ability to create value? Well, let's quickly jump through what else we can learn from our 40-year internet experience. First, we see the internet largely depends on a massively distributed capability. Today, nearly 70% of all information, a lot of it video, is created and used locally at the fringe. And whether you're a third grader who sheltered in place at home while attending a virtual math class run by a teacher on the other side of town, or the president of the third largest country on earth who is tweeting 280-character messages to an anxious citizenry, you both have essentially equal access 24/7 from any place in the world. The internet has a hybrid mesh network topology where all nodes cooperate to distribute data to, from, and between each other. The internet can automatically manage flow, self-organize, and avoid faulted or offline routes. The internet has a rigid set of rules for transferring data and a simple standardization of data form. And finally, the internet's operation is based on the premise of holonic transactive cooperation, what I'd like to call the enlightened self-interest of all of the agents, nodes, users, devices, or whatever else you want to call them. And let me see if I can break this down in a simpler way. Holonic, self-reliant units that can act as the whole or as a part of a system. Transactive, capable of acting by trading or exchanging, and in this case, electricity. And finally, cooperation, helpful by doing what is wanted or asked for when possible or necessary. So here's what it might look like, moving from the centrally fed serially connectivity of our 100-year-old power grid to the mesh network connectivity of a grid of grids in layers. To summarize, this grid of grids will first recognize and promote adding new power capacity at its edge. It'll better accommodate natively electronic loads, storage, and generation. And it will enable non-synchronous operation. It will employ the benefits of a mesh topology. It will rely on holonic control architecture and ultimately enable energy as a service for value creation. Well, so far I've tried to make our case for a transformation of the traditional electrical system to move away from a central station configuration to a distributed generation one. The question is, are we right? Look over the diagram on the left there and find where we are right now and ask yourself, which future is most likely? Centralized, distributed, or hybrid? And as a second thought, based on your view, will the system stay AC? Will it move to DC? Or will it become a hybrid? And think in the 20 to 30 year kind of time frame. Most of us at eMERGE have great confidence in our predictions, even though we come at our predictions from quite different directions. That's because in trying to predict the future, we simply focus our attention and give a keen eye on the inevitable. But as a futurist, I still like to keep at least a few toes squarely placed in the present. So let's explore what's going on in the market and see if all of what I have said is and what I've been talking about makes any sense. Probably the best embodiment of what we are predicting is being demonstrated in a relatively new platform offering from a company called Emera Technologies. Emera is a subsidiary of Emera Inc., a utility with $34 billion in assets and operations in Canada, the US, and the Caribbean. Because of time limits here, I won't be able to describe all of the details of their platform, but let me hit its major attributes, and if you want, you can contact them for the rest of the details. The platform is comprised of at least 4 tiers of grid connectivity. Starting at a premise, the first tier is a self-contained box that houses the core of a nanogrid. It connects to whatever power sources are available on site, as well as makes a redundant loop connection to the next tier and the local neighborhood on a peer-to-peer basis. The second tier is comprised of a completely peer-to-peer connected group of similar nanogrids. That is again connected to a redundant loop to a common resource community microgrid. This third tier is typically comprised of locally shared resources and also maintains the connection with the local utility grid. Note that the connectivity between all tiers is direct current, eliminating the complexity of synchronization, frequency, and phase control, and the connectivity of natively DC elements like PV and batteries is simplified. And while the bidirectional inverters are used at the connection points to the utility grid and a traditional AC wired premise, both ends have the option of being DC connected, in essence, giving them an advanced level of future-proofing should either of these move in whole or in part to DC in the future. There's a lot more detail to it, but there you have it, an early implementation of a grid of grids, perhaps the beginning of an internet. Neighborhood and communities can be further connected into area grids with both AC and DC interconnection. And utilizing higher voltage DC, they need not be contiguous. This allows for a progression of the new technology to be easily evolved over time. The utility can maintain its traditional operations and controls of the existing grid, while the distributed grids manage their transformed portion almost on their own. But these are just diagrams. Let's look at the installed system in Albuquerque, New Mexico. Home to the Kirtland Air Force Base and the U.S. Department of Energy's Sandia Labs, what better proving grounds for this latest of microgrid networking technologies? From this drone's eye view, you can see the basic elements of the Emera grid of grids. You see the residential and local commercial building neighborhood cluster of self-reliant DC connected nanogrids. And I believe they're numbered here N1 through N10. The community microgrid, labeled here as C1, is a large PV, contains a large PV array, which, by the way, is a part of the Sandia Labs testing field there, a natural gas generator, and a community level battery stack. And of course, it has the connection to the utility grid, which you see to the far right there. And there is a special lab. If you go all the way to the left, there's a special lab connection that allows variable load testing under varying conditions of the grid itself, courtesy of, again, the Sandia National Labs on that site. Here's one of the nanogrid supported commercial buildings with both AC and DC charging. The building was purposely wired with AC, but will gradually move its loads to DC over time, just to model out the transformation process. Here's the core of the community microgrid housed in this nice, small, compact outdoor housing. Here's one of the 7 residential buildings. Note the solar panels on the roof, and you see one traditional AC air conditioner, AC air conditioner hanging out of the window there. Here's a shot of the community PV that's tied in at that 3rd level tier. Again, this is part of the Sandia testing lab here. So you see a lot more apparatus than you would normally see in a PV array like this, but it's also doubling as a test bed. Here's one of the myriad of dashboards for the system. This one is a relatively simple one of the whole system. But let me point out a few of its features. The graphic user interface, or GUI, is internet accessible, but can be isolated for security reasons when necessary. And it shows subpanels for the nanogrids, and you see them again labeled 1 through 10. You see community solar, and that's right in this area here, where it's you see just to the bottom right. The community battery, so a little bit further up next to the Amera logo there. You see community generator, and I see the dials at 0, which means it's on standby, as it probably should be. And by the way, this is an active recording of an active period of the actual display. So you're looking at real information as it's depicted in the dashboard. Then you see over again on the right, below the logos there, you see the grid connected inverter. And ultimately, you see a representation of the utility grid. Now, each of these blocks on the interface have lots of information. And of course, there's ways to harvest that information in a variety of ways. But let me just show you one other screen. This one's a different view, simplified neighborhood dashboard. You see a similar individual home dashboard right here in the middle, just about, with the percent solar at 129. You see there's also a view of the neighborhood there. It's all the way over to the far left. And a view of the power flows all the way to the right there. Those little dots that are moving along on the representative power lines. And you can toggle this. It's actually showing real flows of power here based in terms of amount and velocity. But you can also toggle it over to historical data for troubleshooting or reference, or checking back to see what may have happened if there was an incident. You can see it's all color-coded, and in case you haven't noticed, that's a little bit hard to do with electrons because they're not so cooperative, but just kidding. So in this case, you can see the PV generation flows. The PV is coming off the rooftops there in those yellow or orangish dots. You can also see the nanogrid service flows. That's the blue dots going into the buildings. So that would be AC power going in after it's inverted at the nanogrid boxes out there. And you see the grid bus, which is that mesh, hybrid mesh bus-like topology, where the green dots are moving and ultimately going down to the community microgrid. And if there's excess power, as I think there is right now, or at least it's showing that there's excess power in the neighborhood, that it would be inverted and put back on the grid. Although it may look like a video game, this is the real thing. It shows everything in real time. Although in this case, you're seeing a recording of it. We did make the recording by just literally recording real-time dashboard. What I've shown you is the original pilot of the project, which was completed and put into operation last year. It services live occupied buildings and an operating space on the Air Force Base. And despite the fact that Emera's engineers have continued to do stress testing of the grid using the load bank over at the Sandia lab there in that, I think it was N9 nanogrid, the grid has performed flawlessly for almost a year now. Work is currently underway at this location on 3 more non-contiguous neighborhoods. Each will follow the same basic configuration and will be ultimately interconnected by a higher voltage DC bus and will have redundant connections to the utility for further assurance of resiliency. Meanwhile, several other residential development projects in Mexico and Florida, in New Mexico and Florida, are underway using this approach, lest you thought it was just for the military base or for testing purposes. They will all have a similar modular approach with a kind of a plug and play capability of nanogrids. And here's one example, a rendering of a community that will be powered this way in Mesa del Sol, home of several other interesting microgrids. Notice that the buildings don't all have the same solar exposure. And this is where the networking really comes into play. The same is true for the batteries. They're a shared resource, which makes each battery install more economical and right-sized with the community microgrid backing up any issues at the nanogrid level. According to the developers, they think this will be a truly resilient, efficient, and environmentally responsible community. And oh, by the way, for you architects out there that I also mentioned, it looks cool, it looks good. Place a lot of us would love to live. But Emera isn't the only one to recognize the advantages of this grid of grid concept. Others are moving in the same direction. The 3 fundamental themes that unite these efforts are mesh networking, which is allowing the virtual configuration of sourcing, storage, and loads, DC coupling and busing, which is simplifying the interconnect by making it asynchronous and a better native match of power form to sources and loads and their eventual potential move to digital form. And finally, distributed intelligent controls, where each unit can be autonomous and self-reliant when necessary, but operate in a self-enlightened cooperative way with the whole community when possible. And if you doubt the eventuality of a global grid of grids, check this one out. While it may sound crazy insane, Australia will soon start exporting sunshine power, solar generated electricity, to Asia via a 3,800 kilometer cable, affectionately called the Sun Cable. And this is from a country that is the world's 3rd largest fossil fuel exporter. The Sun Cable project initially involves a 10 gigawatt capacity solar farm with about 22 gigawatt hours of battery storage. So global grid of grids, bring it on. Unfortunately, that's all the time we have for today, but I'd like to conclude by saying that the eMERGE Alliance continues to work towards completing new Vanguard power standards to achieve net zero energy buildings and campuses in a highly resilient neighborhood and community microgrid format. The rest of the portfolio of standards work at eMERGE includes residential nanogrids, commercial industrial nanogrids, information and telecommunications, ICT technology nanogrids, AV charging infrastructure, indoor agriculture nanogrids, DC metering, that's revenue grade metering, and dual input AC/DC power supplies. The eMERGE Alliance is a nonprofit open industry association containing commercial, government, and academic member organizations who are developing standards leading to the rapid adoption of hybrid AC/DC microgrids in commercial and industrial and residential buildings, neighborhoods, and communities. eMERGE standards integrate the buildings and campus infrastructures, power and controls, and devices in the microgrid platforms to facilitate the hybrid use of both AC and DC power. The standards facilitate greater energy resiliency and sustainability while maximizing the potential use of distributed clean and renewable local energy. And you can learn more about us at www.emergealliance.org, or for direct support, send us a note at help@emergealliance.org. The eMERGE participates throughout the year in SPI, ESI conferences and events, including North America Smart Energy Week, this one, the largest event in North America, where we have been facilitating the demonstration of live microgrids that have provided power to previous face-to-face shows. In this year's virtual event, eMERGE is proud to co-host the Smart Energy Microgrid track in the program. Thank you again, and I hope to see you tomorrow at 3 p.m. for more exciting information about the Grid of Grids. Have a great day.
Welcome to Rate Design Final, the game where contestants navigate the hazards of utility regulation. I am your host, Janet Gale Besser, Managing Director at the Smart Electric Power Alliance. With us today are our contestants, Sasha Constantine, Managing Director of Regulatory at Vote Solar, Barbara Lockwood, Senior Vice President, Public Policy at Arizona Public Service, and Carl Rabigo, founder of Rabigo Energy and former Executive Director of the PACE Energy and Climate Center. Are you ready to play?
Yes.
Yeah. Today's topic is cost recovery. So for our first question or answer, adding this to two-part rates is thought to improve alignment of costs and prices. Barbara.
What is a demand charge?
Great. Sash, can you elaborate on that?
Sure. Well, most residential customers face a two-part rate. That's a customer charge and an energy charge, a volumetric charge for the amount of kilowatt hours that they use. But adding a demand charge, which measures your peak demand over a given interval, usually about 15 minutes, is thought to perhaps improve the alignment with costs and prices, as stated. It does add some complexity, that third part of the rate. So this becomes a three-part rate. It adds some complexity, and we've often shied away from that for residential customers because it is much more difficult to manage and respond to. It is typically the kind of rate that industrial customers, more sophisticated customers with more time to spend thinking about energy might face.
Great, thank you. All right, let's move on to our second question. Two ways thought to increase the certainty of recovery of existing system costs from customers, especially those deploying distributed energy resources. Carl.
Assuming this is not about Ohio, that question is, what are fixed costs or fixed charges and minimum bills?
Great, thank you. Barbara, can you elaborate on the difference between the two?
Sure. Both of these types of strategies are intended to get at the same point, but one with respect to increased fixed charges is increasing usually the customer charge on a bill, and that is a charge that doesn't vary with the amount of energy that a customer uses. So it's a non-bypassable charge on the bill. Minimum bills are a little bit different structure in that the way the bill is calculated stays the same, primarily based on energy consumption. But if a very low usage customer, potentially a DER customer, has a very low bill, then they are still required to pay a minimum amount for their electric service every month.
Great, thank you. Let's move on to our next question. A rate design that can indicate costs or send price signals more accurately or granularly. Okay, Sash.
Well, obviously, this is the ideal. I think the answer, and I don't know if it has to do with Ohio or not, Carl, but it's what are time varying rates, or PVR?
Great, thank you, Sash. So, Carl, let's give you a chance to elaborate on that.
Yeah, one of the things that excites rate-making nerds like me is the idea of adding a time component to electric rates. Normally, rates are averaged across an entire year, or maybe we're familiar with summer and winter rates. But with new technology, we're able to actually match the costs that the utility is incurring with the rate that the customer is facing. And costs change with time. So this improves the price signal that electric rates send, and hopefully, and if the customer can do something about it, the customer can respond, even lowering costs for everyone.
Great, thank you. Let's move on to our last question for cost recovery. And I think Carl started to hint at this, but technologies needed to enable utilities to implement rate design changes.
Oh, yeah.
Barbara.
What is advanced metering infrastructure?
Great, thank you. Carl, you want to elaborate some more?
Yeah, so that was the technology I was talking about. Advanced metering infrastructure, or advanced metering functionality, sometimes it's called, is a whole suite of technologies that make the utility system smarter, especially at the level, the distribution level, where we all interact with it. It gives us sensings about the conditions of the grid. It measures customer usage in fine detail, in time and location. And it could be a really effective way of providing the utility up-to-date information about outages and problems with service, making repairs much easier and less expensive and less burdens for everyone. And it enables time-varying rates.
At Veritone, we believe artificial intelligence will play a key role in building a safer, more vibrant, transparent, and empowered society. Green energy is poised to change our world for the better. But to set off a green energy boom, the grid must go digital. Grid operations are becoming more complex. Today's utilities must respond to changing weather and energy demands, and day-ahead forecasts are no longer enough. An ever-growing number of distributed energy resources has led to network congestion, inconsistent energy delivery, device failures, and blackouts. Providers are under pressure to deliver a consistent and profitable energy supply across a variety of old and new energy sources, which often collide. Managing these complexities can be daunting. That's where artificial intelligence comes in. Veritone Energy Solutions are harnessing the power of AI, revolutionizing today's energy grids and cutting millions of dollars in costs for utility companies and consumers. Utility grid operators, equipment and storage providers, and energy aggregators use Veritone to optimize their smart grids. Our patented AI technology first collects current weather forecast data, energy demand, and pricing data, and sends this data to the control hub. Autonomous control and decision-making can be centralized or distributed to individual microgrids and devices. The control hub also detects the current state and capacity of each energy device on the grid. From there, we apply predictive models, rules, and learning to determine the ideal energy supply mix and pricing to meet grid demand in near real time. So forward-thinking operators know how much energy to send to which device, at what price, and when, based on predicted future conditions. This process repeats every second of every day for a perfectly synchronized and optimized energy grid. With Veritone, utilities can deliver profitable renewable energy with unparalleled grid stability and efficiency. We're optimizing the energy grid and accelerating the world's transition to more sustainable, reliable, and affordable energy. Join the AI revolution. Contact Veritone today.
And in this session, I would like to discuss how Veritone optimizes the grid using predictive AI and intelligent control. Veritone's objective is to make green energy production more predictable, more reliable, and more cost-effective for grid operators. And from our perspective and my perspective, talking to various utility companies and working with them, like we see that there's a perfect storm brewing in the energy industry. Like today, grid operators are struggling to integrate renewable energy and storage into their legacy infrastructure. And most of this infrastructure is like, 60, 80 years old. Well, at the same time, you have demand for energy and consumption of energy is rapidly increasing every single year. And this leads to like more brownouts in terms of like hardware blowing up on the energy grids. I think in the last 10 years has been about $8 billion lost in the US alone, just on infrastructure with things going wrong with the integration of renewable energy resources. And we're also seeing kind of blackouts as well. And especially where I'm based, which is in California, we're kind of starting to get used to that. So our mission, like Veritone's mission, as a leading provider of AI-based energy solutions, is to assist grid operators to reliably and cost-effectively transition to green energy. And I'm going to talk a little bit about the landscape. I like to kind of talk about this in like a story, seeing as I'm Irish and we like to tell stories. So this is a bit of a story. So when we look at the current landscape today, there's about 4 factors that are like impacting the landscape. The first one is like decarbonization. That's like an easy one. We all want to get a greener footprint in our societies. The next one is like decentralization. And this is, today, like renewable energy resources, they're not centralized. They're very much distributed because they need to be in places where they can be positively impacted by the elements. For example, solar panels need to be where the sun is shining. Wind turbines need to be somewhere where the wind is blowing all the time. So there is a decentralization of energy resources. And then we have like democratization. And that really means like anyone today can be a virtual power plant. It is not just utilities anymore that are generating energy. You can have a solar panel on your roof. You can have a Tesla battery, for example, in your garage, and then you can generate and you can store energy and you can sell that energy back to the grid. And this is like, made things a lot more complex and a lot harder to manage, which is why you need more digitization. Distributed energy resources, two-way power require like advanced AI technology solutions. And when you look at like the grid of yesterday, it was extremely simple. I mean, you had one-way power, you had your coal or gas plant like, centrally located to your city. You would flip the switch, the coal would start burning, and the lights would come on in your house. Very, very simple. But the downsides of that is like it was very expensive because it was very manual to actually run. It is also, as we know, it's environmentally unfriendly, and because of limited availability means it is not sustainable. Fast forward to the kind of electrical grid of today. And here you see it's gotten a lot more complex. You now have distributed energy resources in terms of adding solar, adding hydro, adding wind. You now have battery storage. You also have microgrids. On the consumption side, there's more electricity being used, like electric vehicles. You have smart homes. You have smart cities. But the pros of adding renewable energy is that it's clean, it's cheaper than fossil fuel. It's also digitized and also democratized. But the cons is like, it's more complex, it is decentralized, and then it becomes like unreliable. And that one word, reliability, is almost like the North Star for our utility companies. They want to have reliability such that when you come home at the end of any day or you go into work, that you have electricity to power all your appliances. So just dropping down a little bit deeper into like some of these problems, you know, in terms of green energy and what the problems are associated. The grid has like a new set of problems as you integrate green energy. Number one, it's not predictable. You know, the solar needs the sun to shine. Once it stops like sun shining or cloud cover comes over, you then do not have energy. And the same with wind and the same with hydro. So it needs to become more predictable. It also trying to integrate distributed energy resources into an actual grid. If you're doing it into a legacy grid infrastructure, it becomes complicated because the legacy grid infrastructure was set up for like one-way power. Now we have distributed energy resources, you know, in different places, and they're trying to go through the existing legacy infrastructure, which can cause congestion. And congestion leads to curtailment and also energy dumping, which that means the utility companies are losing money, and you may not get the energy when you actually need it because it's congested at a substation somewhere. Then you also have like burnouts and blackouts, you know, and this can happen if your distributed energy resources, your green energy, is not being operated effectively and optimally. For example, you know, if cloud cover moves off of a solar panel, for example, and the sun hits it like really hard, and a spike of energy comes down the transmission line, it can blow up like inverters or transformers, or impact like substations or storage batteries. So it needs to be very effectively managed. And another problem is like renewable energy resources have become cheaper, you know, especially solar panels. And now we have a lot of independent operators who they have access to solar, they have access to battery storage, and they want to be able to sell that back to the utilities at the best price. And they need like, you know, advanced high-speed arbitrage solutions to be able to do that. And there's just not a lot of them on the actual market. So now we're going to take a look at Veritone's AI-based energy solutions. So who do we deliver or solve problems to? So we solve problems for utility companies and who definitely need to like optimize grid operations for reliability and cost. We solve problems for the equipment providers who need intelligent predictive device controllers for their inverters, capacitors, transformers. We solve problems for the storage providers who are concerned with optimal dispatch, scheduling, and effective battery management. Because if you think about it, like a lithium battery is actually an explosive device. And then you have independent operators who we just spoke about, who need wholesale arbitrage solutions so that they can actually trade energy on the exchanges in real time. So at a high level, we've broken down the Veritone energy components here. We have like 5 kind of components, or high-level components, and we have more than 20 patents issued against these energy components, and about 10 more patents are actually pending. So the first one on the left-hand side is our forecaster, and this allows us to predict. And we are able to predict like demand, we're able to predict generation, we're able to predict pricing across all types of energy generators. We can also, we have a controller, which is an intelligent controller, which helps manage all of the devices on the grid effectively, and also synchronize all of the devices together as well. We have the Veritone Optimizer, which allows us to deploy various strategies onto the grid, which I'll talk a little bit about later. Because really, once you can forecast, once you can control and synchronize, then you can optimize to your heart's content. And we also have like the Veritone arbitrage solution, and this is for the independent operators who are producing and selling energy back to the grid itself. And then lastly, we have our Veritone simulator, which we highly recommend in terms of engagements with software companies. Our simulator allows you to actually try the software and be able to view outcomes before you actually deploy it on your grid in the environment. Now let's double click down on a number of these. So first one here is our forecaster. So our forecaster helps to predict demand, capacity, and even price at a kilowatt hour level. like we can predict like 1 minute, 1 hour, 1 week, 1 month in advance, which allows both our software and the actual grid operators to plan in advance. So how do we do this? I mean, to predict, we build models like AI models using historical data and real-time data. So we will build like a model of nodes, which is demand. We will build a model of capacity, also build a model of pricing. We can also build a model of the city that you're actually servicing as well. And we use different forecast models. We probably use about 6 different AI forecast models at any one time. And we always pick the best performing model, because this eliminates like model drift over time, especially when you're using the same type of data set. All of our AI models are, they use kind of auto training and adaptation learning, so they get better over time as they start using the data. And just to give you like an example of something that we were able to predict, like, you know, probably one of the most common renewable energy or green energy sources is solar power. And solar power like produces radiation and our kind of solar power. And we're able to kind of predict that out in advance in terms of how much is going to be generated, you know, 1 hour, 1 month, or 1 week in advance. And the way we do it is we will ingest weather data into our software. It could be from ClimateCell, AccuWeather, IBM weather data, or even infrared cameras that we have based directly over the solar panel. And we take a reading of that weather forecast as it sits directly over the solar panel arrays, just using a longitude and latitude of the specific location of the solar arrays. We then like combine both the weather predictions and the solar panel capacity and performance into our algorithm, such then that we can then predict in terms of time intervals out how much solar power is going to be generated. And when we think about like, you know, what we're predicting, we're looking at the weather that is like 50 miles out, you know, 30 miles out, 20 miles out, and that equates like different time horizons. And once you're able to kind of predict when you're going to start, you know, generating power from the solar panels, you can then prepare the rest of your grid infrastructure. So your inverters are able to, they're warmed up and they're able to ready to actually accept that power. Your battery's able to accept that power without them like, you know, burning out, which kind of happens a lot we're seeing. And some of these inverters are like $1 million, $2 million each. A storage battery can be like $15 million. So you don't want to kind of mess with that. And then we move to like our predictive controller. So in addition like to building, excuse me, forecast models, we also build AI models for all of the devices that sit on the grid. And that includes your inverters, transformers, capacitors, solar panels, and batteries. And these predictive device controllers, we then integrate them into our Smart Edge software controls. And our controller incorporates 2 things. It incorporates forecasts that we just spoke about. And forecast could be, I forecast demand at this level, I forecast, you know, solar panel generation, I forecast price. And then we combine that with rules of industry rules and regulations. So your NERC and FERC rules. Also, rules around the device that you're trying to control, which would be warranty rules and also operating parameters of the actual device itself. And of course, like regulatory compliance, you know, and this allows our smart controllers to make autonomous decisions like in real time. For example, whether to like ramp up an inverter to kind of ramp up or ramp down, you know, its production. And our decision, our AI like decision system is distributed. It is not centralized. And so we use a Hamiltonian approach for our AI decision making, which allows our controllers to make autonomous decisions at the edge. And we also use like what's called like active synchronization, you know, for dynamic systems, where all of the devices that are on the actual grid under our control, they're synchronized with each other, and they're also synchronized with the grid. So our controllers know at any one time the state of what every other device is, and also the state of the grid, so it can make much better decisions over time. The next one is our optimizer. This is the cool one. So, I mean, once you, as I said kind of earlier, once you're able to forecast, once you're able to control, once you're able to synchronize, then you can deploy like optimization strategies. And we can like optimize the grid for, energy, what I call kind of energy quality, which is like you're looking at VAR control, you're looking at frequency regulation, solar smoothing, especially on frequency regulation. All of our grids in the US to run at kind of 60 hertz. I think in Europe it's at 50 hertz. And if you're not producing kind of power at the same level as the grid, which is 60 hertz, and you're pumping in, say, something that's at like 55 hertz, for the US, then the appliances in someone's home is just not going to work. So we have to kind of make sure that that kind of works like at all time, and we will optimize for that. I mean, we also optimize for cost, we can optimize for compliance, we can optimize for usage. So in the picture here, like you can optimize for what I call optimal economic usage. So, if you know the price of your kilowatt hour, and you know what is generating at any one time, you can say, okay, I want to use the best cost strategy, which means I may take 40% of my solar, I'm going to take 25% of my wind, and about 35% of actual storage. And then, like, to avoid congestion, we can route that energy, with an optimal path algorithm to get to the substation that it needs to get at, which again avoids congestion and avoids kind of energy dumping. So optimization strategies are pretty cool to work with and deploy. And this is where the grids and utilities get a lot of cost savings from our software, and also they increase reliability to their end customers. Our next one here is the arbitrage and software. Like, for those people who are into wholesale selling of kind of bulk energy to the exchanges, especially those in the US. We're currently working with a company on the ERCOT exchange in Texas. This is going to be kind of very interesting to you. So, like, in my opinion, I've been talking to a lot of different independent operators. Their feedback is that, like, current arbitrage solutions that lack the ability to fuse risk, to fuse like dispatch and demand with market and weather uncertainty, like in real time. And we're able to solve for this. Our arbitrage solution was originally developed for high-speed trading in banks, and we originally sold this to, I think, like Citigroup. And since then, we have transformed this into be able to do arbitrage for energy. And our arbitrage solution is completely automated and is very autonomous. And it is based on like short-term risk forecasting and optimized dispatch decision-making. And we have a lot of interest in this software from the independent operators, which are springing up like now all over the place because of the democratization of energy. And lastly, here we have our simulator. So again, like I spoke about this earlier, we recommend like definitely using a simulator that allows you, it just reduces your overall risk of an engagement. It minimizes cost, achieves faster outcomes. Our simulator like incorporates all of our AI energy solution modules like forecaster, controller, optimizer, even synchronization. And we also do optimal economic dispatch as well. And you can determine outcomes like once it is provided with sensory data. And we don't need a huge amount of data to actually create a model and show someone like what potential outcomes could actually be. Now we're just going to get into deployment, which is one slide, and it's the last slide. And a lot of people ask us, and especially government people who we deal with, the Department of Energy, or you have utility companies want to know how they can deploy it. Some have security regulations that we have to adhere to. So we can deploy our software energy solutions in the cloud, or we can do them 100% on premise. We can do a hybrid of those approach. Our software will, it'll run in AWS cloud, also in Azure, and we are FedRAMP certified as well, which allows us to work with the Department of Energy across multiple of the Army and Air Force bases today. Thank you all.
The world wants new energy solutions. City services, local businesses, and neighborhoods need cleaner, affordable, reliable energy delivered safely. Electricity needs to be smart and future-proof. But new solutions are complicated. They're tough to implement and don't integrate easily into existing utility systems. None solve all the problems. Until now. Introducing Block Energy, the smart energy platform designed to eliminate complexity and risk. Block Energy is a world's first, a fully functioning power system with plug-and-play technology that's purpose-built to work with utilities, delivering safe, cleaner energy with advanced resilience. Block Energy's simple kit of parts is modular and scalable to adapt to changing requirements and growing communities. No customized engineering or design required. Here's how it works. The system connects local generation and storage throughout communities of all sizes in self-sustaining block loops using smart distributed controls, able to operate independently and interoperate seamlessly with the local utility grid. As communities grow, Block Energy expands without disruption, delivering truly frictionless installation and operation. The result is the most advanced distributed local power available today for neighborhoods and communities. Block Energy is part of the Emera family, active in Canada, the US, and the Caribbean, with 2.5 million customers, $34 billion in assets, and over $6 billion in annual revenue, and now makers of Block Energy. Military tested, Block Energy is delivering the new standard for security and resiliency on Kirtland Air Force Base right now. Thank you to our development partners, Kirtland Air Force Base, Sandia National Labs, and the Department of Energy's Distributed Energy Technology Lab for making Block Energy's pilot program a success. Local networked grids are the future standard of electricity. With builds in progress across the U.S., Block Energy is the future of energy delivered today.
Hello, and welcome to our session on recruiting and retaining military talent in the solar workforce. I'm Becky Long, Senior Program Manager at the Solar Energy Industries Association, SEIA, and I'll be joined today by my colleague Megan Howes, Program Specialist at the Solar Foundation. We'll be talking about the Solar Ready Vets program today, but before we do, I want to back up a bit and address a question some in the solar industry may be asking. Why should we be focusing on hiring veterans now as we are dealing with a pandemic and a struggling economy? And I'd say that not only is honoring our veteran heroes just the right thing to do, but it is actually in our best interest as a growing industry. The solar industry stands to benefit from a more diverse, robust, and resilient workforce, especially as we continue to emerge from COVID-19 disruptions and as we expand our industry's role as a mainstream part of the American energy sector. Veterans and transitioning service members have the leadership and management experience and the critical thinking skills that are essential in today's ever-changing world. Their military training and experience sets them up to be able to adapt and lead in constantly evolving situations such as the one we're in now with this pandemic. Diversity and inclusion has been a top priority for SEIA since 2017. It's a core organizational value, and it has been an area of our focus for the last several years. Our value statement states the following: SIA believes that a diverse workforce creates a more resilient organization, one that supports a strong, equitable solar industry. SIA envisions an industry that is committed to fostering a culture of inclusivity at all levels. Now, we know we still have a lot of work to do to fully realize this value, but we are making progress. And in 2020, we're working on extending our vision beyond diversity and inclusion to include equity and justice. We believe people from all backgrounds should have access to solar and solar career opportunities. And I'll mention just a few ways SIA has demonstrated its diversity commitments. So SIA launched our updated Diversity Best Practices Guide for the solar industry in 2019, and it's available on our website as a resource to help companies create and hone their own diversity strategies. SIA was a founding partner on the initial Solar Foundation Diversity Study back in 2017, and we partnered again on the 2019 study. And SIA has been a partner on various veterans-focused initiatives over the years, and now becoming a key Solar Ready Vets implementing partner in 2020 really demonstrates SIA's commitment to expanding career opportunities for veterans in solar.
The Solar Foundation and the Solar Energy Industries Association have worked together over the past several years on projects that advance solar training and hiring outcomes, and our current activities under the Solar Ready Vets Network draw from and really expand on a few of these past collaborative efforts. The Solar Ready Vets brand originated back in 2014 with a model focused on training transitioning service members for entry-level installation jobs. This curriculum was implemented at community colleges in partnership with 10 military bases across the country, and while this funding concluded in 2017, a few of these locations continued to operate independently and are now contributing to our current efforts. With additional funding from the Department of Energy, we launched the Solar Training Network. This was a national workforce development initiative designed to bridge gaps and strengthen coordination among solar industry employers and training providers in order to support a well-qualified, diverse, and job-ready solar workforce. The Solar Training Network prioritized stakeholder engagement efforts and produced original research and resources in order to articulate the processes and challenges surrounding solar industry workforce development. This program led and promoted efforts to identify and address information gaps related to evolving workforce needs, expand work-based learning opportunities to support solar talent development, and integrate solar career pathways into the existing public workforce development system. The current Solar Ready Vets activities are designed to leverage the most effective elements of both of these predecessor programs in order to advance opportunities for veterans in the solar workforce and to support the industry's ability to invest in military talent as part of a broader strategy to develop a strong and stable solar workforce. Since we launched the Solar Ready Vets Network last year, our team continues to lead a range of direct impact and indirect high-impact capacity building efforts that collectively advance a pipeline of military talent into technical and professional roles at all levels of the solar workforce. Alongside the Solar Foundation, the Solar Ready Vets team consists of SIA, NABCEP, and the U.S. Chamber of Commerce Foundation's Hiring Our Heroes program. This work is funded by the U.S. Department of Energy Solar Energy Technologies Office as part of a broader effort to reduce solar soft costs, increase diversity in the solar workforce, and prepare the industry for a modern grid. The network is designed to connect transitioning military service members and veterans with training, credentialing, and career opportunities in the solar industry. Military service members offer strong organizational and leadership skills and technical aptitudes, and veterans are really well positioned to succeed in a wide range of solar careers. So the overarching objective of this program is to align veteran talent with solar workforce needs. Especially as the industry recovers from COVID disruptions and we rebuild better, we aim to strengthen solar career pathways for veterans and support solar employers with opportunities and resources to tap into the great diversity of military talent. we've partnered with the U.S. Chamber of Commerce Foundation's Hiring Our Heroes program to extend their highly successful corporate fellowship program to the solar industry. This program places highly qualified transitioning service members with solar employers for 12 weeks of work-based learning to facilitate the smooth transition from active duty to the civilian solar workforce. These fellowships are geared toward mid to senior level service members, and placements are made in professional and management roles where a company has an open requisition that they're seeking to fill, with the idea that the fellowship will ideally lead to employment. The company receives resumes and interviews potential fellows. Then the matchmaking process is led by Hiring Our Heroes in a way that reflects the service member's skills, the employer's needs, and the preferences of both parties. To help orient fellows to the solar industry, SIA has led work to produce a pre-placement curriculum which provides a thorough overview of solar technology and policy and market dimensions of the industry and considerations for navigating a solar career. Under the corporate fellowship model, fellows also receive extensive professional development support on a weekly basis from the Hiring Our Heroes team as they navigate the transition from military service to the civilian workforce, so that at the end of the 12 weeks, they're really well prepared to excel in a permanent role with their host company. This program is part of the Department of Defense SkillBridge program, and so it's offered at no cost to the employer.
So why should your company host a Solar Ready Vets Fellow? Companies of all types and sizes can benefit from the leadership and management experience that mid to senior level military talent brings. Companies also benefit from veterans' strong planning and organizational skills, their teamwork capabilities, and problem-solving skills. And I'll note that one additional area that makes some veterans a good fit for solar is that many solar companies are highly mission-driven, and veterans may approach their work in a mission-oriented way. Hosting a fellow will provide your company with access to a diverse recruitment pipeline of screened and vetted military talent. And in turn, it can help increase your company's ability to attract and retain veteran talent overall over time. And hosting a fellow allows you to do your part by creating opportunities for service members to transition into solar careers. Across the board, we find that veterans are eager and ready to rise to their next challenge. Fellows are placed in roles that require a bachelor's degree or equivalent and several years of experience. 87% of fellows have a bachelor's and/or master's degree. The type of work the fellows will do depend on their past professional and military work experience. And the roles run the gamut of the types of roles that are available in the solar industry. And they may include business development, project management, engineering, PR, sales, operations, logistics, and others. To provide an example, a solar and storage company recently hosted 2 fellows. One of those fellows held the role of operations manager, where she focused on implementing project management and organizational systems for the company. And the other fellow worked as a quality systems manager during his fellowship. A new cohort just started their fellowship the other week, and these fellows are working in areas such as policy, sales, software, project management, and others. And the success rate for the fellowships is high. Over 90% of fellows are hired on after their fellowship ends. How can your company host a fellow? There are active fellowship programs at 15 locations across the country, coinciding with some of the larger bases. And if your company is doing remote work, like many more companies are these days, then that is also a great option. And companies can host more than one fellow at a time if desired, and they can host fellows at multiple locations if they have operations in different locations. There are 3 fellowship cohorts each year, and we are now actively seeking companies that would like to start hosting a fellow in January 2021. So if your company would like to host a fellow or learn more, please go to our website below and fill out our brief form, and we'll be in touch with you. Alternatively, you can email me at blong@sia.org, and my email is provided at the end of this presentation as well. And the deadline for letting us know your interest in hosting a fellow is October 23rd. So please do reach out to us as soon as possible.
Under the Solar Ready Vets Network, in addition to the Corporate Fellowship Program, we also lead several concurrent and complementary initiatives that expand training opportunities and strengthen solar career pathways for veterans. These capacity building activities engage solar industry employers, certified solar training providers, and regional workforce development networks to support military service members and veterans pursuing solar careers. Centered around 6 cross-functional objectives, the Solar Ready Vets Network aligns military talent and skills with industry workforce needs as solar continues to lead job growth in the American energy sector. The 2019 National Solar Job Census found that veterans make up just over 8% of the solar workforce, which is a bit higher than the average for the overall US economy. And through this program, we hope to increase representation of veterans across the industry. Toward this goal, we're raising awareness of solar as a career pathway and facilitating connections to help veterans to identify and secure opportunities for solar training, credentialing, and employment. Our team has recently secured approvals from the Department of Veterans Affairs to have all 6 NABCEP PV credentials and certifications to be eligible for GI Bill benefits, which will go a long way toward making solar training more accessible and more appealing to veterans. NABCEP is a key partner on this project, and they're also leading work to establish veteran fast tracks to certification based on military occupation skills. And this work will provide veterans with more streamlined pathways for solar training and credentialing in ways that recognize and leverage their experience and skill sets gained through military service. Another key element of this project is regional workforce development. So building on the best practices and strategies outlined by the Solar Training Network program, we're working to establish regional industry education partnerships, particularly with regard to building relationships between training providers and employers in order to improve alignment between learning outcomes and actual regional workforce needs. Our first of these partnerships is kicking off this fall semester with Strata Solar and Tidewater Community College in Virginia, and we're ready to move forward with additional collaborative efforts to improve training and hiring outcomes in other high-demand regions around the country. Along the lines of industry engagement with training, our team is also in the process of establishing a standardized solar apprenticeship model, and we'll have more to share on that in the coming months. We're always looking for industry employers to join us in these efforts. So if your company is interested in recruiting military talent or want to support workforce development initiatives, please visit solarreadyveterans.org and join the Solar Ready Vets Network to stay current on opportunities and resources. We greatly appreciate you taking the time to listen to this session, and our contact information is available here, so please feel free to reach out to either myself or Becky, and we look forward to working with you to support veterans in the solar workforce.
Well, first and foremost, the health and safety of our employees and their families, our customers, partners, and the communities in which we do business is of paramount importance to us. Early on in the crisis, our HSE team worked tirelessly to develop clear and consistent guidelines for our employees related to COVID-19. We've enforced preventative and protective practices across the board and have also adopted CDC recommendations relating to cleaning and sanitizing of our office locations and also our construction and operations sites. And at this time, other than employees involved in essential activities, meaning those associated with construction and operation of renewable energy facilities, our employee base is working virtually. On the business front, we're constructing close to 2 gigawatts of renewable energy facilities at this time for completion by the end of the year. And one area we're spending a tremendous amount of time monitoring is supply chain associated with key components. It's a very dynamic situation right now, and the situation is changing weekly, if not daily, as lockdown and similar type restrictions rotate around the globe. At this time, we remain determined to complete all these projects in 2020, but it's not a given. It's a very complex situation, and it requires innovative thinking day in and day out to work around the new challenges as they arise. On a positive note, we do see continued customer interest in procuring renewable energy. Our customers, for the most part, are taking a long view, and they're continuing on with their renewable energy procurement plans. And though we've seen some slight delays in procurement schedules, for the most part, contract negotiations are continuing and contracts are being signed. And this is all being done virtually, which is very interesting for all of us. In fact, we had a really good first quarter in this regard, having signed a few very large solar and solar plus storage contracts in the United States. So the last thing I'd say is that our parent company, EDF, is a long-term company with a long-term perspective. We think we're equipped to navigate through the current market conditions, and we remain committed to our longer-term renewable energy goals. EDF Renewables plans to be there on the other side of the COVID-19 crisis.
Welcome back to Rate Design Final. For our first question, the type of time-varying rates, or TVR, historically based on daily blocks of time, and they may change seasonally. Sash.
All right. Well, TVR rates, as Carl said yesterday, really help us align people's behavior with the cost of operating the grid. In this case, I think we're asking, what are time of use rates specifically?
Great, thank you. Barbara, can you elaborate?
Absolutely, yes. This is a pretty popular topic in rate design these days, and time of use rates is essentially, as it is labeled, the amount of, or the price for energy varies based on the time of day. And I have to give a little plug for APS. We have more than 60% of our customers already on time variant rates, time of use rates, or time of use plus demand rates today voluntarily. And we've had this type of pricing for many decades. One of the most controversial parts, though, of time of use rates and establishing time of use rates is what is the highest period of the pricing? So what is the peak period where customers will pay more for using energy during those periods of high demand? And that is one of the challenges in working through this type of rate structure with stakeholders and regulators.
Thank you. Let's move on to our second question. A way to encourage customers to reduce usage at times the system is constrained or underlying costs are high, that is at peak loads. Carl.
Yes. What are peak time rebates? Getting a little cash for reducing your use is a great way to encourage people to participate in time varying rates.
Okay, Sash, would you elaborate?
Sure. I mean, a peak time rebate is really just what it sounds like. It's a rebate offered to you for reducing your kilowatt hour usage during a peak period. And Barbara was just talking about what those peak periods might be. And the grid experiences strain at certain times. We've just been experiencing that here in California with the heat waves, for example. When everyone's air conditioner load goes on, we can predict what that time is going to be with some degree of certainty based on weather and usage patterns. And offering rebates during those peak times, it's kind of a demand response function, can really help people use their load to respond to the conditions on the grid.
Great, thank you. Let's go to our next question. Another way to reduce usage at times the system is constrained or underlying costs are high. Barbara.
And I believe what we're referring to here is critical peak pricing, which is a different type of a time of use rate.
Great, thank you. Carl, can you elaborate on the difference?
Sure. So as Sash explained, a peak time rebate puts cash in the pocket of the customer for not using electricity, but it requires, as Barbara mentioned, a pretty good ability at predicting the time so that the utility is actually giving cash for doing something. It assumes what some people call a counterfactual. You have to have a good prediction. With critical peak pricing, wholesale markets and system operators really can see the actual time the price is coming on. And since we're just talking about a narrow block of time, it can be more fair to say, I see the prices rising and I'm going to raise them accordingly. It also makes sure that revenue is collected, which ultimately has to pay for those peak costs.
Great, thank you very much.
I think the solar industry now, or as I would call it, the home energy industry, is very, very interesting. My background is in consumer marketing. I spent a lot of years working with companies like Apple and Virgin. And what I've really noticed in the solar industry now is that it is kind of taking on a consumer type consumer electronics mindset where, you know, maybe solar 1.0 a few years ago was all about, you know, getting cheap electrons, right? It was just about getting cheap electrons. Now I think the industry has sort of moved to, sure, I want clean, responsible energy at a lower price, of course, but now it's becoming much more about what kind of value can you give me? What features can I get? So I think companies in the industry now have to think, be a little more nimble, be a little more reactive to fickle consumer demands, much like consumer electronics companies would. I think that's a really significant change in the market. Part of that is exacerbated by some general long-term trends, but also I think some very short-term trends like, you know, recently what's been happening with the climate and weather, fires, you know, selective shutoffs by power companies, particularly in California, more storms, things like that. People are looking now from energy for a lot more than just cheap electrons. They want resiliency, they want features, they want convenience, peace of mind, all kinds of stuff.
Hello, my name is Anthony Koo. I'm the Vice President of Technology at NICE America, clean energy R&D group based in California, working with the US and China. Today, I'd like to talk to you about our perspective on how the hydrogen economy could develop over the next 5 to 10 years in both countries. A brief disclaimer that covers the information that will be presented today. NICE is part of China Energy Group, a large state-owned utility within China. The company delivers 15% of China's electricity and 20% of China's hydrogen. It includes and operates a large profile of power generating assets, including footprints in coal, wind power, and hydro. NICE, the National Institute for Clean Energy, and NICE America, corporate level R&D entities within China Energy Group, who are charged with developing clean energy technologies for the company. NICE has 3 sites, one in China, one in Germany, and one in the US. NICE America, the US site, is where I'm based, and our focus is on hydrogen supply chains, distributed energy, including energy storage, and carbon management. To begin, let me start with the development targets for the hydrogen economy for transportation by 2030. What I've got listed here are high-level targets in China and also in California, which represents numbers for the US. At first glance, there's a lot of things that are very similar. Both countries are targeting about 1 million fuel cell vehicles or more by 2030, and order of 200 to 1,000 fueling stations. So within this context, the question I'd like to dig into today is whether these goals will be achieved with similar trajectories and where there will be differences along the way in achieving success. Let me further motivate the presentation with 2 headlines that popped up this year. The first one in April talks about the possibility that China will be sunsetting its electric vehicle subsidies. And this includes not just battery electric vehicles, but hydrogen vehicles. And it begged the question, is China no longer committed to zero emission transportation? What's going on if these subsidies will be sunset? So I'd like to come and dig into that in a moment. The second article came from just a week ago or 2 weeks ago, related to a speech given by President Xi Jinping at the UN General Assembly in September. Here, he mentioned that China was seeking to peak CO2 emissions by 2030 and reach carbon neutrality by 2060, a very significant commitment, reemphasizing China's commitment to reaching decarbonization. The thing I'd like to dig into over the next couple of minutes and time that we have together is, what do these developments mean for hydrogen in China, and how does that compare to what's going on in the US? Let's start with the first headline. Up to about 2020, the policy in China to support zero emission transportation and hydrogen was a vehicle subsidy. Here you can see the amounts that were offered to individual purchasers of cars, as well as municipalities buying hydrogen fueled buses. Fairly generous subsidies to try to drive up the numbers in adoption, a sort of a build it and there will come type of model where you're trying to drive the demand through the vehicle side. What we see now, I believe, is a strategic pivot as announced in a recent issuance from the Ministry of Industry and Information Technology that's shifting from subsidies towards emphasizing a greater development focus. And so here there's talk of developing city cluster demos with commensurate investment over the next 4 years, focused on 3 legs. First is technology innovation. Here we're looking at fuel cell stacks, development and engineering of those stacks into vehicles, fueling supply chains, the components that will then be assembled into applications. So fueling stations for cars, buses, trucks, other application spaces, ultimately culminating in a manufacturing base that can then develop and iterate through technology, application, and scale production. That to me seems to be the direction that China is looking to go in the next 5 years. And that then presents significant opportunities for building out additional volumes of vehicles rather than just pushing a metric based solely on vehicle adoption. For those of you that are interested in reading the original Chinese, I've included the hyperlinks to the 2 memos that actually go into detail regarding these 2 industrial policies. So what might this mean at the ground level? Well, I think what it means is that you'll see clusters within China emerge that will become manufacturing bases. And here I picked 2 just for illustrative purposes. There are a number of other sites within China that are growing in that space, so I'm not looking to exclude them. It's just for the sake of the discussion today. First one I picked is in Hebei, Northern Province, city Zhangjiakou, that's seeking to build a hydrogen corridor between that city and Beijing. It's a very significant investment announced this year, over $1 billion US equivalent for hydrogen production all the way through delivery and support of vehicle infrastructure. A number of projects there. But the key metric to me that seems interesting is this idea of seeking 21,000 tons of hydrogen availability by next year, growing to 50,000 tons of hydrogen availability by 2035, essentially getting at this point where the fuel will be available to support all the vehicles that are aspired to be on the road. And the piece that really adds focus to this project is the 2022 Winter Olympics, where hydrogen and vehicle transportation technologies will be featured as part of China's hosting of those games. In the south, Guangdong Province, Nanhai City, there's a hydrogen valley that's emerging that's been under development for several years. 20 billion RMB spent to date, over 1,000 vehicles, 10 stations, as well as the supporting infrastructure that surrounds just the pure vehicle play. China Energy as a company is also committed to hydrogen. It was one of the founding members of the Hydrogen Council, which is a CEO level consortium of companies around the world that look at hydrogen as a fuel for the future. China Energy also engages in very significant hydrogen production. We are one of the world leaders in gasification. We have very large facilities that gasify thousands of tons of coal per day to produce thousands of tons of hydrogen per day. We are conducting R&D in the areas of CO2 capture at gasification sites to reduce the CO2 footprint of hydrogen production as well as chemicals production from those sites, as well as looking very actively at electrolysis with renewables to try to get to green hydrogen in that area. Also of interest is a very significant refueling station initiative announced by China Energy, a 10-year, $5 billion plan to build 200 to 300 hydrogen refueling stations across China. And so this is something that represents what we think is an important strategic pivot in moving just from pure electricity into a broader energy company type of space. Our first hydrogen refueling station is the Rugao station in Jiangsu province. The interesting features here to call your attention to, it's a dual station that meets 35 and 70 MPa, so two pressures able to accommodate both cars and heavy duty vehicles, came online last year. So I've talked a bit about the demand side and also the vehicles and the pivot in China. Let me spend the rest of my time talking more about the hydrogen supply and how we can connect hydrogen supply all the way down to the vehicles for the entire supply chain. To do that, let's take a step back. The pie chart on the far left represents the global hydrogen production, about 70 million tons last year, as well as the US and Chinese shares, 10 and 22 million tons respectively. In the middle of the chart, I've broken out the source of that hydrogen. How was that hydrogen produced? And what you see is that in both cases, the dominant method today is the use of fossil fuels. In the US, 95% of it was produced from natural gas through steam methane reforming. In China, coal is the dominant driver, with a significant contribution also from oil and natural gas. Electrolysis using green energy from renewable energy constitutes about 1% in both cases. So it's something that I think is very exciting, tremendous growth potential, but is something that's not a significant contribution to hydrogen as it is today when we look at current global market. I've also highlighted on the China piece, the contribution from China Energy as a company. Last thing I'd like to call your attention to is the heavy use of fossil fuels in today's generation of hydrogen has a meaningful CO2 footprint. Here I've just calculated based on the source of hydrogen an estimate. So in the US, about 90 to 100 million tons of CO2 per year associated with its hydrogen production out of 4,800, so 4.8 gigatons of CO2. In China, because coal is more carbon intense than natural gas, you have a larger footprint in part due to the coal intensity as well as the larger volume of hydrogen. You're about 3.5 times that of the US, but a smaller fraction of China's overall CO2 emissions. The reason I mentioned this is that I think one of the key drivers in looking at hydrogen and the hydrogen economy is decarbonization. So thinking through how do we pivot from a CO2 heavy production of hydrogen towards a lower carbon intensity hydrogen is something that's an important part of the supply chain. And the ways that the two countries, the US and China, will achieve that is something I'd like to briefly comment on. Low carbon hydrogen can be produced from both fossil fuels and also from renewable energy. If you're using fossil fuels, in the case of natural gas reforming or coal gasification, you need CO2 capture and storage, where the CO2 is captured as part of the production process and stored underground or utilized in a way that doesn't allow it to get to the atmosphere. Typically, that's referred to as blue hydrogen. The use of green energy or clean energy from renewable solar, wind, or other zero carbon sources of electricity can split water into hydrogen and oxygen, and here the hydrogen can directly be used as green hydrogen. So green hydrogen and blue hydrogen are the two primary paths towards achieving low carbon hydrogen. A lot of exciting work going on both of those, and I'd like to comment on where those might be headed, at least from the perspective of our company, in the next couple of years. Before I do, I'd like to take a step back and issue a disclaimer, in effect, that low carbon hydrogen, I think, is not just a matter of getting renewable energy and splitting water or doing CO2 capture and getting the hydrogen that way. It's actually a very complicated question of reliability, production volume, and cost. And to illustrate that, let me take an aside and just share with you something interesting that I dug into in the past month or so. So as many of you know, in California, there's some very serious wildfires that have been burning for well over a month. In September, where I live in the Bay Area, there were a couple days where significant smoke and haze occluded the area to the point where the atmosphere actually was a reddish haze. You can actually see that in the bottom left, almost a Martian looking type of atmosphere. That haze also exists in China due to air pollution. Here you're looking at Beijing on a very bad day in the winter. And the reason I share this with you is I think this actually highlights an interesting component as you begin to scale up green and clean low carbon hydrogen production. The chart that I've plotted here shows you solar generation in California. This is data from the California ISO, the grid utility that's published every day. It's how much solar generation or solar energy is produced across the entire state. And they have data that you can look at for each day. So I plotted on the gray and the blue lines, typical Septembers in a typical clear September day in 2019 and 2020. On September 10th, this day that the picture was taken where it looked like you were on Mars, you can see that orange trace, a reduction in solar intensity because haze reduces the effectiveness of solar cells. A 30% drop during the day in terms of the total amount of solar energy available in California on those bad days. I'm not saying that really this is going to be a showstopper with respect to solar powered electrolysis, but I think it's an important problem and an opportunity that requires attention. This idea that seasonal variability, wildfires, other things can impact the amount of electricity that's available, when it's available, and can shift things and require solutions in terms of reliability, production volume, when you're factoring in cost. How much redundancy do you need? All these questions that I think people are working very hard to answer, but are going to be absolutely necessary to solve in both the US, China, the rest of the world, if we're looking at very large scale hydrogen production that's going to be low carbon. In China, there are efforts underway for both blue and green hydrogen. In the area of blue hydrogen, as I mentioned before, you can do coal gasification with CCS. The company that I worked for, the Shenhua division, in 2012 completed a demonstration project where CO2 was captured from coal gasification at a rate of 100,000 tons per year, corresponding to 5,000 tons of hydrogen per year production scale. On the green hydrogen side, this year, the Bofeng Coal Company announced a project, 2 100 megawatt solar plants that would be used to generate electricity to split water and produce clean hydrogen, green hydrogen in that way. The numbers work out to about 14,000 tons of hydrogen per year. These are the current scales of production in China. So I just wanted to start off by calibrating you with these numbers. We'll come back to them in a moment. The last comment on this page is at the bottom. You'll see I have made some notes as to the amenability of blue and green hydrogen. Blue hydrogen is centrally produced, very large facilities that produce a large amount of hydrogen that then needs to be brought over to fueling stations to support transportation economy. Renewables can also be done in a centralized location, such as I'm showing you here in the Baofeng project, but they can also be done distributed. You could think about siting electrolyzers right at a fueling station and then running those to produce hydrogen when needed in smaller scale. This becomes important when you think about the entire supply chain and how you begin to roll out large scale production. To give you a sense of how large the scale up challenge is, I've replotted some of the data I've talked about. On the left, the current supply of hydrogen today. I've re-expressed these numbers from 22 and 10 million tons per year in thousands of tons per year units. In the middle, I've illustrated what the fuel demand would be, assuming that we reach these 1 million vehicle targets by 2030. If you're looking at light duty vehicles, cars, it could be as low as 500,000 tons per year. If you're looking at 1 million heavy duty trucks, you could have a significantly higher demand for hydrogen. And if you compare those numbers with what the current supply is, it's a fairly significant fraction of the existing supply. Just to calibrate you, 1 million vehicles in California represents 1/15 of the total cars that are on the road right now in the state. On the right is both good news and bad news. The bad news is that the low carbon supply currently is very, very small, but at the same time, there's tremendous potential over the next decade to innovate and develop technologies that will allow us to scale up this infrastructure to be able to connect supply, low carbon supply, with the vehicle demand that we're trying to reach in some of these development targets in both countries. So the last thing I'd like to talk to you about is how we see that happening, how we at Nice America, China Energy see this developing. And connecting the supply and the demand, the production with the vehicles, really requires looking at the entire refueling pathway. And so what we've done is an internal analysis looking at different ways you can get hydrogen from production all the way to a vehicle. And here I've illustrated 5 different pathways. Pathway number 1, which I'll show you some more results on the next page, is gaseous production at a central site, delivered in tube trailers, trucked on the road, and then delivered at a station. Pathway number 2 is this distributed path where you can bring the electricity to an electrolyzer right on site and then deliver that hydrogen to a vehicle. Options 3, 4, and 5 look at liquid delivery. So here, central production, liquefaction of that hydrogen, so converting it into a liquid, transporting that in liquid trailers, and then delivering that to a vehicle through a number of different pathways. This is something that we've looked at as a company much more carefully because of some of the advantages we think that exist in moving hydrogen as a liquid, higher density leading to lower costs, and then compression really advantages that help reduce the costs associated with delivering hydrogen in the right pressure for vehicles. Pathway number 1, I'm showing you some data here on our estimates of cost. A few caveats, the numbers here represent a central point. I'm not showing you the error bars nor a lot of the details, but what I am showing you is pathways for compressed gas distribution and the costs on the left for cars and on the right for a bus depot servicing a transit agency that's a much larger scale. The charts on each side begin with what we think the costs will be approximately in the US, and then on the right, what we think the cost of a nominally identical station in China will cost, with the differences related to capital costs, manufacturing scale, and energy costs highlighted by the bars that separate the two figures. Here, if you're interested in digging into the details, we've actually published some of this data, and it's again in the reference in the bottom left of this chart and also some of the next charts. Bottom line is we think the costs in China will be lower, but really the question then is how do the costs among the different pathways compare? So let me wrap up with this summary. What I'm listing for you here is several different chains connecting production, transportation, and station to get to a total cost of hydrogen delivered for a vehicle consumer. So this is what the vehicle, the car or the truck or the bus would pay on a dollars per kilogram basis, all normalized to US currency. The shaded rows are the ones I want to call your attention to. Those represent the low carbon options where the CO2 has been accounted for, either it wasn't produced in the first place from renewable energy or has been captured and stored. Rows 3 and 7 represent the fossil pathways, SMR with natural gas in the US, coal gasification in China. Here we find that liquid truck transport plus a liquid station does seem to have some pretty good cost advantages over some of the other options that might be available, especially gas transport in both countries. The green bars, or the green shading, chains 4 and 8, represent the distributed production. And so here, numbers are higher on a current basis based on today's numbers, but there's a lot of investment, a lot of exciting activity in electrolyzer technology. And we think that innovation can drive these numbers down to the point where they can be competitive or potentially even better than central production with liquid distribution. However, for right now, the numbers for us seem to indicate that liquid is something that we need to think about today, as well as investing in distributed electrolysis for the future. So that's where, as a company, we're spending our time thinking about and developing technologies. One of the technologies we're working on is a refueling system, a submergible hydrogen pump to more efficiently move liquid hydrogen, pressurize it, and deliver it under a variety of conditions that are of desirable to an end user, a customer station, as well as reducing cost. This is a picture of a unit that we actually have in customer validation now, and our expectation is sometime next year we'll enter into service and begin to offer this as an option to support hydrogen refueling stations within the US. So let me close with a few summary statements. On the level of policy and strategy, I think China has had a pivot this year, but there does seem to be increasing clarity in the direction that the hydrogen economy will be developing in that country. I think the next thing to look for will be first quarter next year when the next 5-year plan is published. We should see indications of confirmation that that really is the path that will become the significant one over at least the next 5 and likely 10 years. Within the US, I think there's a lot of exciting things going on, especially in California, but in other parts of the country as well. And my personal hope is that after the national elections in November, the policy will continue to become more and more clear as to the landscape for the hydrogen economy within the US. Technology-wise, both countries have tremendous opportunities for supply chains. We actually do think that the supply chains will look different in each country, but from production through distribution, through delivery, lots of opportunities for innovation as well as at the level of fuel cell vehicles. As I mentioned before, our bet is on liquid distribution today, as well as work for electrolysis in the future. But to conclude, I think the really big message I hope that you take away is that this is an exciting decade that we have coming up. The hydrogen, to deliver and meet these targets for low carbon hydrogen and decarbonization of the transportation sector, will require significant investment with lots of opportunities for innovation. And so for us as an energy company, it's really an exciting place to be, not just in hydrogen, but in clean energy in general. With that, I'd like to thank you for your attention and hope you found this presentation useful.
Topic is policy and technology. For our first question, a concern raised by rate design changes with multi-part and/or time-varying components. Sash.
All right. Well, this was actually a concern that I mentioned on the first day of this Jeopardy game. This is an equity concern. What is equity? Does this complexity unfairly burden certain people? Is really the question here.
Great, thank you. Barbara, you want to elaborate on that?
Absolutely. This is one of the biggest debates as well with respect to changing rate design in terms of price signals. One side of the equation is our customers that are deploying DERs being compensated for all the value and benefit that those distributed energy resources bring to the grid for the benefit of all customers. But the other side of that equation is the customers that are not participating with DERs, and are they paying more than they should be paying for their electricity to subsidize or support the customers that have the DERs? So it's a robust debate, and there are certainly plenty of arguments on both sides.
Great, thank you very much. Let's go on to our second question. Moving into something that people get involved with personally, a way to help ensure that transportation electrification or electric vehicles do not unintentionally increase system costs. Carl is so anxious to answer this. He is jumping on the end of the question. Go ahead, Carl.
Just sorry, I was reading ahead. Yeah, what is managed charging?
Okay, Sash, you want to elaborate, explain that?
Sure. Well, Carl's right to be excited. I mean, managed charging is one of the great opportunities in front of us because of technology, right? As our transportation sector electrifies, as we get more and more electric vehicles on the road, of course, that's load on the grid. And so in an era of declining load, that's a good sign for utilities. It's also great for the environment. It's great for greenhouse gas emissions, but it can present some problems with managing the grid. We've been talking about critical periods when the grid is under strain. Managed charging at its most basic level is just charging when it is most cost effective, both for the person charging the car and for the grid. And that might involve ramping down the rate of charging. It might involve toggling on and off the charging. It might involve some oscillation of the charging. But the point is, with these smart electric vehicles, with smart charging, and with good signals from the grid through our AMI infrastructure and other grid modernization aspects, we can actually manage the way we charge that electrified fleet to the benefit of all ratepayers and the grid as a whole.
That sounds exciting. Thank you. Now let's go on to our third question. A policy or mechanism designed to remove utility disincentives to encourage energy efficiency that can also help ensure efficient electrification. Barbara.
Yeah, so I think the policy that we're talking about here is decoupling a utility company's revenue from the amount of energy that's sold.
Great, thank you. Carl, you want to explain that?
Sure. In traditional rate making, cost recovery and profits are coupled together. The decoupling mechanism separates those. And so the utility facing energy efficiency, which reduces sales, no longer worries about also getting their profits. The profits can come even if sales go down. That makes shareholders less disappointed with the effect of energy efficiency because the profits keep coming in even if the sales go down, and everybody should be a winner.
And why is that? Does that make sense as we think about electrification and increasing electricity sales?
Yeah, it actually, we're seeing a little bit of this possibly during the COVID epidemic as well. Sometimes sales spike up real high, and decoupling can actually operate as a control on excessive profits when the reason for the increase in the sales is not related to, increased business, or it's only related to a one-off situation.
That sounds good. And I think as we think about even electric vehicle electrification, to make sure that it's being done efficiently too.
Yes.
Now the moment you have all been waiting for, the final rate design final. And the topic is essential for rate design changes. Are you ready? Okay. This is needed to ensure customer and stakeholder support and regulatory approval of rate design changes. Barbara, let's start with you.
So certainly what's needed to ensure customer and stakeholder support are tools and technology that customers can use to help manage their bill and gain the benefits of this clean energy transition and the advanced rate designs that we're all talking about.
Great, thank you. Sash, would you like to elaborate?
Sure. Well, I think Barbara's right. We certainly need tools, right? Those tools are the way that we make these rates actionable, and it might be automated response from our appliances, or feedback from our meters, or if we're a DER customer, from our inverters or other technologies attached. That my battery, for example, has great interface. My Tesla battery that's connected to my solar system is providing me with feedback on how energy is being used, and it's actually responsive to things like peak periods and my peak demand, for example. So those kinds of tools are really important. We have a lot of options in front of us for rate design, and Barbara's exactly right. Those options, that whether they're complex or simple, transparent is of course something they should always be. But whether they're complex or simple, we still need a way to respond to them. And I think tools and technology are going to be really important going forward, especially things that facilitate automated demand response, for example.
Thank you. Carl, do you have anything to add?
Well, I'll just say, looking around the country, practically every regulatory jurisdiction that's looked at grid modernization or utility transformation has expected their utilities to develop a customer engagement aspect of their plans and spending. That customer engagement requires these tools and technologies, things like information portals and consumption information on demand and services information, so they can address the problems that or manage their bills. So it's good spending to get customers in on the equation, because what it does is it makes all that other money spent on grid modernization do its job. If you're going to have a highly interactive electric utility distribution system, well, customers need to be part of the story.
Great. Thank you very much. And thank you all of our contestants for a great game. You've all done such a terrific job. I'm going to declare it a tie. So thank you for playing. And thanks to our great audience. And we hope you all enjoyed the show.
Thank you, Janet. Thank you, Barbara.
Thank you, everyone.
Bye, all.
Hey, Whit, good to see you.
You too, Thor.
Do you want to introduce yourself for the folks that might be watching?
Sure. Yeah, my name is Whit Jameson. I'm a program associate with Forth, and I've had quite a bit of experience with electric vehicles over the past couple of years.
And that's great. Yeah, my name is Thor Hinckley, and I'm a senior program manager at Forth, and we're really happy and proud to be working with solar energy trade shows on North American Smart Energy Week. So, Whit, we were going to be talking about kind of market trends and utility engagement around electric vehicles. So what are you seeing in terms of market trends?
So let's start with the light duty small vehicle sector first, but I'm starting to see more competition. Obviously, Tesla is the biggest automaker right now for North America in the small duty or light duty sector. But I think we're starting to see some more competition. In 2021, we're going to start seeing, I think, more announcements is a big one. You're going to start seeing the Nissan Ariya by mid to late 2021, the Volkswagen ID.4, which is a crossover. So is the Nissan Ariya. The ID.4 should be coming in even as early as late 2020, but actually no, sorry, that's early 2021. And then you've got a few other ones like the Ford Mach-E, Mustang Mach-E. Deliveries start December on that one. And then you've got Hyundai coming out with their, I want to say it's their 5, the Ioniq 5, towards the early 2021, which is a crossover similar to the Nissan Ariya. So we've got a lot of movement in that kind of subsector right there. Yeah.
So what I'm hearing is, obviously Tesla's the big player in the electric vehicle market, and probably will be for the next couple of years. But what is finally happening is we're seeing the legacy automakers that traditionally focused on internal combustion engines and did electric vehicles as kind of a side venture, are moving more toward electrification of a larger part of their fleet, rather than, we've had General Motors with one, like the Bolt. You have Ford, essentially, they're very limited amount of electric vehicles. Fiat Chrysler has, they have kind of 1.5. They have a hybrid, plug-in hybrid, and then they have the Fiat. I think the Fiat battery electric might be gone, but so we're finally starting to see the big traditional legacy folks enter the market, and I think that's, to me, is quite a shift.
Yeah, I think that's certainly a shift, and I guess I didn't really get into some of the plug-in hybrid space, but we're also seeing a lot of announcements even this past year. I mean, Jeep is going to fully plug-in hybridize their fleet and lineup, and expect to have battery electric versions out in the not too distant future. I think 23, 24, 25. But we're really starting to see a lot broader range of EVs being electrified, both in the plug-in hybrid space and the full battery electric space. And you're starting to see a lot more of the midsize as the US market really demands that crossover SUV and even the truck space to electrify, really. So I'm excited to see what comes out of that. I mean, we've already had the Kona and the Niro for a few years now, and they've been pretty successful. The problem there has been production numbers,
right?
Which is, I mean, the Model Y, the Tesla Model Y is just a little more expensive than those, but all of them have received a good entry into the market the last few years. Model Y, just this last one, but yeah, I'm excited, especially to see that space kind of fill in. Obviously, I already mentioned the Ariya and the ID.4 will be filling in that space, but we also have newcomers like Rivian coming in with both their electric truck and their electric SUV. They're aiming for deliveries by end of June on the truck, and end of August on the full-size SUV. And those are going to be a lot longer range vehicles as well, which I think the market really is interested in. And I'm certainly excited to see that coming along.
Yeah, I think what you just touched on, I mean, most people, I think, are aware that the biggest selling car in the US is really a pickup truck.
Yeah.
And that up until now, the use cases for most electric light duty vehicles has been pretty limited by the types of vehicles that are available on the market. But what you're talking about, what you were just talking about with Rivian, and the other automakers expanding both the number of vehicles and the size, is really, I think, fundamentally the big shift that we see on the horizon. Electric, we know that Lordstown Motors will most likely have the first electric pickup truck on the market, although it'll be only limited to fleet applications.
Yeah.
But what is exciting to me is that anybody that works, it's common knowledge for you and I and other folks that work with electric vehicles that there's nothing like actually riding in and driving an electric vehicle to immediately make you aware of the difference. And here we'll start seeing fleet operators, probably utilities, municipal fleets, large construction firms, perhaps. And their workers, I think, will do a great job with word of mouth, because once you've driven electric, it's very difficult to go back to internal combustion engines.
It is. Yeah, that torque, that instant torque is really nice. And the lack of loud noises while you're driving is very appealing to some people. But yeah, I really see this as an opportunity where fleets are going to get in pretty early on, as we've seen in some other sectors. And when people test these vehicles out during work, they go back home and say, wait, why would I want to continue driving this car that I'm driving now when I could be in something that I know and understand while working my job? So I really see that as a big motivator for the average person who is interacting with electric vehicles for their job. But on the fleet side of things, I mean, I'm surprised it hasn't really pushed, the market hasn't really pushed for electric pickups faster. I mean, the total cost of ownership is already there. It's been there for years now. And
yeah,
the upfront cost is coming down, which will allow the market to adopt these vehicles even faster, which I'm really excited about. And I think a lot of fleet managers are as well. So yeah, that total cost of ownership really is the name of the game for the fleet managers. But yeah, and I think something to note is that you see fleets like Seattle and a lot of the West Coast municipalities really pushing forward on some of these electric vehicles and trying to get as many of these early electric pickups, because they've already seen the returns on their fleets of Bolts and Leafs and other electric smaller light duty vehicles. So it's kind of a no-brainer. It's just, how can we get them and how fast can we get them to where we need them to be?
Well, I mean, that's really spot on. Especially, I mean, recently the Consumer Reports came out with its own internal report on several electric vehicles over the last 5 or 6 years, and the report concludes that the cost of owning, maintaining, and servicing an electric vehicle is less than 50% of the cost of an internal combustion engine vehicle.
Yep.
So when you add that, 50% reduction in maintenance cost, that the equivalent of the price of electricity at an equivalent energy amount of gasoline is about $1. And the idea that, most of these vehicles get upward of 60, 78 miles per gallon on gas, on a fuel that costs $1 a gallon. The total lifetime cost is just is going to make these vehicles, the adoption process, go much faster. I think the thing that we haven't really discussed is that all of this is being driven by reductions in the cost of batteries.
Yep.
And when we see the reduction, what is it, about 8% year over year? It's just it's amazing to think that that the price of a battery pack back in the days when the Nissan Leaf first came out were probably around $1,000 a kilowatt, and we're pretty soon at $100 a kilowatt.
Yep. Well, and I think Tesla may have already hit that.
Yeah.
Or lower. So, and it's not just about the costs. It's also the quality of these batteries are improving vastly. I mean, we've seen the longevity of these batteries really be put to the test the last couple of years as more and more vehicles get on the road. So something I've talked with fleet managers about is really you're starting to look at a turnover cycle of 10 to 12, maybe even longer years, because the batteries are lasting longer, especially for these vehicles that are really, they're not used like 24 hours a day. They're more used just during the day, which is the majority of these fleet vehicles. They're just being used every day, and you can plug them in overnight. And that's, you're rarely seeing them go down to anywhere close to 0%. And they're not fast charging a ton.
Right.
So there's not a lot of stress on these batteries at all. And so I foresee longevity of these vehicles and the batteries in the vehicles to really be longer than what the industry is accustomed to right now.
I was going to say that's probably why Rivian has signed an agreement with Amazon for 100,000 delivery vans based on the Rivian platform. And you can imagine the reductions. Well, I mean, most of those vans, as we know, especially during COVID, are on the street minimum of 12 hours a day. I mean, 7 days a week, right? And today, most of those vehicles never get shut off while they're in use. And so both the fuel savings and the emissions reductions to transitioning those to electric is just huge. I mean,
it's massive.
It's an understatement.
It is. Yeah.
I think as we look into the light duty trucks and then get up into medium duty and then the full size Class 8 interstate, freight trucks, that's when I think utilities, the ears of utility workers perk up, because as you know, I mean, the light duty, the use, it's very common for people to charge their vehicles at home at night, right? And 80% of all drivers do that. But once we start seeing the utility impacts that come from these larger and larger, fleets of, I don't know, hundreds of delivery vans, large trucks, interstate trucks. I mean, all of a sudden, there's significant load coming onto the system. And, I think that's both a challenge and an opportunity for utilities to grow. I mean, this is what we're witnessing is this reinvention of the fossil fuel transportation system into this electric fueled transportation system.
Yeah. Yep.
So, what are your thoughts on that?
Yeah. So I would add to, I mean, this may be one of the biggest opportunities the utility industry has seen since 50s or 60s, when households were going electric, and appliances were all going electric. And I mean, the modern way we live was kind of had its roots in the 50s, 60s, late 40s,
Yeah.
And I don't think the utilities are really all taking advantage of this opportunity. And I think there are certainly challenges, but I think we truly already have the technologies to be able to face those challenges and really turn this into an opportunity that can reduce costs for consumers and ratepayers, and provide big benefits to the resiliency of the grid and the lifestyles that we want to live, where we're looking at a lot less emissions and a sustainable world for our children, our grandchildren.
Mhm.
Obviously, not my case yet, but
Well, I mean, what I'm seeing the estimates that I'm seeing are pointing toward 20 million electric vehicles in the U.S. by 2030.
Mhm. Yep.
And I think what we'll begin to see very soon, say 2023 or 2024, is this idea of price parity, right? Whereas
Mhm.
electric vehicles are still a little bit more expensive than
Yep.
internal combustion engine vehicles. But with that battery price coming down, we're going to see, this price parity point, and that's when the curve gets really steep for
Yeah.
adoption. And
Yep.
so, if I'm a utility, and my background is at an electric utility, so the planning horizon for a utility is usually in the order of 5 to 10 years. And we're looking at price parity within, I don't know, 3, 4 years, 5 at the
Yeah.
most. So now is the time to start thinking. If I'm a utility and I'm in an area where, we've already seen electric vehicles, it's time to act. And then for the utilities in areas where there's perhaps fewer electric vehicles, I don't know, perhaps the Plain States, parts of the Midwest, it's now is the time to start planning, right?
Mhm.
Because once that price parity hits, it doesn't matter if you're in a state where car sales are regulated like they are in 13 states today, or not, because the economics are going to make it crazy for anyone to buy a non-electric vehicle, right?
Yeah. I think you already can see some of this coming with the used market in California and even here in Oregon and in some other places around the US. I mean, we're seeing used Chevy Bolts for under 18 grand with basically their full battery capacity.
Mhm.
So it makes it's hard to really compare that with say the average gas or even hybrid, frankly.
Mhm. Mhm.
So I think we're starting to see that in the used market, and I'm really excited. I think personally, I'm interested in getting an electric vehicle finally, and that used market is really where I'll be looking, at least for my first electric vehicles. So I think that's really where we're going to start seeing some changes in 2021, 2022, as more and more of these older used vehicles come onto the used market and really reduce the price. I mean, we're seeing already pressure from the Model 3 pushing down the used price of other vehicles. Demand is still pretty high, but supply is increasing. And that's really making it more and more possible to get a used electric vehicle that has basically its original range and somewhere between that 20,000 and 50,000 mile mark. Obviously, there's going to be some higher mileage vehicles out there that are going to be even lower cost, but you can find some good deals right now. And I foresee in the next few years that really increasing. I guess we never talked about the Tesla Cybertruck as well. As that is going to pick up production at the end of 2021, and their lower cost Cybertrucks are going to be coming out 2022, and that's when the ramp up's going to happen. But I think that could really, if Tesla can meet the specs that they've put out there, I think that's really going to be compelling to the average consumer that's looking to buy a truck that can meet their needs and haul all the rocks and wood that you need to, wherever you want to go.
That's funny because you mentioned the Tesla Cybertruck. I think there's going to be, as more and more of those hit the street, there's going to be a fair amount of controversy because it's such a radical new design. I'm okay with it. But to be honest, if I was buying a pickup truck, which I haven't owned a pickup truck, but if I were to buy one, I'd probably want something, I'd probably, that part of my brain would push me to something a little bit more conventionally shaped. But
gotcha.
What I noticed we haven't talked about is transit. And I remember all too well last year, you and I were riding in a Proterra electric bus down in Wilsonville. And, and it was everybody, the driver, the general manager of the transit fleet, anybody that had anything to do with moving their fleet to electric was just amazed, was just like, this is like, why would we go back, right, to diesel? And the impacts, so, I mean, we were just talking about the impacts on a utility around, light duty, which is, I think, can be managed. I mean, those are going to be impacts that are going to be consistent and grow over time. But once you start seeing these transit fleets and these heavy duty fleets, make the switch to electric, then those are big impacts. I mean, that's when a truck depot that might have used a megawatt for everything, the lights, the restaurant, everything is going to go up to 30 megawatts because they're going to be charging all those heavy duty trucks. And that's going to be, I think, the inflection point where utilities are going to say, wow, we never knew transportation fuel was this big.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, well.
Yeah. Well said.
Yeah. So, thank you for spending some time talking to me today about this. I think, it's a very exciting future as we electrify transportation, and we appreciate the opportunity to speak with you, and I speak with you and the group here at North American Smart Energy Week. Thank you.
Sure. Thank you all.
The $16 billion solar industry has created hundreds of thousands of jobs, but things are just getting started. To support a new generation of American solar innovators and entrepreneurs, the Department of Energy created a $3 million prize competition. The American-made Solar Prize is helping transform great ideas into technology solutions that are ready for market.
The Solar Prize is wide open as far as opportunity to propose your best and brightest idea.
It's ideal for an innovator who wants to have the runway, the financial runway to develop the technology and actually get over that valley of death, actually having a producible product.
Through a series of contests, competitors win progressively larger and larger cash prizes to advance their ideas.
One of the really fantastic parts about the Solar Prize competition is it's a prize, and the ability to get the money without all the complicated overhead and administration means that we were able to put it to use immediately.
Each step of the way, competitors will also receive expertise, technical support, and guidance from national laboratories, energy incubators, and industry partners.
The network is there to help teams fill in gaps. So if a team doesn't necessarily have access to a prototyping facility, we are there for them. And if they don't have access to maybe find the right connections that they need for testing or business plan development, we have people that will help them with that as well.
The partnerships we've developed as a result of the American-made Solar Challenge have been tremendous. They have helped us write and rewrite our business plan, our patents filings, our CAD specifications. The partnership in this community has really been tremendous, and our partners have dramatically accelerated and de-risked our business plan.
By supporting these entrepreneurs, the American-made Solar Prize advances solar innovation and empowers the leaders shaping our energy future.
Yeah, we're all trying to work for the same future, right?
We are, and it's inspiring to be around like a lot of completely different areas with all the unifying aspect of clean energy, renewable energy, but completely different approaches at different aspects of the problem, and that gives us energy.
Visit AmericanMadeChallenges.org to learn more.
So our industry has a moral imperative to ensure that electric transportation is accessible to all communities. The United States has a long history of reinforcing patterns of inequality through our transportation planning and our investments, and that's frequently been on the basis of race. But we also have a practical imperative to ensure that all communities can benefit from electric transportation. And that's because if you design your policies and your programs to serve the most vulnerable, historically underserved communities, you're going to better serve anyone. That's something that's sometimes called the curb cut theory. Second of all, we need to begin by listening to those impacted communities and better understanding what the mobility needs are of historically underserved communities and communities of color, and how this technology can be of service to them. That will also require us to be more inclusive in our planning, our program design, and in our own organizations. That process can be very uncomfortable, and I want to encourage you to sit with that discomfort, lean into that discomfort, and embrace it, because that's part of the learning process. The third thing we need to do is experiment, do something. It's really important to follow through once you've listened to folks and demonstrate how this technology might work for them. I would like us to be bold in experimenting, but also be humble about how much we have to learn still, and not be afraid to fail. So we have to be willing to fail and learn from those failures together.
Got it. Hello, and welcome to Forth's EV 201. Today we're gonna talk about what we do at Forth Mobility, the move and transition from fossil to electric transportation fuels, We'll talk about getting the policies right to enable this move toward transportation electrification. We'll talk about the utility opportunities and challenges embedded in this change from fossil fuels to electric. We'll talk more about regulators and how their mindset is beginning to shift from regulating electricity to regulating a transportation fuel. We'll talk about charging around your town, and then EVs and how they can power your world in an emergency. So Ford is about where modern transportation is meant to go. We're a nonprofit advocating for electric, shared, and smart transportation. The mission: accelerate the use of smart transportation to move people and goods in the most efficient, cleanest, and equitable way. So how do we do that at Forth? Well, we have a couple of groups that work on industry development. So we work with automotive OEMs, the manufacturers of EV charging equipment. We work with utilities and governments to support the growth of transportation electrification. Everything from light-duty electric vehicles all the way up to the Class 8 heavy-duty on-road large trucks. And we also work with transit fleets, including buses and electric school buses. And we're also very active in the space around off-road electric vehicles. In terms of policy, we're advocating for smart laws and policies to strengthen emerging mobility solutions. We've been very active in the Oregon Clean Vehicle Rebate Program, which allows Oregon residents to get a rebate on both the purchase of a used or a new electric vehicle, and the abatement of the Washington state sales tax on electric vehicles. We're also very involved in demo projects around electric transportation. We're active in 25 cities across the US with the Bloomberg American Climate Cities Challenge. We're also active in projects in Oregon and Washington, as well as Colorado. And we're working today with Uber and Lyft to help them transition their drivers from internal combustion engines to electric vehicles. And finally, we're active in the consumer engagement space. As you can see in this picture, this is the downtown Forth EV Showcase. It's a brand neutral setting where individuals can walk in, learn more about driving with electricity. They can learn more about charging. And if they want to, they can choose to drive any one of the number of electric cars in our fleet. So that's one way we engage with customers. We're also very active in working with utilities on ride and drive events, dealer engagement programs. So we work with the auto dealers to help them get trained on selling electric vehicles. We also work on employee outreach programs for both employer fleets of electric vehicles as well as servicing their employees' electric vehicles. So technology's been here before. This is not something we haven't seen. This picture shows you a photo of the only automobile on Fifth Avenue in 1900. And this picture shows you that same street 13 years later, and this is the only horse-drawn carriage. So thanks to Tony Seba, we have a really great diagram here around how quickly these technologies can transition. Obviously, the move to electric vehicles, like the move to smartphones, ramps up over time. So we're starting with a relatively small base back in 2011, and quickly ramping up in hockey stick style as the price in batteries goes down. The traction batteries in electric vehicles has gone down on an 8% year-over-year basis since 2010. And what this means is that by 2023 or 2024, we'll see price parity between the electric car and the internal combustion engine vehicles. And as this decrease in batteries costs continues, we'll see this price parity and increased amount of sales. And that will all grow the market and grow the awareness of electric vehicles. We expect by 2030 to see something around 20 million electric vehicles on the road in the US. In doing this, policy is very helpful. So these programs were essentially created out of the zero-emission vehicle programs started by the state of California, which has now grown into 13 states across the country. all of whom mandate the sale of electric vehicle, zero emission vehicles, which always tend to be electric, in terms of a percentage of new car sales. So manufacturers that sell internal combustion engine vehicles in any of these 13 states has to sell a certain percentage of cars that are electric. And this has helped the market dramatically in the early stages. Utility commissions that regulate the electric utilities are also beginning to shift their thinking and see that instead of just selling lighting and heating fuel, they're now in the transportation business. And concurrently with that, the need for the utilities to get involved in helping build out charging for these EVs is becoming more clear, even to these utility regulators who'd never thought that they would be regulating a transportation fuel. As you can see here, this policy is really helping lead the charge. The coasts on both the west and the east side of the US are still the leaders. Colorado emerged in the Intermountain region recently as a leader in transportation electrification. We expect to see Nevada also join this movement, as well as Washington. So what we're seeing here is this steadily increasing interest among states to adopt transportation electrification programs. And what we're seeing as key in this movement is the utility planning. And that's starting by developing an EV roadmap for their state and their service territory, crafting an EV regulatory strategy in conjunction with their regulatory commissions, and then identifying win-win solutions to market barriers. And that's helping customers understand that charging is available, these cars are here and ready to go, and that these vehicles can meet the needs of most consumers. So for utilities, things are just beginning to emerge. They're just beginning to see the ripple of change among their customers. As EVs and the charging equipment become more visible, we're just beginning to see this change occur. And eventually, what we're going to see, and moving fairly quickly here, is that system planners across the US will need to better understand and prepare for this change toward electric transportation, because it'll be the biggest opportunity of their careers. And the impacts from we'll talk more about the impacts from all of these new electric vehicles in a bit. The upside here is for utilities. There's billions of dollars of upgrades and investments that will be required by this move to transportation electrification. In the generation and storage arena, we'll see $30 to $50 billion of required upgrades. For transportation upgrades, transportation and distribution upgrades, you'll see anywhere from $15 to $25 billion of needed growth. And behind the meter, for the residential customers and business, we'll see a $35 to $50 billion need for EV charging, as well as customer-sided infrastructure. What's clear here is that as we grow the amount of electric vehicles on the road toward this mark of 20 million electric vehicles by 2030, that the need for managed charging is going to become more clear over time. 20 million EVs will add 60 to almost 100 terawatts of demand on today's grid, and an additional 10 to 20 gigawatts of peak load. So not only will this require additional renewable generation to meet this new load, but we'll also find ourselves with the need for techniques to help avoid peak demands when the grid is least equipped to supply it. And the need here is very clear. What we see is that if everyone gets home after work, say 5 or 6 o'clock, and plugs in their car, hoping to get a full charge by the next day, we're going to have peak demand issues. And the grid is not in a position to satisfy that need. But if we can use techniques, including managed charging and time of use rates, we're going to be able to flatten out that peak and shift it to later in the evening when the grid is most equipped to provide that electricity. Here we see the use of on the right of a time of use rate to help incent customers to move their charging to after 10 o'clock, toward the middle of the night when there's very few demands on the electric grid. Again, for utilities, this all provides a new way to earn more return. What we see here is that from the behind the meter all the way to inside the electric vehicle, there are opportunities and new pathways to earn a return. From the business as usual, where the utility simply supplies power to the meter and the customer does the rest, all the way to the owner-operator model, where the utility finds, develops, and builds out a site specifically for EV charging. So we're seeing that and everything in between. These opportunities are growing, and what we're seeing is that in many cases we need the utility to jumpstart the process and build out these initial EV charging programs or systems, and then business soon comes in behind them, as well as residential customers, to provide an interlacing system of EV charging, allowing customers to charge at home, at their local stores, and on or near their interstate. So allowing all types of short, intermediate, and long distance travel. So what we're starting to find is through studies by E3 and other analytical firms is that the benefits here are in the billions for utilities. This graph simply talks about the $5 billion in benefits through electric transportation electrification for New York utilities. This is another story that just came across the desk recently. Is Xcel Utilities, a very large investor-owned utility that serves parts of Texas, Minnesota, Colorado, has just announced in August of this year that it will be using $100 million of ratepayer funds to help put 20 million EVs on the road nationally by 2030. They're going to do that by promoting electric vehicles, providing rebates for people that buy these electric vehicles, businesses as well, and rebates on installing EVSE, which in this case means electric vehicle servicing equipment, also known as chargers. It'll be expanding public charging systems across its service territory and developing the time of use rates we saw earlier. This allows customers to economically shift their charging from late evening or early evening toward later in the evening when the grid is less stressed. This is their vision, to help put 1.5 million EVs on the road in the states they serve, save customers in its service territory $1 billion annually by making the switch from electric away from fossil fuels, moving toward a system where they pay the equivalent of $1 per gallon for gasoline, and the significant reductions in CO2. In California, they found significant ratepayer value for making the shift toward transportation electrification. In 2014, the California Utility Commission issued a decision that allowed utilities to own charging infrastructure. This was a watershed moment. This allowed utilities to participate in transportation electrification in meaningful ways, to help the public understand and see that charging was of value and something that was going to become widespread. And by determining that utilities have a critical role in transportation electrification, California utilities have received about 60% of the $2 billion in funds they've requested, primarily for targeting and servicing fleets of electric vehicles. What you see here is a fleet of electric vehicles in a carport that's covered with photovoltaic cells. So the big question is, where are people going to charge, right? Well, the fundamental reality, the base of this pyramid, is that 80 to 90% of everyone out there with an electric vehicle charges it at home. There's a smaller number of folks that charge it at their multi-unit dwellings. And then we move into businesses where employees at work can charge their electric vehicles, or the fleets themselves, vehicle fleets themselves can charge at these businesses. We're starting to see, as we move up the pyramid, we start to see a growing number of public chargers appear on the scene, both level 2 and DC fast chargers. And right there at the top is the interstate, kind of the golden apple, where customers that own electric vehicles can use these interstate charging stations to ensure that they can make those long distance trips whenever they need to. So as you can see here, the opportunities for EV charging are just beginning to blossom. In 2013, we saw the drive toward DC fast chargers. We've always seen a growth in level 2 chargers, and fundamentally, anywhere from 50 to 60% of people still just use a 110 outlet to plug their cars, because as a commuting vehicle, you can easily recover all of the charge you expended commuting back and forth to work if you plug in overnight. So we'll continue to see this growth in both level 2 and DC fast chargers over the coming decade. And as we do, more and more people will begin to feel comfortable making the shift toward electric fuel vehicles. So this is some of the potential roles here for in the marketplace for electric vehicles. There's obviously the behind the meter side, which is typically controlled by the utilities. So from the distribution system to the transformer and substation to the meter outside or inside of a home or business. But everything on the other side, in front of the meter, is now up for grabs. The wiring inside the home or business, the charging equipment inside the home or business, as well as perhaps any storage equipment, any battery storage that might be linked to those chargers, are all open for third-party installers. And all of these are in service to this growth of electric vehicles. In California, we see there's some data points emerging around the costs of level 2 chargers that are provided by utilities. San Diego Gas and Electric saw that that customers were averaging for about $2,000 of spend per port for level 2 chargers, and that by providing a 25 to 100% rebate, they can increase, obviously, the number of chargers installed in their service territory. But what many people are finding today is that even 25% rebate on the price of a home residential charger is enough to help customers make the switch. Fourth is very active in working with multi-unit dwellings, which has provided a significant barrier for many people towards the purchase of an electric vehicle. In many multi-unit dwellings, it's difficult, if not impossible, to find a charger. And by helping the owners of these multi-unit dwellings transition to EV charging, we can see increased uptake of electric vehicles. It's a gnarly and challenging problem, and we found that it's difficult to get data, but the studies that we are doing are showing that there are some simple but yet effective techniques to help residents of multi-unit dwellings charge their vehicles, either by using local public chargers or relatively minor modifications in the parking structures for these multi-unit dwellings. Finally, what we're seeing in the charging arena is this drive to DC fast chargers. This is 3 DC fast chargers located near our showcase in downtown Portland. These allow customers to quickly charge their electric vehicles in something between 30 to 40 minutes per vehicle. We're starting to see this type of fast charging equipment grow across the nation. We're seeing organizations like Electrify America, EVgo, Green Lots, and others building out these charging DC fast charging stations at shopping centers, parking centers throughout the nation and along interstate highways. Again, this is just a trend that has just begun to emerge, and we've seen less than $2 billion approved by utilities, but we expect to see much, much more in the years ahead. And finally, what I wanted to point out was one of the more exciting uses for electric vehicles is the ability to vehicle the grid. So as somebody that lives in Portland and has experienced a lot of the smoke from the fires that have ravaged the West Coast this year, this is an opportunity, I think, that's exciting for anybody that owns an electric vehicle. With this storage and the ability to power your home with the vehicle you drove in on, it's going to be a real game changer. And we're just starting to see it emerge. Essentially, vehicle to grid in this case means utilizing the batteries in your electric car to power the critical loads within your house. That includes your refrigerators, powering your portable electronics, and any other equipment that's really critical for life in your home. And this is just beginning to emerge, and we find it quite exciting. And it provides the perfect solution to the public safety power shutoffs that we've begun to see in California. Oregon has also experienced this same phenomenon where utilities have had to shut power down along these whole corridors to prevent fires. And this idea of having sufficient charging to power your home's critical loads for anywhere from 8 to 16 hours is really important. So I expect to see this as an added benefit of this move toward transportation electrification. And finally, I wanted to make sure people realize that if you do find yourself in a situation where there is no grid power and you need that little extra boost to get you back into an area where you can find charging, there are plenty of portable charging systems out there and available. AAA services in the U.S. has been employing many of these, and these are just a couple of the portable charging stations available to make sure that even if you run out of juice in the middle of nowhere, you'll have enough power to get back to civilization and get your car charged. So that's EV201. We want to thank you for your time today, and happy to talk more about transportation electrification at the email address listed there. Thank you much.
Aloha and welcome to the Solar Coaster Live Show. This is Josh Porter.
Jason Verkart.
And Russell Atkins with Maui Brewing Company.
All right, welcome to the show, Russell. Really appreciate you joining us today. So, Russ, tell us a little bit about yourself.
Yeah, my background is actually I'm a tax specialist, a CPA. I was the outside CPA for Maui Brewing Company. And I started with Maui Brewing Company July 1st, 2015. And this grid independent system was really dreamt up by Garrett Marrero, the CEO, and myself on this project. And, what started off as a small, less than 250 kilowatt project really turned into a 1 megawatt project, mainly because we were not able to connect to the utility. The grid was maxed out in our area, and in order to be able to move forward, we really went the whole 9 yards and allowed ourselves to be in a capacity where we could disconnect. And so naturally, my side is the tax consulting, the financial analytics on it, and fortunately it worked for us. But in addition to that, on this particular project, there's a huge need for resilience in Maui, being in the middle of the Pacific, and it's an insurance policy for us as well. When we have refrigerator beverages that we need to protect, we were able to build up resilience through an insurance policy, as well as take care, pretty much have a financial annuity as well. And so those combined made it a viable project for us.
We did talk about this kind of interesting role that the microgrid could play to the community out here. Do you want to talk about that a little bit?
Yeah, it's something we're still exploring with Maui Electric, right? But one thing we've explored is if this could be a potential FEMA location, and if we're able to actually backfeed in an emergency situation to the grid that we're on, right? So as you know, every grid is segmented, and we have quite a few homes around us, and we haven't determined what the final numbers are, but we know we have the capacity to easily power up over 1,000 homes for emergency needs such as refrigeration, freezers, things of that nature. And so if MECO is able to get to that point where they have that program, we certainly want to entertain that partnership with them because we very much appreciate a lot of the help that they ended up contributing to this project to allow us to move forward. And it's a good community service as well. You've actually experienced, we had a fire and you were cut off from your house and you came by the brewery for a couple of beers with the dogs because as you and I know, when there's a significant fire, the roads close. And so we have the ability to operate independent of the grid. So even if South Maui is cut off, we still have some form of food distribution and cold liquid beverage, because not everything, of course, we do is alcoholic. We have water, we have sodas and other things. So we can keep products perishable, but also have clean water for people in an emergency situation.
What is it really like day to day to run a microgrid of this size?
Right, as you can imagine, there's a lot of moving parts. A lot of times with a PV system, you don't think there are, but having a site controller, any kind of electronics that are sensitive to power outages, right? Because we're normally on the grid, but we do have a transfer switch so that we can come off the grid and back on the grid. Well, where we've had issues, for example, our UPS failed, which took down our whole site controller. So we have redundancies. We knew about this potential weakness in our system, but it's those kind of minute details that you really have to have redundancy to make sure that your main brain, if you will, the control system is in a good place. And then you have to make sure that gensets, there's depth in them, that they're getting tested, that their batteries don't go down, and that everything communicates correctly.
Okay, well, we are addressing the Solar Power International North America Smart Energy Week virtual education series attendees. And from the perspective of Russ Adkins from Maui Brew, do you have any messages for anybody? Would you like to share anything for them?
Yeah, I think, there's certainly a financial component, but there are so many additional benefits, like what we're talking about with protecting from fire, potentially tsunamis. If you have a perishable product, there are opportunity costs that can be extremely expensive if you don't pursue this type of independence or technology. And the things we're doing for the environment also have their own impact, if you will, for society. But I encourage anybody who wants to look into these projects to move forward. There's always going to be obsolescence, but if you wait too long, you might miss out on your peak ROI because you didn't pursue it quickly. So don't get stuck in the details. Just make sure at a high level that the project is viable, and then just start pulling triggers and make it happen.
Hello, everyone. This is Miguel Yanes with Environmental and Energy Science Institute, and this is Powering the Solar LMI Market with On-Bill Financing. I work at ESI, a Washington, D.C. based organization, and I help utilities develop on-bill financing programs, which is the topic of this panel. Next slide, please. So on-bill financing is it's really simple. It's just a utility or third-party entity financing energy improvement at a customer's home or business, and then the customer repays that energy improvement, which can be community solar or on-site solar or battery storage through the utility bill. And so hopefully everything is structured correctly so that the payments are partially offset and by the savings from the finance improvements. There are many types of on-bill financing programs, on-bill repayment programs, on-bill tariff programs, and some of them are loan-based or tariff-based. The one that we're going to see today, the Hawaii Green Energy Money Saver program, is tariff-based, and it uses an on-bill obligation for that the customer uses to repay the investments through the monthly utility bill. Currently, there are more than 100 utilities offering on-bill financing programs nationwide. Next slide, please. And so here's a map that shows all the on-bill financing programs across the country. The blue dots represent rural electric co-ops. The red dots represent municipal utilities, and the yellow dots show investment-only utilities offering on-bill financing programs. Only a few of them finance solar panels. Those include the Hawaii program. Next slide, please. So it's as I said, it's a simple one. The utility pays a contractor to install the solar improvements at the customer's home or business, and then the customer repairs over time. This can also be done by a third-party entity that pays a contractor, and then the utility repays it to the third-party entity. Next slide, please. And so, to improve capital access and remove barriers for capital energy adoption, on-bill financing programs have no upfront cost for the payment, and the payment is on the utility bill, which consolidates the process. On-bill financing programs can also be designed to be cash flow positive, so that it generates a disposable income for the participant while they are repaying the investment and they're enjoying the benefits of such investment. Also, it's important that there is a quality assurance plan so that the participant can see these energy savings. On-bill financing programs increase access to capital and clean energy by using on-time bill payment history in lieu of credit scores, which expand access to all customers regardless of income or credit. On-bill financing programs also tie the investment to the meter rather than individual, which allows renters to participate into the program. It also allows multifamily projects to install solar panels on top of them or attached to their buildings. This is an inclusive way to include everyone into these programs and to help everyone finance solar panels and enjoy their benefits. It also, tying the investment to the meter also allows for longer repayment periods up to 20 years, which means that the monthly payments are more affordable for participants. And this is particularly important for solar PV panels, which tend to be more expensive. Well-designed on-bill financing programs can also enable participants to own clean energy assets like solar and battery storage. Next slide, please. So where's the capital coming from these programs? There's an array of sources. It doesn't just have to be the utility investing into these upgrades. It could be capital coming from credit unions, from community development finance institutions, from federal loan programs, or from green banks. Now we're gonna hear from Gwenja Motolao, the Executive Director of the Hawaii Green Infrastructure Authority, and how she manages the on-bill financing program over there in Hawaii.
Thank you, Miguel, and aloha from Hawaii. Just to give everyone just an overview of the Hawaii Green Infrastructure Authority, or HGIA, we are the result of Act 211, 2013 Session Laws of Hawaii, which created the framework for establishing a state-administered clean energy financing authority. The loan fund was capitalized by a $150 million green energy market securitization bond. Hence, the program is often referred to as GEMS. The bond issuance was an innovative method of leveraging a tried and true rate reduction bond financing mechanism to provide low-cost capital to facilitate clean energy infrastructure. HGIA's objective is to make clean energy investments accessible and affordable to Hawaii's underserved ratepayers that we define as low and moderate income homeowners, renters, nonprofits, small businesses, and multifamily rental projects.
I understand that it was important for Hawaii's policymakers to democratize clean energy. Can you explain a little bit more of that?
Sure. You know, Hawaii has one of the highest energy costs, currently ranging from 25 cents to 31.3 cents per kilowatt hour for residential ratepayers, depending on which island you live on. This, coupled with our high cost of living, made it a priority for our policymakers to make green energy inclusive and available to our most vulnerable ratepayers. You know, pre-COVID, almost half of Hawaii's households were classified as ALICE, the United Way's acronym for Asset Limited, Income Constrained, Employed, or below. Due to this pandemic and Hawaii's heavy reliance on tourism, in August, the U.S. Department of Labor reported that Hawaii had the country's highest insured unemployment rate in the nation at over 20%. And if this wasn't bad enough, in spite of Hawaii's tenuous economic situation, the price of real estate has continued to escalate, up 13% over the previous year, with the median cost of a single-family dwelling on Oahu at $880,000 in August. This high cost of housing has resulted in over 43% of Hawaii's household being forced to rent. In order to level the playing field and provide flexible financing to low and moderate income households and renters previously locked out of solar, HGIA launched its Green Energy Money Saver on-bill program, which is available to approximately 95% of the ratepayers in the state located on 5 islands. The unique features of this program include non-traditional underwriting, which means no credit reports or debt-to-income ratios, with loan qualification via a simple 2-step process. First, the applicant cannot have had a disconnection notice from the utility over the past 12 months. And second, the energy installation requested must have an estimated 10% minimum bill savings, including the repayment of the loan. In this example shown, the post-retrofit bill of $188 per month, which includes the loan repayment, was over 24% lower than the pre-solar bill. Adding the solar tax credits, the estimated bill savings over the life of the system aggregates to almost $19,000 for this LMI household. This estimated savings, while not guaranteed, is very important as our goal is to help our ratepayers be in a better place financially after the installation of the energy improvement than they were before. The estimated savings are not guaranteed because it is dependent on a number of factors beyond our control, such as weather, the cost of oil, and of course, human behavior. With almost half of our households renting, it was important to design a program that also included renters. We did this by tying the obligation to the utility meter, which allows for transfer from tenant to tenant, split incentives, and creative terms to eliminate obstacles for landlords. Our interest rate is fixed at 5.5% with a term based on the estimated useful life of the equipment being financed up to a maximum of 20 years. Miguel?
That's great, Gwen. So what policies or other requirements do you need to achieve this goal?
Yes, good question. So, you know, a few years ago, I remember chatting about managing employees with an executive at a large company here in Hawaii. And he said, you know, Gwen, sometimes managing employees, you can choose to use the arm or the charm. So while we'd like to believe that things will get done simply with the charm method, which in other words means because it's the right thing to do, such as converting to clean energy to save our environment, sometimes when there are significant obstacles, one must use the ARM method, which includes adding a little muscle to motivate. Hawaii added muscle by establishing aggressive clean energy goals. In 2008, the Hawaii Clean Energy Initiative established a mandate that by 2030, Hawaii must reduce energy consumption by 30%, increase electrical generation from renewables by 40%, and reduce the use of petroleum for ground transportation by 70%. Additionally, a number of other mandates were subsequently added, such as Act 97, which made Hawaii the first state to set a 100% renewable portfolio standard for the electricity sector by 2045. And in July 2011, the Hawaii State Legislature enacted Act 204, which directed the Hawaii Public Utilities Commission to investigate the viability of an on-bill financing program, and if deemed viable, to establish the program by decision and order. The legislation specifically directed the Commission to consider program accessibility to rental and underserved markets. Miguel?
Gwen, that was really good. So what were some of the implementation challenges you encountered?
Yes, so I'd love to say that designing and implementing an on-bill program was quick and easy, but unfortunately it was not. As you can see by this graphic, the journey of on-bill in Hawaii began in July 8th, when the governor signed Act 204 into law. Almost immediately thereafter, the Hawaii Public Utilities Commission initiated the investigation. And on February 1st, 2013, an on-bill financing program was deemed viable, commencing the implementation phase through our public benefits fee administrator, Hawaii Energy. However, subsequently, due to the loss of a finance program administrator, essentially a third-party lender contracted for the Hawaii Energy Program, the PUC suspended this program in May 2016 and directed the Hawaiian electric companies to work with HGIA to design and implement an on-bill financing mechanism for its exclusive use. So we began our on-bill journey in late 2016, early 2017, with weekly project meetings consisting of members from HGIA, the electric utility, and Concord, our loan servicer. In April 2018, the PUC conditionally approved our Green Energy Money Saver on-bill program, and in December 2018, we received final approval. As you can see in the timeline, the IT systems programming between the utility and our loan servicer was the most time and resource consuming. Additionally, to ensure utility bill integrity, the testing phase was complex and comprehensive. A key distinction of Hawaii's program from a typical on-bill program is that our GEMS program is not utility run. The utilities intersection is simply as a repayment mechanism with automated data feeds between its billing system and our loan servicer's processing system. HGIA is the lender and administrator responsible for all aspects of the program. There are green banks all over the nations, and I believe that having this separation of duties, which leverages the strength of each organization, not only mitigates risk, but also improves efficiencies and program effectiveness. So now, Miguel, I have a question for you. How might we scale equitable on-bill programs to other states?
That's a great question, Gwen. So innovative and inclusive on-bill financing programs like the Hawaii GEMS program that Gwen has just explained in all detail break the barriers for low and medium income households by not requiring upfront payments and by spreading the payments over time using a portion of the savings. The GEMS on-bill program demonstrates how these programs and these types of programs can finance solar panels by providing net energy savings for participants, and how these programs can allow low and medium income households to own solar energy, which promotes equity. Utilities should offer more inclusive on-bill financing programs like the Hawaii GEMS program that help low medium income households and communities of color afford and access clean upgrades. Utilities should really look at the Hawaii GEMS program, should take a look at it, how it's helping, how it's investing into these communities, how it's leveraging the capital, and it's how it's investing millions of dollars into on-site solar for homeowners, renters, multifamily projects, and for small businesses across the main islands in the state of Hawaii. And utilities across the nation should replicate GEMS to help all the customers afford clean energy upgrades like on-site solar. These programs can also help utilities and state meet their 100% renewable energy goals, and this is important for them in now and in the future as there's greater need to reduce the impacts of climate change for underserved communities, for renters, and for communities of color. Utilities do not need to provide investment for on-bill programs. Instead, third-party financial entities like green banks, like the Hawaii Green Investment Authority, can provide the capital. There are many green banks across the country. There's about 15 of them spread out from Connecticut all the way to Hawaii, and there's more on-bill financing, more green banks that can be developed. Green banks and other entities can support these programs by creating a loan loss reserve to de-risk the capital. And green banks can also support on-bill financing programs by integrating contractors into the program. And so on-bill financing programs are important to really take into account the scope and the breadth that the challenge to help low and medium income families avoid the worst impacts of climate change and to address the racial disparities in clean energy adoption. And for this, it's important to increase the current availability of on-bill financing programs. As shown before in the map, most of the programs, most of those 100 plus on-bill financing programs, they finance energy efficiency improvements. Only a few of them finance solar. So there's a great potential to finance solar panels. According to an NREL study, there's 340 gigawatts of potential for solar deployment in low and medium income households. And so utilities, large and small, can finance this solar through on-bill financing programs. These programs can help catalyze clean energy investments and help the green recovery by deploying capital low cost. It's very important for these projects to pencil out, to have capital at very low cost. And green banks can do that, and on-bill financing programs can help to do that if they are designed accordingly and designed well done, like very similar to GEMS. They can spread out the payments over 20 years, and they can help the projects pencil out, so they can be exclusive to communities of color, and they can increase capital access to everyone, regardless of credit, regardless of income, and regardless of their renters or owners. These on-bill financing programs can also help communities benefit from reduced energy burdens, lower emissions, local investment, and good paying solar jobs. Next slide, please. And so I want to finish by stating the program assistance offer that ESI offers to utilities to help them develop on-bill financing programs, inclusive on-bill financing programs that help everyone adopt solar, renters and small businesses finance solar panels and get into the clean energy economy. ESI can offer this at no cost to utilities. The GEMS on-bill financing programs are an example of that assistance of how we help Gwen with her program. And this assistance also applies to nonprofits and state NGO offices. At ESI, we have assisted utilities in more than 20 states, and we have helped more than 14 utilities launch their own bill financing programs. And currently, we are helping more utilities improve their existing programs and get more programs launched. We do this by providing a series of best practices from programs that we have helped develop, like the GEMS on-bill financing program. We provide, we can do it in many different ways. We can do some hand-holding with them. We can offer program documents from programs that we have helped develop. We provide case studies, lessons learned from other on-bill financing programs. We do out of peer-to-peer connection. We really provide assistance to utilities to figure this out, to understand that on-bill financing programs are not complex, and to take out a lot of their concerns when they're thinking about developing these programs. And so it's really helping them, utilities, overcome the barriers to get these programs from beginning to development to launching, and getting the investments to the communities that really need them, that need the investments to finance the solar panels, reduce energy burdens, create jobs, and reduce their dependency on fossil fuel infrastructure. And so we provide a lot of resources, which include an on-bill financing primer and an on-bill financing how-to guide. These are very detailed documents that provide a wealth of information for any utilities that want to do these programs. And we also have a website, esi.org/OBF, that has a lot more information. And I'm available to provide that no-cost assistance to utilities that want to develop these programs. Next slide, please. So this is my contact information, and happy to help anyone who want to develop these programs. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
A year ago, innovators across the United States were invited to submit ideas that could change the American solar industry. This call to revolutionize solar as we know it was the first step in a national competition, the American-made Solar Prize.
The Solar Prize is an innovative prize competition that really helps accelerate solar manufacturing and really bring new ideas in solar to the marketplace.
Out of over 150 submissions, 20 ideas were selected to win $50,000 each and continue to the next phase of the competition. These teams worked tirelessly, developing prototypes, running tests, and refining business models. In Boston, the teams pitched their products and ideas to industry experts at the SET Demo Day. 10 teams were selected as finalists, each winning $100,000 in cash prizes and $75,000 in technical support from world-class laboratories. In the third phase of the competition, 13 teams traveled to Salt Lake City to compete in Go Demo Day at Solar Power International. These teams took the stage one last time to pitch a panel of expert reviewers in the hopes of taking home $500,000. At the end of the day, the final two winners of the American-made Solar Prize Round 1 were chosen: Solar Inventions and Phase 3 Photovoltaics.
After 1 year of incredible work and insane amounts of research and partnering, we are unbelievably excited to be one of the two final winners in the American-made Solar Prize Round 1.
I was so excited when we heard our name called up there. I was I was nervous because the first pick was a technology pick, and I was really excited to hear when he said this is something I could understand. I knew it was us immediately.
These two teams were chosen for their game-changing technologies. Both teams received a final $500,000 in cash prizes and $75,000 in support vouchers. They plan to use this money to continue testing and driving their innovations to market.
So the first thing we're going to do is fund even more field tests than we had originally anticipated, so we can get as much data from a wide variety of situations and customer types.
Now we're engaged in some pilot builds with some of our home builder partners, and this prize money will enable us to start hiring more trainers, more field service engineers, and start putting together more kits so that we can deliver them more quickly to our customers.
With the help of the Solar Prize, these innovators have quickly accelerated their technology to get it market ready.
The prize was an excellent format for us to kind of codify our ideas and kind of shape it and start forming it into a startup business. We all came out of the solar industry on the manufacturing side, and so we're pretty familiar with how a module's made and how modules are installed, but we weren't the best at being able to bring that into a pitch and bring it into something that's easily communicated to people that aren't in that space. And so this prize, through all of its different checkpoints and requirements, really enabled us to be able to sell this business to others. And it's been an effective tool with our customers and clients. So we appreciate that opportunity.
And we never would have pushed this hard and made the decisions that we made and accelerated our work with our partners and gotten into the type of national labs that we're now involved with in this time period without the type of outside influence that this contest provided for us.
Congratulations to the Solar Prize Round 1 winners, Solar Inventions and Phase 3 Photovoltaics. You are transforming the future of American solar.
Hey, and welcome to the Great Solar Debate. So glad that you are tuning in here as part of the Solar Power International 2020 trade show and conference. Today, we are going to try and settle once and for all a debate that is, in fact, actively ongoing in the commercial and industrial rooftop and broader solar market. And that is whether energy management software can replace batteries in commercial solar systems. I'm your host, Nico Johnson of Suncast Media, and I am really looking forward to today's lively discussion between several battery and energy management software experts. Before we talk about the rules, though, let's meet our debaters. First up, hailing from Berkeley, California, is the CEO of Extensible Energy, John Powers. John, you've got 1 minute to introduce yourself and what Extensible Energy is all about.
Thanks a lot, Nico. Really appreciate the opportunity. So I've been in the energy business for the last 30 years, mostly working in renewables and demand response and energy efficiency. And when we looked at how the commercial solar market was evolving to match the needs of larger capacity solar installations on those buildings, we saw the need to match the output of the solar with the usage of the building. That's where load flexibility software comes in, and that's what we do at Extensible Energy. We work directly with solar installers to bring load flexibility software into commercial buildings as a complement to the solar systems to make them more cost effective, to drive up the return on investment for our customers.
Fantastic. Contending on behalf of Energy Storage, next we have Andrew Tanner of Yada Energy out of Austin, Texas. Andrew, give us a minute to tell us about yourself and how Yada does commercial storage.
Yeah, hi everybody. My name's Andrew Tanner. I'm VP of Strategy and Growth at Yada Energy. We're an Austin-based energy storage company pioneering this little device up here that installs directly beneath solar panels. It's a 1 kilowatt hour modular battery that that directly PV couples to solar panels. So solar panels directly connect into them, and we share the same solar inverter that the panels would ordinarily. This technology came about because commercial industrial buildings have struggled to adopt energy storage in a cost-effective manner because of the inherent bespoke nature of the engineering, the siting, and all of the overhead that comes with the installation. Typically on a sub-megawatt hour installation on a commercial building, the total cost of the system will in fact only be made up about a third of the actual hardware equipment itself. So we're looking to really disrupt the market with this decentralized format, and having spent 20 years in the renewable energy industry, developing solar technology, developing energy storage technology, and even also working on the software side. I know a good technology when I see one, and it's what propelled me to join Yotta.
And finally, from Los Angeles, California, Jonas Villalba is the VP of Project Development at Promise Energy, where they install both energy storage and energy management technology. Jonas, you got 1 minute. Tell us a bit about yourself and the company you represent.
Thank you, Nico. We're really excited. I'm really excited to participate today. Promise Energy really cut its teeth in the California market, focusing on multifamily affordable housing. And we've done hundreds of interconnections with regular plain old solar. And as battery storage became more cost effective, we started integrating that technology as well. And I guess from my perspective, we can talk about on the high level whether solar or storage is better. The reality, boots on the ground, is it all comes down to the interconnection. And so in that multifamily affordable housing space, we've dealt with a lot of different crazy interconnections depending on the utilities. And as we all know, in this marketplace, the utilities often change the rules of what the value proposition that solar brings to the project. So we love energy storage because it protects our customers' investments, but we also realize that energy management and software can level the playing field. It fills the gaps for the benefits that solar alone can't provide, and even energy storage alone can't provide. So we love all of it.
Well, there you have it. The debate table has been set. We've got software, hardware, and users to discuss and debate the merits and decide which one wins. But before we get started, let's simply set some of the ground rules. Very simply, I'll ask a question pertinent to the audience and the market to each of our debaters. Each person will then have 2 minutes to answer, and the others on the panel will have a couple more minutes to respond. If necessary, we'll give another minute or two for a rebuttal, follow-up, smacking down each other's ideas. You know, the general debate rhetoric you come to expect. And if you want to interrupt, please raise your hand, gentlemen. I can unmute you if I feel like it. Okay, here we go with round one, question one. The prevailing solar industry assumption is that you have to have a battery for demand charge management, and resiliency today for commercial solar systems is often based on energy storage. But John Powers at Extensible, you believe that is hogwash, and you said as much in your GTM op-ed that will be in our show notes after the debate. John, why is installing commercial batteries hogwash?
Thanks, Nico. Look, I said it in that article, and I'll say it today. I'm a big fan of batteries, okay? I drive a battery to work every day. I've looked at the economics of batteries at the grid scale as sort of like replacement of peakers and that sort of thing. It all pencils out. Unfortunately, the economics of commercial batteries are a train wreck in small to medium commercial buildings. And I was pleased to hear Andrew say as much during his introduction. We are not making master electricians any cheaper. We're not making fire suppression any less necessary. Permitting is still slow and painful. All these things mean that no matter what you read in Green Tech Media or in Bloomberg Energy, when you see that the cost of a battery is $150 a kilowatt hour, that sounds great. And yet when we see the quotes being put into real buildings in the real world, we see $1,000 a kilowatt hour all the time. So our software, DemandX, delivers the same load flexibility services, the same improvement in demand charges, the same improvement in TOU arbitrage that a 2-hour or a 3-hour battery does at $80 per kilowatt hour installed equivalent. So I love batteries. I think they're at a 10x cost disadvantage to load flexibility software in the real world, in a real commercial building.
Very interesting, John. Thank you for that perspective. Software as load flexibility management at a 10x cost advantage. Andrew, what say ye to that position?
Well, I think the reality is that whilst software that provides load flexibility will have its place in the market, it really is a blunt instrument compared to the scalpel that energy storage represents. The Rocky Mountain Institute famously published a paper back in 2014 indicating that there are up to 13 values that energy storage can deliver. And it's taken some time and markets are continuing to evolve, but there are certainly some advanced energy economies that are now enabling energy storage as a distributed energy resource to provide ancillary services and go well beyond just providing demand charge management to buildings. Similarly, software platforms, I used to work for a company called Jelly. They've evolved their platforms to now enable value stacking to deliver more revenue from energy storage systems. So I think load flexibility will be able to grab some of that value, but not nearly as much of the value that energy storage can before you even consider resilience. And that's what's, I think, super exciting, is there's still a lot to play out in the world of energy storage. And for technology companies like Yotta, we're tackling head on all of those complexities that John just talked about. And we're looking to try and dramatically simplify the installation and eliminate those uncertainties so that we can deliver the best priced energy storage system that maximizes the revenue to customers and to the grid writ large.
Thank you, Andrew. I appreciate that. A scalpel versus a bludger. John, them sound like fighting words to me. I want to hear from Jonas, however. Jonas, you're a solar developer. How do you see these two responses as it pertains to you, the user in the field?
For me, I would say that the interconnection sets the tone for the solution. So, throwing a large battery into a project to get the economic value out of it is where you start, but then the realities set in, and space constraints and what will the utility allow and whatnot. So the reality check is always how the system is actually integrated into the building and then into the utility. Where you miss on some of those opportunities because of mechanical or space constraints, the software can help, like I said, value stack some of that benefit without those same challenges. That said, I don't think the software side speaks to one of the most important components that our customers are asking for today, and that's resiliency. And so, optimizing during a grid, when the grids are working well is half the battle. Right now, we're contending with the customer's constant request for how can I, maintain where my lifestyle or provide resiliency when the power is going out, because it's going out a lot more often now than it has been in the past.
Aha, very interesting perspective. John, we're going to touch on resiliency in a minute. Before we get into resiliency, anything to add as a rebuttal to Andrew's statements?
Well, I'm as big a fan as RMI as you'll find anywhere, and I've read the value stacking paper and the value stackers from all over the pundits in the industry, but until you try to reach for those values, they don't count. unless the customer wants to be part of a demand response program or wants to become an energy trader playing the very, very tiny, unbelievably tiny ancillary services market, then all of this is white paper and not real world. So I agree completely with the comment about how important interconnection is, which is why it's great to go with a technology that requires no permitting of any kind and can be installed in one day.
Very interesting. Final thoughts before we move on to our next topic, Andrew.
Yeah, I mean, on one hand, John's saying it's too complicated to enroll these assets in grid services and demand response programs. On the other hand, he depends almost entirely on them and enrolling those DER in those programs. So I think it's a little bit, of a contradiction to say that it's us energy storage folks depending, which we don't, on the supplemental value that we can get is unjustified. And I said advanced energy economies. I'm not necessarily saying that Australia is a leading, America is a leading energy economy. And I recognize that the ability for energy storage and other DER assets to participate in ancillary services markets is very limited. But these markets are evolving. And I think back home where I'm from in Australia, you are seeing energy storage assets participating in frequency response, and you are seeing them being compensated appropriately. So, in a similar way that the capability of value stacking didn't exist a few years ago in energy storage, it does today. And contracting for multiple value streams will also emerge and further enhance the value proposition of energy storage.
Thank you, Mr. Tanner. I let it go over because there was a compelling entrance of data from outside of the United States, which I think is also something worth considering. I will remind our panelists that we have roughly 1 minute to provide a response. So appreciate it if you guys can help us stay within that time frame. I would like to, before we head to resiliency, see if Mr. Villalba or Mr. Powers have anything final to add in this piece of the discussion.
A 2-second point of clarification, which is that none of our sites require demand response program participation. All the savings we're delivering to our customers today are based on savings against the tariff, against their demand charges, and against time of use charges.
All righty. Fantastic. Exciting first round. We're going to move on to a topic which came up in round 1, and that is resiliency. So Andrew, at Yada, you directly help enable resiliency for your customers. Seems like energy battery storage would beat DemandX hands down where resilience is concerned. How would you expound on that?
Yeah, I think with regard to resilience, energy storage, has load control and advanced, software control of loads beaten hands down. Now, I think resilience can certainly benefit from additional load control in a microgrid application and ensuring that the appropriate loads have backup provided to them and enable the facility to extend for longer periods of time. But I think this is you can't have resilience without energy storage and some grid forming capability. So, it's load control is supplemental and is very much in need of energy storage. I don't need load control, right? And that's the key point here. So I think when it comes to the resilience argument, there really isn't one. Energy storage wins hands down.
Thank you, Andrew. John, I'd love to hear the extensible perspective. According to Andrew, there's no need for load flexibility at all where resiliency is concerned.
Well, again, I just want to go back to your question, which is about customer resiliency, right?
Mm-hmm.
So that generally means backup power, and that's a market we're very comfortable with. DemandX can provide control of any flexible load in a building, and that includes a battery or a generator purchased for resiliency purposes. There's nothing cleaner than a diesel generator that's turned off, and most of the time resiliency assets are turned off. So again, when it comes to economics, batteries for resiliency only, again, don't pay for themselves. There's much cheaper alternatives. Now, recently we completed a great project where a customer had opted for a solar plus storage configuration so that they could have resiliency in their own facility. And we ended up controlling that battery for additional demand charge savings and time of use savings to help defray some of the costs of that battery. So we're very comfortable controlling. There's nothing cheaper than storage somebody's already bought for you. If somebody buys a battery for resiliency purposes, we'll control it for both resiliency and for demand charge purposes too. And I want to react to the comment about microgrid configurations not needing load control software. That's absolutely true. You can pay as much money as you want, and you can eventually come up with a solution that uses no software. But in the project we talked about in Colorado, there was no need for a critical loads panel. There was no need for an oversized battery. They right-sized the battery based on knowledge that we could control the large flexible loads in the building before the system was specified. So load flexibility software is not essential. You're right. It's just essential for the economics.
That's an interesting rebuttal, John. I want to go back to Andrew here. Andrew, John seems to be using your own argument against you that software in this case is the scalpel and storage is the blunt device. How do you see this?
Well, I'll go back to the original point I made, which is there is no grid being formed in the absence of the energy storage, unless, of course, you want to plug in a backup diesel generator or something that's driven by fossil fuels. So load control needs the energy storage first and foremost. And I think the other thing to recognize specific to Yotta is that solar energy on the rooftop quite often it can actually cause more havoc to the microgrid than provide benefit. By connecting the solar panels into our batteries, we are actually directly controlling the supply of solar electricity on the rooftop, and that's an absolute game changer and transformation in the way in which energy storage is typically coupled to buildings. So we're looking at designs now where we can push the ratio of solar to load well beyond what is typically deployed to provide a resilient architecture to buildings.
Before we move on to the next question, I'd like to know if Jonas or John would have anything in response.
I have one response, Nico. I think the benefit that load control brings in a resiliency event shouldn't be overlooked, and the prevention of inrush. So you can either provide resiliency to a couple of light fixtures, some minimal critical loads, and as John mentioned, if you had resiliency and you're backing up a whole home panel, you need that software to cut those non-essential loads, and you're maximizing the runtime of the battery and ultimately improving the customer's user experience in those outage events. I think that's an overlooked problem right now in the marketplace. I think there's a lot of batteries out there and a lot of unhappy customers when those batteries are operating during a resiliency event.
Yeah, could not have said it better. I'll send you a link for the show notes that describes a project where we're doing exactly what you're talking about, is making the experience for the customer better, both during the times when we're saving energy when you're grid connected and the times when you're extending the life of the battery when you're not.
Thank you so much for that lively debate around a topic that is hotly contested right now, and certainly on the tip of most developers' tongues, that of how resiliency is in fact impacting the customers and the market. Jonas, moving to round 3, I'd like to focus on your position as a developer. Oftentimes, you're the closest to the customer and you're the closest to the utility when it comes to discerning what the best product is for the best application. So I'd love to hear, what does the market say about these two options? What's the best solution for the installer? And what's the best solution for the end customer?
I think the market's solution is half of the challenge. So right now, solar developers, if they run into an issue, the answer is to throw more solar at it. And in the same vein, if you're solar doing plus storage or battery developers their answer to the problem is throw more battery at it. So now the solution is throw bigger solar and throw a bigger battery. And again, at the beginning of the conversation, we talked about that poses challenges to the interconnection. And so although throwing a bigger battery and throwing more solar works in some cases, it also often creates problems at the interconnection level. So this is where energy management really does pay off. And as John talked about, optimizing that load control allows you to right size the solar, right size the storage, and using the software to fill that gap. So I think today's solution is not a solution. I think today's solution is more of a problem.
Very interesting. Today's solution is more of a problem. Andrew, I see your head nodding in the negative. How would you like to take your position on this?
So I would agree. If you are considering an AC coupled energy storage solution sitting adjacent to a solar installation, the utility looks at those two systems as two discrete generators with the ability to disrupt their grid if they dispatch at the same time. At Yotta, we are actually sharing the same interconnection as the solar. So there isn't a second interconnection. But further to that, above you see one solar panel connected into one of our units. We can actually connect up to 2 units, push the DC ratio up to 2, thereby actually reducing the AC interconnection by 40%. So we're in fact reducing what the size of the generator that the utility sees without impacting the total amount of solar energy produced off the rooftop. We're also installing the batteries between the inverter and the solar panels, delivering the utility clean base load solar production that can also be controlled via our software platform. So we're in fact addressing all of the concerns that Jonas just addressed around interconnection, as well as many of the points that John raised earlier about the challenges that energy storage faces in the small to medium-sized commercial space.
Very interesting. John, I'd love to hear your response to Jonas and Andrew's positions on this topic of what's best for the customer.
Right. So again, I of course, customer satisfaction is our top priority, but I liked your intro. Let's talk for a second about the installer perspective first. So with a load flexibility software solution, you have a one-day installation process, which our partners, we're 100% partner-driven business. We don't go direct to buildings. We only go through solar installers to reach these accounts. So we've really tailored the offering to match what solar installers have told us is important. That's 0 truck rolls to the site beyond what they're already doing. There's already people on site that are doing much harder things than what's necessary to enable a building for load flexibility. Again, any site with demand charges of about $8 or more per kW, and that's 2/3 of the commercial sites in the country, it improves the return on investment of any proposed solar installation. No subsidies required, no SGIP required, no nothing. No master electricians rewiring the building, no permits, no fire suppression, all the stuff we talked about. And if it delivers the same demand charge and TOU savings as a $2 or $3 battery at a cost of $80 per kilowatt hour installed, that's a compelling value for the installer and for the end customer, because they get a higher return on their solar investment, which at the end of the day, for most commercial customers, that's what they're looking for. They're looking to get away from high and inexplicable utility charges, and they're looking to the solar developer or solar installer to provide that escape. So that's what we've tried to synchronize our offering with the needs that the solar installer community has brought to us.
Nico, if I can just
step in there, Andrew.
Something that John, I think, rightly just pointed out is you know, the complexity associated with selling these systems is it's hard enough, I think, for energy storage coupling with solar, right? I think that what we've tried to, and I think successfully achieved with our technology, is a modular 1 kilowatt hour unit that if you want one, you purchase one. If you want 15, you get 15, et cetera, et cetera. And that simplifies the approach to adding energy storage to solar projects, makes life easier for them. And I think a lot of solar developers are now enhancing their capability to make assessments of the role that energy storage can play. For me, load control is very nebulous. It's very difficult. The sales process, I can't quite peer through the process there of appending that to a solar project with any form of simplicity. And I think that I do think that Extensible has a fantastic offering, but I think it would be better piggybacking on energy storage than trying to stand on its own 2 feet, because I think it can support a Yotta offering more so than a Yotta can support an Extensible offering.
I love the context around this, the chicken and egg from a customer's perspective, which should be sought first, storage versus load control and load flexibility. Jonas, since we started with you, I'd love to know if you have been compelled by either of the two arguments and if you have anything to add.
You know, I believe in both types of technologies. As a contractor, one caution that comes to mind related to load control would be, you know, if we're optimizing HVAC systems, how do I prevent from the customer from calling me when the HVAC system isn't working correctly? So the complexities related to load control, yes, you're adding benefit, but that benefit might be something unrelated to something we're dealing with. And so that is a cautionary note for myself as a contractor.
For sure. And really what either Andrew or I are asking of solar installers is that folks come down off the roof, spend a little time with the customer, have more of an energy problem solver approach than panel salesman approach. This is really, you know, a solar plus storage, solar plus load flexibility, solar plus both is, you know, a different kind of sale than was being made a few years ago. But this is where the industry is heading. The industry is heading for solving energy problems that are not just met by solar alone. That's the direction that all the tariffs are heading. That's the direction all the markets that Andrew talked about are heading. So I think it's an education process that's happening regardless. And that can include, you know, HVAC issues. It can include any of the sort of things that can happen in buildings, right? But if we want to be the dominant form of energy supply to the commercial sector, as opposed to being a nice to have add-on, we have to go there.
Well, don't get so kumbaya and hugging it out on me just yet. We're only about 2/3 of the way through the discussion here, gentlemen. And I still want to talk about what's good for the grid. We've talked about customers and installers, two key pieces of the equation. But at the end of the day, as Jonas rightly pointed out, interconnection is one of the biggest stumbling blocks. So what is good for the grid? Is energy management software best for preventing things like blackouts and overall grid resiliency? Are the utilities favoring more of a software versus hardware approach when it comes to their interconnection requirements or their rulemaking policies? John, let's start with you.
Well, yeah, so this one is almost an unfair total slam dunk here. So load flexibility software is cheaper. It's easier to deploy. It can be rolled out in a day. And the need for the grid is real today. We've had our blackouts. We've had our system emergencies just this year in California already. The need is now, not in a month or in a year or in 5 years. So small to medium commercial buildings could be delivering right now the load shifting capability of more than 11 gigawatt hours of batteries today, more than all the batteries that have been installed on both sides of the meter in California today, plus all the batteries that have been announced in California today. So, and won't be completed for years to come. So if we're actually serious about a grid with high penetration of renewables, say for example, 100%, just to take a number that I happen to like, then load flexibility is a critical piece of the puzzle and certainly the far most cost-effective piece.
Andrew, I'll put it back to you. John seems to position that in the grand spectrum of scaling technology, storage is akin to nuclear, often taking, we'll call it months or years to install, whereas software is akin to solar, something that is rapidly deployable and immediately accessible. How do you feel about that on the storage side?
Well, Nico, I couldn't disagree stronger with the statements before that John made, and I think that he, we both aspire to a world that runs on 100% renewable energy. So let's fast forward there, and in fact, just heading back home to Australia, where the adoption of solar on rooftops has far outpaced the United States, even states like California. The challenges that they're actually seeing is too much distributed energy. And what does load flexibility do when it's a Saturday in spring or fall, commercial buildings aren't occupied, and we need to curtail solar production or other forms of renewable, or prevent there being just too much energy. There really isn't any role there for that load flexibility unless it's turning on to air condition a building that isn't occupied at that point in time, versus energy storage installations, which are there to soak up the surplus sun. The smart inverters are providing frequency and voltage support to the grid, localized and self-healing, as has been the case in Australia, where there are modes of deployment for inverters, which are in fact injecting real and reactive power to self-heal the grid. So I'm looking forward to history demonstrating that the role of energy storage compared to load flexibility is one in which it's become the dominant technology, because I think that's the future as I see it.
John, I'd love a quick rebuttal on this one. Andrew seems to position that energy storage is in fact the only way to soak up all of the excess sun as we get to the types of penetration on the grid of renewables that we all desire.
So it's fine with me if Andrew wants to limit himself to sort of Saturday afternoons in the spring as being the key role of batteries. That's no problem for us. The rest of the time, when buildings are occupied, shifting energy from times when the grid is strained to times when solar is abundant is clearly the market that we're pursuing. And so, yeah, there's no problem having batteries play a role in this. But I feel that it's a little weird to say that that's the role of behind the meter batteries, when you could well imagine batteries deployed at grid scale for vastly less if what you're trying to solve is a grid problem. We're trying to solve customer problems, which is they're paying too much for electricity and that they're sometimes paying too much for batteries. So by mimicking a battery in software at 1/10 the cost, you can help with the grid, but mostly you help with the customer.
So just a point of clarification, Nico, our technology works 7 out of 7 days and not just 5 out of 7 days to support the grid. And not only that, it's the 2 out of 7 that will present the most challenge to the grid operators. So in fact, we're working 100% of the time to support the grid when the grid is being the most challenged versus 0%, as John stated.
I will say, Nico, from somebody who's selling solar, everybody's sold solar that might be listening to this, and you have these financial analysis reports that say, hey, this system will produce this much energy over the next 25 years, which, matches the warranty. There was a mention of curtailing the solar system. And so I squirm at the idea of having a solar system that could be producing 100, only producing 50 because that's all that they're consuming. And so it pulls the rug out from every value proposition that a solar salesperson is telling their customer that the system will produce when you curtail that. So there are multiple ways to curtail, and load shifting is another way of doing that as well. And so I just don't like the idea of having solar systems producing a portion of what they could be producing. I'd almost rather air condition at different times and whatnot. So.
Yeah, very interesting perspective from a developer actually in communication with the customer and also thinking from the perspective of how solar is being sold. I think there's an argument on both sides about the very notion, Jonas, of how solar is being sold and how we integrate these technologies. But that sounds like it's potentially for another debate. We'll move on to our last and final topic today. There is a lot to be said on both sides for batteries and software. But is there a middle ground here? Are batteries right for every commercial installation? Is there energy management that's right for every installation? Jonas, why don't you take us home here with your perspective on the right fit for the right deal?
You know, Nico, I would say that there definitely is a middle ground here. The best solution is to optimize all of your resources. And so when you actually, most of the folks that we work with, the resources are your solar, they're the battery, they're the grid, they're the backup generator. When you incorporate energy management as an additional resource, then it allows a system designer to optimize or right size that solar and storage and then deliver that best possible outcome for the consumer. So I think we talk about energy management as the digital glue that brings it all together. And so I think that's a really important point here. I think we can argue black and white all day long, but the fact of the matter is we live in a gray world, and you're going to have to optimize. So that's my perspective there.
Andrew, what's your response?
Well, I think energy storage is the fries to the solar panel burger, so to speak, and load control is the ketchup that you put on the fries. I think it's supplemental. It makes the meal that little bit more tastier, but you're never gonna, I think, fully maximize the potential if you're eating raw ketchup that you get when you complement it with energy storage. So
Wait, did you just hear what I heard? Did Andrew just compare load control and load flexibility to ketchup? Essentially an additional extra flavoring to the meal that is energy storage. I am really eager, as I'm sure you are, to hear how John responds. But we have a limited amount of time right now in this episode to share the entire full 1 hour debate. If you're as eager as I am to hear John resolve his answer to Andrew's assertion, go to www.mysuncast.com/SPI2020. We'll throw the URL up right here so that you can easily find it. I want to say thank you, first of all, to SETS, SIA, and SEPA for hosting the Great Solar Debate as a part of the SPI Virtual Conference and Trade Show. And I'd like to thank as well our guests, Andrew, John, and Jonas, for participating in what has been so far a riveting discussion. I hope that you agree. And lastly, I'd like to thank you, dear viewer, for taking time out of your day and week to join us in this discussion. You can get in on the action over at mysuncast.com/SPI2020. Watch the rest of the debate, another 20 minutes to go, and join us in the poll that we also have posted there to answer who wins the debate. For now, thank you so much for taking time to be here with us, and we hope that you'll join us for our next Great Solar Debate.
Hello, everyone, and thank you for tuning into this session today. My name is Tim Sylvia. I'm an editor with PV Magazine USA, and I'm joined today by an esteemed guest who I'm quite excited to talk to, Kelly Jang, who is a technology, strategy, and innovation analyst at Centrica Business Solutions. Kelly, welcome.
Thanks, Tim. Glad to be here.
Yeah, we're glad to have you here as well. So if you're tuning in, it's likely that you just heard Kelly's presentation, saw it too, cost-effective hybrid energy storage systems for solar generation and EV charging. And as fascinating and informative as I found the presentation, which we don't want to sell that short at all, it left me with a couple of questions left about the project. And so Kelly and I are here today to kind of debrief the presentation a little bit and tackle a couple of these topics. Ready to hop in, Kelly?
Yeah.
Cool.
Let's get right to it.
Cool. So I think the first most pressing question that I had was, where did the idea to utilize Second Life EV batteries come from?
I think this Second Life EV batteries is a topic that's gotten a lot of hype in the media recently. Over the last few years, a lot of people have been talking about like, oh, this is a good way to reuse EV batteries, reduce waste. Actually, there's a lot of used Leaf EV batteries that currently are just sitting in a warehouse, waiting for people to find a use for them because the cost of recycling is high. Right now, the way that we recycle batteries, there's two main ways. There's either pyrometallurgical or hydrometallurgical. They're basically fancy words. The first one means you burn everything, and then you try to recover the cobalt and copper because those are the only things that are valuable. Hydrometallurgical is basically you dissolve everything in really strong acid, and then again, you're mainly just trying to get the cobalt. So you don't even recover the lithium, and it ends up being sent to slag, which is then used as a low-value concrete additive. So given that the process for recycling batteries is so dirty, a lot of companies are really interested in getting into the Second Life battery space. And so I think this is something that's very nascent, especially in the US and Europe. I think in China, they're doing quite a bit more projects with Second Life batteries. And so this is definitely a topic that we're very interested in getting involved in. Centrica's also signed a number of strategic partnerships with auto OEMs, and a lot of the leadership and executives from the auto OEMs are very interested in Second Life batteries as well, because if they can actually use the batteries as an asset, that's way better for their bottom line than having to actually pay for the recycling cost of these batteries. Not to mention it's much environmentally better.
And it seems like a part of this is also tackling a problem before it's almost too big to tackle, in the sense that it's likely that as EVs become more commonplace and cheaper, that a lot more people are going to start buying them, start using EVs over traditional combustion engine cars. So is this kind of a case in Second Life, before it becomes an issue, kind of tackling it ahead of time?
I think Second Life batteries are already becoming more and more of an issue, because the EVs that are already on the road after, let's say, 5 or 10 years, the batteries are going to need to be replaced. And so this is a problem that we know is coming. It's something like dealing with PV panels at the end of their life. That's something that people are trying to figure out what to do with them. But with batteries, because the life cycle is so much shorter, it's a problem that's coming up much more quickly.
So the hybrid system in this test, as you presented it, is optimized ideally for very peaky loads. Has this always been the design from day one, or was it a strength that was discovered during pre-planning and kind of the building of everything that goes into it?
Well, so basically the hybrid system has a high power system as well as the high energy and Second Life system. So the high power system is a 1C battery. In our case, you could also have even a 2C battery to deal with the highest peaks. And we found that that definitely is part of the design, because a lot of the value of battery systems comes from reducing demand charges. And so that's why, the hybrid system, it gets the benefit of having the higher energy, which is lower cost, as well as still being able to shave the highest peaks with the 1C battery.
And I know you're still kind of early, as it says in your presentation, the stacks haven't even been put together for official testing yet. But have you kind of given any thought to what kind of customer you see getting the most value out of the way the system's being set up now? It looks to me like this would work best for like a C&I customer with an electric vehicle fleet. They have very peaky loads, when all the cars come back in for the day, or maybe on a larger scale to municipalities who are looking to electrify their vehicle fleet. Have you guys thought about that at all?
Yeah, definitely. I think it's definitely very suited for a large C&I customer or like fleet charging. And especially the larger the system, the more the hybrid system makes sense, because there's the fixed costs with having the additional inverters and additional wiring that if you amortize it over a larger system size, then that makes the hybrid system much more cost effective. It probably won't be so well suited for maybe like a single office building as a result.
So that's actually brings me into another question that I had there. You kind of walked right into it. So this is a technology and a battery design that you think will scale easily for, more loads, maybe more power needed?
Yeah, I think so right now we have the 3 different battery stacks. It's having a slightly larger size of stack for each one would be pretty easy to do from the control side. The main issue would be like if you get to very large scale, is there any difference in like the kinds of spacing that you need for the fire suppression, especially with the second life batteries? I don't know if there's different regulations for fire protection systems for those compared to a traditional lithium-ion system.
And kind of continuing down this bigger picture or future road, do you see any applications where you could optimize the batteries for a less peaky system, or is the idea always, at least for now, look like it's going to be, high peak, high demand, cutting out those peaks?
Well, if you don't have that peaky of a system, then there really isn't that much of a need to have this hybrid system. You could just go for a normal high energy system, or even just a high energy plus second life. That could be a hybrid system that you could use for a load that's less peaky. Because the 1C battery, the cost per kilowatt hour is higher. So if you don't have such a peaky load, it's not cost effective to use that. So that's something that we're working into the sizing tool as well, seeing if you actually even need this 1C battery in cases where the load might not be as peaky.
And that's something that's being, determined during testing because, like you said there, this may not even be the most optimal setup right now. That's honestly part of the reason why you're testing, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, cool. What other potential applications do you foresee? Because we were talking earlier with Adam Genter from Sonnen, and his presentation was focused entirely on virtual power plants. And immediately, your presentation kind of came to mind for me, because this seems like something that could be scaled in that type of demand reduction sense. Is that an application you could see?
Yeah, definitely. I think especially with the FERC Order 2222, a lot of resources are going to be trying to become more aggregated, participating in virtual power plants. I think, the hybrid battery system in and of itself could already be kind of considered an aggregation of, 3 different batteries into one system. And we've also, currently we already are studying how it's being integrated with solar and EVs. And so using that as an integrated VPP is definitely something that we're going to be looking towards as well. And integrating it with other perhaps demand response things as well, like smart thermostats, hot water heaters, etc., to be able to provide a whole suite of grid services.
Yeah, absolutely. So you say you're working on ways to reduce degradation in the high power and second life batteries. Could you kind of walk us through what that work entails and how you improve degradation rates?
Yeah, so basically what our algorithm does is that, so the C/2 battery has the highest warranty for the amount of cycles it can do. So it can cycle 365 times per year, whereas the 1C high power battery can do, I think, 200, and the second life battery can do 150 cycles per year. And that's mainly just because with the higher C rate, the battery degrades faster, and the second life batteries have been pre-used, and so their degradation rate is also faster. And so basically what the algorithm does is it tries to use the C/2, the high energy system, as much as possible, minimizing the use of the 1C and second life systems. And so we found through our simulations that ends up with them having roughly the same amount of degradation at the end of 10 years. Whereas if you kind of use the 1C battery basically all the time, then the degradation would be quite significantly more than it would be for the C/2 battery. So basically, the control algorithm just tries to maximize the usage of the C/2 battery.
I have another question here regarding degradation rates. You said earlier that Centrica is working with more automakers, even though this was designed with Nissan Leaf batteries in mind. Are you worried at all about inconsistent degradation rates among those second life batteries, especially as you start taking on, different brands or different types of batteries?
Yeah, that's definitely one of the big problems or technical challenges with second life batteries is that basically due to like slight imbalances in the batteries at the beginning of their life, over the course of the lifetime of the car, some of them will be very degraded and some of them will be a lot less degraded. And one of the big challenges for developing second life batteries is like how do you quickly and systematically like test all the batteries and put them together with other batteries with similar states of health. And so this is not something that this is something that definitely would vary across automakers, but it even varies across battery cells in the same car. And so this is something where I think having advanced software that can do active balancing of cells, something that could help prolong the lifetime of the batteries in the car, as well as be very necessary for these second life systems, just because the difference in capacity or states of health between these batteries after 10 years, there's a lot of variation. And so you're going to have to do some in terms of first, like if you have a battery pack, you don't take it apart, you're going to have to try to balance the different cells and strings. Or if you actually fully take the battery apart, sort out the batteries to figure out which ones are still the best and still usable in a second life system. Those are some of the challenges facing like the commercialization of second life batteries.
And so one of the things that you touch on throughout the course of the presentation is that the allure is not only that it's a less expensive system up front and it pays itself off more quickly, but it is also an inherently more valuable system in comparison to a similarly sized traditional battery. Is that being used, or could that be applied to mean that this kind of system is not only applicable to, you said it could size itself up and down differently with, adding more battery packs, but is that also something where it's kind of, market agnostic? It could work in different economic formulas. I know that was part of the build of the battery.
What do you mean by different economic formulas?
I'm sorry, but like in different markets, like where the compensation rates are different or where the tariffs are different.
Yeah, I mean, I think the benefits of this would definitely scale across different market jurisdictions. Again, the 1C battery, the purpose of having that is to shave the highest peak. So this would be more cost effective in areas that have a high demand charge, where being able to shave those high peaks would provide you a good return on your investment and a lot of savings.
I think that kind of covers all the general things that I was looking to address here. Are there any aspects of the presentation or the battery itself that you think are pressing that maybe we didn't touch on yet, or that you'd like to expand on a little bit more?
Well, so since I recorded the presentation, actually all the stacks have arrived at NREL, and so we're going to be starting testing within the next couple weeks, which is really exciting. And we're also later this year going to be testing our optimization algorithms on this battery system, as well as potentially also using the data from these batteries to inform a machine learning degradation model. So just furthering the research on this and making our models more advanced to be able to deploy these resources in the most efficient and environmentally sound way possible.
And how long, what's that testing process like, if you don't mind sharing? Like, how long will this go out and how go on, and how often will you look to add different things or test for different things once you have it entirely set up?
Yeah, so we're just going to be testing some example load profiles with like very high peak loads and see basically how well our simulation results track with the actual performance of the system. So it's mainly just like validating the simulation results at this point, and then once we get the control algorithm up and running in about December, then we're also going to be incorporating things like the load forecast and seeing how well the system can meet that.
Awesome. Well, I think that about covers everything that I was looking to glean after watching your initial presentation. But I would like to thank you so much for taking the time for this interview, and hopefully it provided just some additional clarity.
Yeah, thanks so much for having me, Tim. This is great.
Yeah, I appreciate it, and thank you so much for joining.
Thank you for joining us today for the SPI, ESI, and North America Smart Energy Week virtual trade show. We hope you enjoyed today's slate of speakers and education sessions and had the chance to explore and chat with the companies showcasing their products and services inside the virtual expo. Come back tomorrow for another full day of virtual expo access and education spread across our 6 channels: Smart Energy Week, Solar, Energy Storage, Microgrid, Installer Training, and Hydrogen. Remember to visit www.solarpowerinternational.com/virtual-trade show to connect with the exhibiting companies to help improve your business. Thank you, and we'll see you back here tomorrow.